Hello once again and welcome to Malta. It's the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. It's day 3 of the main event at the Portomasso Casino in St. Julian's, and it is bubble time. Our world famous bubble coverage is about to begin here on EPT Live. Good afternoon everyone, I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies, let's burst some bubbles.
Here we are, the third day of the main event. And that means we have 4 days to go, including today. We're going to follow this bad boy through to its conclusion on Saturday when we'll bring you cards up coverage of the main event final table. We're starting at noon every day, bar that final day, where we will be on delay because we will be bringing you whole cards. Don't forget, we want to hear from you over the course of the day. The hashtag to use, EPT Live. Make sure you follow us on Twitter for updates as well, at EPT Live. There's also the live chat on Twitch if you're watching there. We also stream on Facebook Live. You can also find us on Snapchat and Instagram. Tuan, one of our super fans, already in on Twitter. We've got Paul Walsh, who enjoyed watching the countdown clock before the stream began.
Wow, that is dedication.
Dedication to the max. So if you missed any of our preliminary coverage, you've missed the high roller final table, you've missed the 25k final table. Day 2 saw big names return, and headlining our feature table was the man of the moment, Will Kassouf. In a case of history repeating itself, Kassouf ran kings into aces.
I'll speed it up. I'll get out of the way. I'm all in. Let's gamble. Let's gamble. I'm gonna go. Let's go. Call the clock. Let's go. You got it. You got it. Oh, another setup on the feature, eh? Another setup. Wow. Here we go. Yeah, deja vu from the World Series main event. Yeah. Kings into aces. Oh, we're getting closer. Again, don't tease him like that, dealer. Please, if you're gonna do it, just put the king straight away. How? Ace and king standard. That's how I roll every time. Yeah.
As the day wore on, the bubble crept closer, with 87 due to get paid. Play was pretty tight during the last level, and we actually ended with 90 players, meaning we need to lose 3 today before everyone is in the money. A 2.26 million euro prize pool here in Malta. So we have the players in their seats, action already underway. We're kicking off level 15 of the main event with blinds of 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. Here is the lineup on the main stage. We've got one of the chip leaders, Gianfranco Vasali, was a big stack throughout day 2. We've got a former World Series of Poker main event runner-up, Martin Stashko. We've got a former EPT champ, Fredrik Jensen. Felix Schlott made the final table of the IPT 2K High Roller earlier this week. And I know that Daria Hulik is very popular with the viewers on Twitch.
Grill, she's popular with the viewers everywhere.
So with 90 players remaining, that means 2 away from the redraw, 2 away from hand-for-hand play. It means we are kicking off our world-famous bubble coverage, and we always like to be joined by a member of the tournament staff for this auspicious moment. Very pleased to welcome to the booth the star of the recent PokerStars Duel Series, a man who headlined with support from Ronaldo, Neymar, John Boyega, and Aaron Paul. Luca Vivaldi in the booth.
Hello, beautiful people. What an introduction. Made me blush.
You were the star of the show, for sure, Luca.
Thanks a lot. It was great to be there.
Your dealing was one of the highlights of those videos.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. It was a long time.
Oh, yeah. You look like you belong in that weird warehouse.
You guys know the streamers with live
I love that weird warehouse. It was amazing.
You know?
I could live there.
So, Luca, let's talk about what happened last night. It was a little bit strange, and we kind of didn't know where we were at. For want of a better word, it was no man's land. It was the Twilight Zone. It was the upside down. We were playing the last 5 hands of the night, but we were also hand for hand. We were kind of on the bubble, but we weren't.
Yeah, it was a pretty weird situation, but, you know, Toby Stone is the tournament director, so the bubble situation are always a little bit strange. Yeah, basically there was 90 players and we decided to go hand for hand for the last hands of the night, just in case we would lose, you know, multiple players. Then we had to know where we were standing with the ranking of the players, you know. If we lost like 88, 87, 86th, and we played 3 hands on one table and 1 on the other one, then we had to, you know, track all the hands.
Well, we have action here on the feature table. Zhizhang Lao opens to 9,000 and gets folds from everyone at the table.
Martin Stashko, blast from the past.
Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while. It was the 2011 World Series when he came second, runner-up to Piers Hines in the main event.
He looks better?
I would say the same.
Question mark warranted.
Hello to Jeremiah on Twitter. Bubble time. Looking forward to a few hours of poker and several hours of bleary eyes at work.
Real Pony 33 says Martin is a boss.
Meanwhile, Tuan says, Luca, my favorite Superfan versus Stapes was your edition. You're a very lovable and likable person, smiley face.
Wow, thank you very much.
He really, really is until you get to know him.
Thanks, Stapes, as usual. Stapes, last time you had one sound machine. You got like 15 sound machines.
Hey, if something works, beat it to death. That's what I say.
No?
So just to touch on the weirdness from last night, we are kind of in uncharted waters because the payouts were changed during the off-season. And obviously in Barcelona, with the slight change to the tournament structure and with more players getting paid, the bubble burst during the last level of play. But now the payouts have been adjusted even further, with 20% being the ceiling rather than the floor. So we kind of don't know where we're at, and the bubble might go at the end of day 2 or the start of day 3. It leaves us in a bit of an awkward spot, doesn't it?
It's a surprise. It's a surprise bubble. Yeah, basically now the ceiling is 20%, and the range, if I recall correctly, for this was between, you know, paying 87 players, between 431 and 475, I believe.
Lucas, shh, 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 shh.
Oh, God.
He's saying, oh, God, Tim,
So
he's annoyed
nothing-
with me.
Nothing changed.
No. I'm just a fan of this young lady's poker playing skills. Watch. See that raise? Good raise. Great raise. See how she waited till it was her turn to act and everything like that?
Gianfranco used to be a dealer in England. Used to be a dealer in the UK.
Really?
Yes.
You mean Vasali?
Correct. Or Visalli. As
Vasali.
you know. Sure, yeah.
So you've worked with him
Exactly.
before?
I worked with him once, I think, in the Vic when we had the UK PT there. And he was a dealer, not really with him, but he was a dealer in the cash game for the Vic.
Well, as I
If I
said,
recall correctly.
he is among the biggest stacks in the room right now. I think he's second in chips. Only Guillaume Diaz has more than him.
James, check this out. This is what happens when you buy your Team Pro patches off of eBay. That is not...
Yeah, that's... I mean, it doesn't even look like the real thing.
No, it's... At least do some research.
So 3 players to the flop. Ace 10-4 with 2 spades. So just to clarify, Luca, we are not actually hand for hand at the moment, but I guess we're just monitoring bust outs.
Yeah, correct. We're monitoring bust outs and we're monitoring for stalling, you know, just in case. Because it was, you know, play slow down quite a lot last night. So.
Sure, but I can understand players being slightly confused if at the end of day 2 we went hand for hand for the last 5 hands, we come back for day 3 and now we're not hand for hand, and then we're going to go hand for hand again.
Yeah, it was a bit weird situation, but, you know, at the end of the night when you draw for the last hands, you can't really... It's not really fair. Everybody plays the same amount of hands, but it's not really fair if somebody plays 4 hands and somebody's on hand 1 and we lost 2 players in those 4 hands on the other table, and we didn't lose anybody on the other table.
So complicated. I don't know how you deal with it.
So a continuation bet from Daria. Wins her the pot. 10 minutes into play and no eliminations yet. Of course, we've got our crack team down on the floor, keeping tabs of the action at the outer tables. I guess this is going to be an easier bubble for our team and indeed for the tournament team than recent events, including Barcelona, with a much smaller field here in Malta. There are, of course, currently only 12 tables in play. And at the point we go hand for hand, we'll be down to the final 11 tables. Just looking at some of the players arriving for the start of day 3. Maria Ho looking for her seat assignment. We've got several former champs still in the field, among them Davide Katai and Roberto Romanello. Eugene Kachalov. Who else is at his table? Oh, hello, Gully. Ola Shemian's still going strong. And across the room, James Aikenhead, another former November 9er in the field. Sarah Herbal, one of the last remaining ladies. And I mentioned that the chip leader at the start of day 3 is Guillaume Diaz, and there he is.
It's just whoever's last, guys. It's nothing personal.
Well, here we go. Action, action, action. Alexandru Baron against Brian Altman. Ace 10 against Queens.
Saw Brian bust a fair few players at our feature table yesterday, 2 in 1 hand. Yikes.
Ace high flop. I believe Baron is the player at risk, so he's set for a double up here. No queen on the river. So Baron survives, takes a chunk of Brian Altman's stack. As our world-famous bubble coverage continues. So just to clarify, Luca, we're going to pause the clock when we get down to 88 for 2 reasons. Number one, to make it clear and inform the players that we're going hand for hand, but also a table will be broken at that point.
Correct. Yeah, table will be broken. It will be 11 tables. So we're going to play the bubble, you know, with even number of players at each table. So it's going to be 11 tables of 8.
Yeah, that was something we introduced a couple of seasons ago, and I thought that was good to make sure that when we do go hand for hand, when we do reach the bubble, there are 8 players at every table, because otherwise you do have that odd situation where some people are playing 6-handed or 7-handed.
Yes, correct. And it goes, you know, some tables are going, you know, if you play hand for hand, the table will go faster eventually if the bubble will last a long time. So somebody will pay more blinds and antes. You know, it's not fair for... It's fair for everybody. It's not fair for the short stacks if they are short-handed at the table.
Will that table be broken by a Luca Vivaldi elbow drop or Toby Stone rock bottoming the last eliminated player into the table?
I think it's Toby Stone because he's down there. I can't really elbow drop from up here.
Well, that was
difficult.
All in on one of the outer tables there. That was Walter Trecarici moving all in, and Ola Shemian had the decision. And as we came to it, Ola decided to fold, so that all in gets through. Yes, Smitty, Matt is on the floor. We've given him a clipboard, we've given him a headset. He feels very important. It's the only time we allow him any responsibility. Tournament progress on your screen right now. By the way, a couple of points of order. We, of course, have got another edition of our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition coming up today. We'll reveal
hell yeah.
the winners from yesterday, probably within the next hour. Plus, of course, there is another EPT Live bounty bonus, which hopefully will go a little bit smoother than yesterday's. And hopefully everyone should be able to get into that one today. There were some problems, which we apologize for once again. But remember, as compensation, as a sorry, we are doubling the bounties in today's game. If you knock out me, if you knock out Joe, if you knock out Matt, you're going to earn yourself $300.
Wow. We are going to make it up to you with cash money. Not that, but cash money.
So I know many of you have already claimed your tickets from Poker School Online. If you haven't already, just log in, sign up for a new account, click on the link, claim your tickets to the EPT Live Bounty Bonus Tournament. Special free rolls running every day of our main event coverage. Today's game starting at 4 o'clock Central European time.
I would love to play against Tapes. Easy $300.
It's a Zoom tournament, so you gotta find me first, Vivaldi.
At least you didn't call me Vivaldi for a change.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
Once a day is enough.
Low opens to 9,000, raises the button. So Felix Schlott made the final table of the 2K event on the IPT.
I like it a slot.
Well, I tried, but he's a bit...
Maybe they are on vacation.
He's playing fewer than 20 big blinds at the moment, and he folds there.
Service.
It's not helping.
Uh-oh, Illuminati. Confirmed.
Oh, you wanted water. right?
Zhejiang.
You wanted water.
Sparkling water.
Could you get one sparkling water and one burger?
Do you think Chinese people have as much fun with our names as we have with theirs? Do you think if you were playing over there, James, they'd be like, James?
I don't know. I guess the only way to find out would be to go there.
Because I like saying Zhejiang. Hey, will that be a possible PokerStars Championship stop? PokerStars Championship, Beijing.
Well, we're going to Macau, which is close.
Chinese-ish.
More than ish.
Yeah, I guess they own it.
Guess so, yeah.
Portuguese.
Chinese. Same.
No Last Chance has a question for you, Signor Luca. Signore. If there's a
Good
double
accent.
all-in when there's 89 players remaining and both get busted, will the table still break?
Well, the table will break because there's 89 players and we're down to 87. We're all in the money, and we're still breaking table number 11. That's 12. We're on 11 tables.
That is
and we're in
correct.
the money.
The only thing that wouldn't happen in that situation that was just described is there would be no hand-for-hand play.
Correct. But Toby Stone is tournament director, so I'm pretty sure there's going to be a hand for hand. He holds the record for the longest hand for hand in the world in an Australia's poker tour.
Really?
It was like all day.
Really?
Toby was like 3 Australia's poker tour after, everybody was just going to him and tell him una mano más. just saying one more hand in Spanish, and he was just, you know, when he was first learning Spanish, and everybody was like una mano más. He said that all day.
So this is a raise from the table big stack, Gianfranco Visali. 9,500.
Serious, my friend. Still a game.
I know it.
Thomas Lentrut with the decision. Sorry, Lenthrot, and he has around 20 big blinds. He's going to call on the button. Felix Schlott in the small blind.
Why does Lentrot look like he just woke up off a park bench?
And Andre De Felice.
I guess I shouldn't really say anything, considering what I look like.
You look great.
You almost said that like you meant it. King 10-7, rainbow flop. By the way, it's not that I'm unsympathetic, it's that I have no control over the PokerStars client or PokerSchool Online. If any of you are still having problems with registering for these tournaments or problems with your tickets, there is absolutely no point telling us in the booth. I recommend that you email support at PokerStars.com or the PokerSchool Online team. They will be able to help you. I'm sorry, there's nothing that we can do.
All in.
Let's go, Lentrot. You show him.
Visali continued for 11.5k. Lentrot shoves for 76.5k.
James, that's Visali.
Very good.
Oh, really? Quick shout out to Clawfulin on
But we are
Twitch,
still
who wasn't a
friends.
huge
Yeah,
fan
he's still a
of
friend.
the
I
whole
only
cards
want
down,
to
but he said
get you.
time to learn the game
I
better.
don't like the king. The dealer doesn't like me.
Gianfranco said he didn't like the king on board, and yeah, I think it's safe to say that Lentrot
He's nice to
rarely,
you.
if ever, makes that move without a
That's
king.
Generally. I mean, generally.
It was nice. Just I got queens, and he put the king. No king, no ace. Was fine the flop. Anyway, nice son.
Thank you.
So somehow we still have 90 players remaining. I naively thought, Luca, that we might see a couple of quick eliminations because a lot of players really squeaked into day 3 with very short stacks.
Yeah, me too, actually, because at the end of the day, play slowed down considerably because, you know, the players knew that we were, you know, was the last level. You know, they might come back to day 3. It doesn't, you know, sometimes it's strange, but it really affects play when, you know, players want to make it into day 3. Also, they can, you know, reset, have a good sleep, come back with their 10 big blinds.
So action on. Herr Lenthrot, not going to play this hand. Round to Felix Schlott on the button. And he's got the super short stack, Andre De Felice in the small blind. Andre playing 8 bigs.
which is looking constantly at the clock, I guess, to
So-
see if there's any eliminations.
Schlott shoving for 18 big blinds. De Felice folding. Daria Hulik in the big blind also passes. Schlott picks up blinds and antes.
Schlott's fired.
Schlott's are fun. So I mentioned that we have got a spin and go to the Bahamas competition running today. Obviously, yesterday, many of you entered, and these are the winning 5. Will Ross 23, Danny 77, Tesla 04, CJ SR 80, and Neuer Dry. You 5 will all get 3 $10 Spin and Go Bahamas tickets. Now remember, these Spin and Go qualifiers start running from the 7th of November. They're going to be running for 4 weeks, and you're going to get 3 shots, 3 chances to win a package to the PokerStars Championship in the Bahamas in January. Everyone else, of course, welcome to take part as well when that promotion starts in November. But congratulations to you 5. We'll ship you your tickets, and there'll be another chance to win some Spin and Go Bahamas tickets later on today. Now, here's my question, Luca. Previously in the Bahamas, when it was the PCA, it was kind of like a dress-down day for the tournament staff. It was polo shirts, short-sleeve polo shirts. Are things going to change with the new global tour? Will you be allowed to wear your suit?
I don't think so. I think I'll be able to raise my hands to the ceiling once again in the Bahamas. You know, I can put my hands into the sky with a polo shirt.
I
And-
want Luca to be able to wear what he normally wears, which is kind of like if Eminem and Tony Hawk had a kid.
I call them Luca's travel clothes, mainly because that's what I see you wearing at an airport.
Do you
Yeah, that's
remember
correct.
the opening montage of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where he's got that striped shirt and the flipped-up hat and the gigantic shorts? That's what Luca wears.
Multicolor.
Yeah, when he's not in
everywhere,
his
like
suit.
neon colors everywhere. Yeah, that's me. I remember the first time I went to the Bahamas, it was shorts and trainers as well. Polo
Wow.
shirt, shorts and trainers.
Lanfrot!
He is all in from the hijack, coming over the top of Lowe's Open to 9K. De Felice on the button. I think we may need to have a word with the players again about having their phones on silent.
It's not my phone, but it reminds me of something.
Gianfranco in the big. So back around to Zhishang Lo.
Zhang.
With his dodgy patch, which is barely staying attached to his arm. Pyramid is removed and the cards are folded. Well, if you'd like to see an example of another dodgy Team Pro patch, Joe, another do-it-yourself job, we have a tweet from Lawrence Robson. He asks, is this at all convincing?
I hope you did not pay much for that, my friend. By the way, Lawrence was at my last stand-up show, and for that, I thank him and apologize. Nice one, Lawrence. That's an example of something you couldn't hear at my last show. Only they didn't have a sound box.
Oh, thanks a lot. But it's not necessary that you invite me. What do you get?
Well, it wasn't my initial plan, but that's how it turned out. It's fine.
Where's the brown paper bag for that
Thanks a
bottle?
lot. The next one is for me.
The next order is on you? Okay.
This is a friendly table. We get waters for each other. We don't need to start.
2 days
shipping
ago,
our
there was a
stacks.
player,
Yeah.
Okay.
You
and
would
his
say.
girlfriend brought him,
I prefer
you know, a
that
paper bag.
burger, you know?
And we thought he
I
had a
prefer
little
that,
bit
yeah,
too
yeah.
much to drink, so I had to approach him and tell him, excuse me, but you know, you can't drink whatever is in the bottle. And he was like a gigantic 15-liter bottle of Nestea. He was like, what? I can't drink nasty? I was, oh, sorry.
I love that. So basically the floor staff are like flight attendants. You're going to cut people off when you think they've had too much.
Yes, correct. And then he's nasty.
This girlfriend was doing him a solid. Drink this.
Low is open to 9K. And looks like this will be raise and take it, which means we're going to head. Oh, hang on a second. Yep, sure enough. Let's go to the outer tables because we have an all-in. Jerry O'Dean at risk with kings against Mikita Bodzakovsky's ace-7. Always an ace on the desk.
Why?
And now O'Dean needs a king on the river. And I guess it didn't come because O'Dean is walking away from the table.
All in. Why are you laughing?
Jerry O'Dean gets kings cracked by ace-7 and is eliminated in 90th place, taking us down to 89. So one away from a table breaking and going hand for hand. Plenty of short stacks in the room, including Andre De Felice at the feature table, who's nursing an 8 big blind stack. Chances are, Luca, there's going to be a few players who are even shorter than that. At this point in the tournament, we often see people clinging on to like 3 or 4 big blinds, just in the hope they can crawl into the money.
Yeah, that's true. And I think, you know, De Felice is looking at the clock. Like if you watch him, he keeps looking at the clock to see how many players anybody is going to bust. And there's going to be a few stacks like, you know, like him, like with 5 bigs, or it's got to be more, but...
Yeah, and of course, especially if you qualify, the min cash means a lot, 8,000 euros. And that's something that we, I don't want to say fixed, but let's say changed after Barcelona. Getting rid of that refund min cash, you now actually get a profit on your buy-in.
Yeah, correct. Like now is 1.5-ish x the buy-in.
You have to have it.
So, you know, we listen to the feedback from the players, and it's been adjusted.
You
want to see? Good head.
Yes, please.
No. just one.
Joe, I'm worried that we're losing you to the Twitch chat. What's going on over there?
Just some folks are
no.
debating how Jamie Staples went out. And I was
Ace.
just saying that he did tell the story yesterday when he came on the stream.
Hold on, are we on Twitch?
We are live on Twitch. Hello, my babies.
PokerStars TV remains the host channel, but you can also watch us on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook Live.
Question for Luca while he's in here. You've answered it before, but it's a common one. And it's worth asking. If 2 players bust on different tables, who cashes?
If 2 players bust on different tables...
Sorry, thank you, Palezius.
I suppose Palezzi is talking about when we are hand for end. Right on the bubble with 88 players remaining. 2 players bust from different tables, then they're gonna chop the 8,070 euro. So they're gonna split the 87 price. If they bust from the same table, then we're gonna count stacks, and the short stack will be our bubble.
What the hell is that?
That was Luca's whistle response to the question. Thank you, Luca.
You're welcome. Wasn't my whistle though.
Yeah, we had someone on Twitch yesterday who was relatively new to watching a live poker tournament play out, who asked about the process of hand-for-hand play. And again, that's worth recapping, Luca, even though many of the people watching will have heard it time and time again. Can you explain how hand-for-hand works and ultimately why we have to do it?
Yeah, basically, when we're down to 88 players, we're gonna stop the clock, break the table, and we're gonna start playing hand for hand, which basically means that we play the same hand at each table. And
How much you got behind?
once that hand is finished, then we're gonna carry on with the next hand. If there's an all-in or a call at one table, then we stop the action, we finish the action on the other tables, and then we go to the all-in and call. We won't show the cards on that specific table, because otherwise other players in the other table will know, to fold the hands if the all-in, basically. Imagine the all-in player is drawing dead. So they will fold the mini cash. And ultimately we do that to track, to track the players that, to make sure they is fair and they all play the same hand once we have a bust out.
Well, while this hand is playing out on the feature table, I'm hearing that on one of the outer tables, Benjamin Pollock just won a big pot against Guillaume Diaz, who was the start of day chip leader. We believe that Mr. Diaz is no longer chip leader after losing that pot to Pollock. A reminder that there are updates from the outer tables available at the PokerStarsblog.com. Give the guys a follow on Twitter as well, at PokerStarsblog. They'll occasionally link through to the live updates or some of the features they write around the tournaments here in Malta. Meanwhile, we have a 3-bet from Frederick Jensen, the EPT 8 Madrid winner, who, of course, final tabled Barcelona last season. A great final table. Eventually won by John Joanda. Lawrence says, it feels a little strange having watched EPT 12 last night on Channel 4 and I'm now watching EPT 13 this week online. We're going to catch up really soon, Lawrence. The EPT 13 Barcelona show is airing in about a month's time and you will see the TV shows from Malta before Christmas. By the way, if you do want to see the super high roller from Monaco, should be available to watch now, PokerStars TV. Unless you're in the UK, in which case the replay is available at channel4.com/poker. Okay, Felix, decision time. He decides to fold. So just checking in the PokerStars lobby, we've got 846 players registered so far. Make that 847. For the EPT Live Bounty Bonus, 4 o'clock this afternoon, Central European Time. That's 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Your chance to claim a $300 bounty if you should meet Joe Stapleton, Waster, or J. Hartigan at the tables, because it's a 6-max Zoom format. There's a chance you can knock them out and claim that $300. Should point out the bounties only come into effect once the tournament becomes a freeze-out. Rebuys and an add-on available during the first hour of play. Claim your free ticket to get into this game, PokerSchool Online. Just sign up as a new member or log into your account.
Can I play? Can I play? Can I play?
As long as your boss is okay with you playing while working, and trust me, I speak from experience, it's really hard to play a Zoom tournament and concentrate on something else at the same time.
It doesn't run on PokerStars.it. Sorry, Luca.
Capisco.
I'll live in the UK, Stapes.
You're leaving the UK to go back to Italy?
It was just making fun of my accent, wasn't it?
A little bit. I don't even feel good about it, honestly. I'm just going to go ahead and take that back.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't play now. The big Nick is not with us anymore.
What do you mean?
Big Nick, Barcelona was his last event.
Well, what does that mean that, well, first of all, sorry to see Big Nick go, but
Yep.
Secondly, what does it mean you can't play now that Big Nick's gone?
No, I mean, I couldn't play anyway, but I meant, like, it's a little bit harder when Nick was here.
People around.
Yeah, when Nick was here, we were kind of splitting the job.
Gotcha.
Now I've got great Dina helping me. Doing a great job.
guy to say
But Nick is like, at the end of the season of a TV series when your favorite character dies.
Yeah.
And then he reappears randomly on the first episode of next season. Nick is coming to Prague.
Yay! All right.
92.
190.
192. Okay.
Okay, well, while we see
Looks less.
Lentrot take his time over this
looks less.
decision, should let you know that
Yeah,
we're
I think
hearing
it's no
that there is a
problem.
lot of stalling on the outer tables, and Toby is considering going hand for hand
I have to be
sooner rather than later.
Like a priest,
Actually, my grandfather was a priest.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe I learned from him.
Apparently it's particularly bad on table 2, where Ben Phillips called the clock on himself. Then Thomas
And I did
McNamara
pray you
got
didn't,
angry with
squeeze anyway.
Maria Ho for taking too long before folding.
Oh.
Our man with the bionic eye, Matt Broughton,
But
is
our
spying on that
hand
table
yesterday
and will
was
bring
very,
us
very
future developments.
interesting.
Good stuff,
Yeah.
Broughton.
After this tournament, we can discuss
Way to get
about
the
it.
Yeah,
scoop.
I would like
If
to
you
know
are
that.
interested.
There he is.
I fold
Very
a really good hand.
He's more machine than man now. You can hear his robot legs.
He actually sleeps
I usually don't do that.
sleeps with that headset on too.
Yeah, that would be nice. I would believe him. Yeah, I would do it.
And people always ask the question, Luca, why don't you just go hand for hand? There's Matt doing his thing.
He's just going up and down. The main event is on the other side, Matt. No, other side.
Turns out he's actually been watching a table from one of the side events that just happened to be playing slow. But considering the amount of stalling we see, people often say, why don't you just go hand for hand earlier? But, you know, you have to have a defined line and then subjectively reapply it based on what happens.
Yeah, correct. Like, the players can manipulate the fact that we go in hand for hand. Otherwise, you know, we don't solve the problem, we make it worse. Because imagine that if we always go hand for hand, 2 of the money, then we go 3 of the money, then we go 4 of the money, then eventually we're going to start day 2 hand for hand. So we're trying to solve the problem, you know, by talking to the player, you know, monitoring the table, which often solves the problem, you know, and you don't need to go hand for hand at 89. If you can't solve the problem, then you have to go hand for hand. If he's on multiple tables, the stalling, then.
So we're almost halfway through this level. Should have mentioned earlier, by the way, that from day 3 of an EPT main event, we moved to 90-minute levels, having played 75-minute levels on days 1 and 2. And the plan today is to play 5 full levels, the same plan for tomorrow. I still remain skeptical about that, Luca, considering the small field here in Malta. I do think that tomorrow, for example, it might be a slightly shorter day.
Yeah, I think it might be a shorter day tomorrow. I think today the plan is definitely going to play 5 levels,
Sure.
and then tomorrow we might play either 4 levels or get down to a certain amount of players.
You say that, but you know what's going to happen. The bubble's going to burst, and then we get the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. Next thing you know, we're looking at 40 players with still 3 levels to play today.
Well, then tomorrow we're going to have the final table and then 2 days off.
Yeah, they'd never let that happen.
Oh.
Let me see if I can register in my bounty bonus tournament. Register. $1.10. Kidding. Just kidding. 1 ticket.
Almost 1,000 players. Wow.
Keep signing up. Come join the fun. Try and claim those $300 bounties. Get your tickets via PokerStars online as we see a flop. It's been a while.
Too many pictures. Too many spades.
Good fault.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, I would like the flop before King 10-5.
Yes.
Yeah, that would have been nice. Am I right? Because he has 10s.
So now you're a little upset.
Oh, so he would like to
You
tell
want
it.
the-
No way.
you want the
There was a
flop-
10.
The flop with a 10 on it.
I would have flopped a set.
This guy. Oh,
The Italian
Before I
humor,
got
huh?
Queens,
So
and
good.
she
Oh,
would King
Staves.
10-5. This
Yeah.
time I go 10s, and she would King Queen
Don't
5.
complain.
That's how it always
My
happens.
friends,
It's
don't
crazy.
complain. Yesterday I had in 1 hour 3 times queens, and 3 times was a flop. King 10-5, King 9-4, King 8.
Oh man, I hate it when that
People
happens.
complain. Just learn about it.
No,
the
I only tell you,
worst.
I just tell you, in 1 hour I get 3 times queens.
But are you guys not working with a live read on the dealer? That's pretty silly.
When
Oh,
you have more
man.
experience with the library, you know.
These guys. What about when you have jacks and there's a queen on the flop? Oh man, it's nuts.
No, it's not going to be the nuts if you have.
No,
jacks
no,
with a
no,
queen.
no, no,
What are you
not
talking
the,
about?
not the nuts. Just
Okay, sorry.
crazy. Oh, my sides.
Martin Stashko has raised to 9K.
Usually I don't like it when people on Twitch insult us, but X Lacamo X says this is effing stupid to watch. Agreed.
That's not necessarily an insult.
He got it.
Do you
He
remember
got what
one-
you're going
one
for.
Was with the guy from South America, from Nicaragua.
Yesterday.
And you remember with the king 2-4 all in spades,
Yeah.
and I had queens.
He told me he had pocket kings.
Ooh, Di Felice leaves himself with
At the end of the day.
5
I
bigs.
don't believe.
The way he told me, I
Ooh.
was pretty sure
Okay.
it was correct.
Squeaky bum time
me,
for
It
him.
was the end of the day, and
And
he had no
for me,
reason
it
to
was
lie.
extremely difficult because I had the queen in spades as well, you know.
Ah, yeah.
It was extremely difficult.
But he just really often has a king in that spot.
That was why
Yeah.
I have. Okay, that was the reason why I.
And if he
only
doesn't have a
called-
king, that's
I
because
only
he has
called
ace.
this huge four bet.
I don't think I've ever heard
just
Martin
called, you know.
Staško
I made a 3-bet,
speak.
and then he made a huge 4-bet.
Yeah.
And,
At a
in my
table,
opinion, he
man.
was
I've
pretty
seen so much
inexperienced.
Martin Stashko because I used to
say.
play in like this private game in LA, and they had a big
But
screen, you know,
just-
off to the side, and all
was
they
a
would
nice
do
guy.
is play the
Yeah,
heads up
very nice.
of him versus Piers
From a
Hines
nice
on a
country.
loop over
I
and
told you.
over and over
I was
again.
there.
Did he say
Yeah,
much?
I've heard good things
No.
about that. I went to Costa Rica. It was really nice, but I
No,
heard good
I
things about
didn't like,
Nicaragua.
much more,
Oh dear, that didn't sound healthy.
I'm much more like.
Yeah.
It's Broughton's
Nicaragua.
bionic
Yeah.
ear.
I heard that it's less safe, but I don't know if that's true.
Costa Rica, too many tourists, you know.
Yeah, really many tourists and
Not in
expensive.
Nicaragua.
I guess it's way cheaper in Nicaragua as well.
Many people are afraid because of Somoza, Sandinista in the past, you know, in the history.
I have to say, Mr. Loyo has been very, very active close to the bubble. He's playing more than 100 big blinds right now. And he's putting the pressure on the short stacks.
Molly.
Schlott decides to take a stand, shoving from the button. Folded back around to Luo. With his towers and towers of chips.
Luca, you've seen real tanking and you've seen fake tanking. You got an opinion on this?
I can't say.
This doesn't seem real to me. I have no problem saying it.
Maybe he doesn't know it's up to him. You never know.
Have you ever seen the clock get called on a guy who didn't know action was on him?
Yes.
Awesome.
Pyramid off.
He folds. Come on.
Looks back at hand.
He's got like 9-4.
He's saying he has 9 high. Like a boss.
I was waiting for it.
He eventually folds, but there is action on one of the outer tables. We have an all-in from one of our spin and go qualifiers, Alain Fleury.
We now call one.
And he has been called, and I think he's drawing dead on the turn. Dmitry Yurasov has the flush, the nut flush, and it's over. Fleury is out. The spin and go qualifier will not make the money here in Malta. That will take us down to 88 players. The clock has been paused. We're going to break a table. and we're going to go hand for hand.
Double time.
An observation from Lars on Twitter about Fredrik Jensen, who's on our feature table. Fredrik is such a composed, manly man. Surely he will win this tournament. Also, Joe Stapleton, sexy beast. Holla!
Correct. Sexy beast confirmed.
How long did you play with all these sounds before you actually got so good at it?
I get it wrong a lot.
I was going to say, you're
air.
actually running really good today because
Yeah.
normally inappropriate sound effects are sounding off every 5 seconds.
I'm usually like 3 for 5.
While we're waiting for that table to be broken and we're waiting for the announcement and hand-for-hand play to begin, just going to handle this quick question from Invest in Sports, asking about the absence of PS Pros here in Malta. Where are all the guys from Team Pro? So many of them are across the Atlantic right now. We've got the PokerStars Festival New Jersey starting pretty much straight after Malta finishes, and I guess most of the team have decided to head to that one. It's a really big event for PokerStars to be back in the US, our first ever event in Atlantic City. Sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. We've said that unfortunately we can't be there for work reasons. Slightly annoyed about that because I think it's going to be an awesome event.
I'm very annoyed about that as an American citizen.
You're American.
Yeah, buddy. I know with these good looks and my manners, you might think I'm Canadian.
Joe's thinking, as someone who lived in the state of New Jersey for all of 5 minutes.
I was there for 8 months, thank you.
Of which you were there for 5 days.
I was there for 5 days. My overlap of like PokerStars being legal in New Jersey and the number of days I spent in New Jersey was probably like 14 days total. But yes, as an American, I'm a little annoyed to not be involved in the first event there since 2010.
Yeah. Ah, Toby Stone looks like he's ready. Wow, this is erotic.
Yeah. Ready? Yeah. Okay, attention, main event. Dealers and players, we are 88 players remaining, so obviously the money is 87, so we are going to go hand for hand right now. Just going to inform you of a few rules during the hand-for-hand process. If there is an all-in and a call, we need all cards to remain face down. And we will continue the action on those tables when we have finished the action on all the other tables. If we lose 2 players from the same table, the player with the most chips will take the highest finishing position. And if we lose 2 players from separate tables during this process, both players will split any prize money that's due. And also, we kindly request all players to stay in your seats during the hand-for-hand process. It allows the floor to move through the tables as well as the media. So once again, players, we appreciate you if you could stay in your seats. So we're going to continue. We're going to start the clock during hand-for-hand. So dealers, I'd like you to deal 1 hand, please.
That's right. It's the stone bubble.
And we're going to deal 1 hand. 48 minutes left on this level, by the way. And I'm reasonably confident, he says, trying to ensure there's a little caveat in there, that we will burst that bubble before the end of this level.
I'm pretty confident too. I mean, it's very, difficult to see the average dipped under, dipping under 40 bigs. So we're right on it right now. We're at 40 bigs.
Xi Zhang, not in the tank this hand. Actions folded around to Daria.
300 oder 500, die du ewig spielen kannst, mit teilweise 700, 800 Teilnehmern. Das ist halt geil.
How you been saying her last name, James? Because to me, Hulick sounds suggestive.
Hulick?
Hulick sounds better. Okay. Hulick. Hulick.
So she's called out of the small blind. Gianfranco in the big blind.
Stack. Yeah.
Vasali getting some okay pot odds. He's along for the ride. And hooded.
9-7-4. Rainbow flop.
9-9.
Daria has checked the action.
On the podcast today, we got Toby to admit that Will Kassouf can say 9 high like a boss as often as he likes, and there's nothing anyone can do about it.
Correct. That's within the rules.
So this is Sali leading. Remember, Lowe was the pre-flop aggressor.
Yeah, interesting. I think our boy is pretty big here. Xi Zhang, that is.
Was that a raise from Lowe?
Yeah, I could just tell from his body language that he's really in love with his hand.
Apparently all the other tables have finished. This is the last hand in progress. Daria has folded. Action back on Visali. The raise is to 28,000.
I'm probably not going to... Usually when somebody leads, they want to get folds or they want to get raised. And it looks like he didn't want to get raised. Or maybe.
Well, let's be clear here. We are on the bubble, on the pure bubble, and these are the two biggest stacks at the table, two of the biggest stacks in the tournament. And that is a 3-bet. Visali has just re-raised.
So maybe he did want to get raised.
57,500. And I don't disagree with your analysis, Joe. I think Lowe does look pretty confident, looks pretty strong here. This could just be a cooler.
Yeah, we could be looking at overpair versus set, set over set.
I'm not sure if Visal is inducing here, though. I mean, and I agree with you guys that Luo, you know, looks like he's got a big hand. Sitting upright, not playing with his chips. The pyramid is not moving.
I can see chemtrails coming from the pyramid, though.
So he calls the re-raise. And this hand is going to the turn. A reminder, this is the last hand in progress. All the hands on the outer tables have concluded. They're waiting for these guys to finish. We've got 146,000 in the middle.
Look how nobody's crowding around the table. Nice work, TDs.
An 8 on the turn, the 8 of clubs. So the board gets straight here. Puts a flush draw out there.
Everyone's staying in their seats because Toby's physically holding them down.
Barrel coming from Gianfranco. Those are the 5K chips.
And not a lot of thought into it either before he started cutting out chips.
It's almost like he decided, I'm going to bet this on the turn regardless of what comes.
Raise and bet.
You can raise from 0, it's fine.
It's the bet is bigger than the pot. It's over potting here. It's like 160k, I think, 150.
148,500, so just over the pot.
This is a great hand.
It's been a while since we've seen one of these huge pots develop between two monster stacks on the bubble in an EPT main event.
And the way Luo was contemplating before what looked like sort of a little bit of stalling to me and then folding says to me that he's probably not messing around here. I mean, in addition to everything else we've picked up on him.
It's getting to the point where they're playing for stacks.
Yeah, Vasali, I think, is slightly more likely to be messing around. But why? I mean, we've seen players do it. We've seen them lose their minds in the bubble. And they have very comfortable stacks for getting into the money.
Matt Farthing on Twitter says he's just joined us, and he says, I've turned on EPT Live at the best possible time. Big hand going on. Matt, this is a big hand on the bubble.
240-ish, maybe 35. 240.
We think he's got about 250k behind.
Seems pretty comfortable, too.
Yeah. I think these are two big hands. I do think this could be a cooler.
I think in general, Luo's more likely to have the overpair. Vasali's more likely to have the set.
I think it's going through Andre de Felice's mind right now. Sitting there with this 5 big blind stack.
I mean, he can't be happy the money, the time ticking off the clock. But if one of these gigantic stacks can manage to take out the other one, he's gonna
2 minutes on the decision.
He's gonna fist pump himself into oblivion. You can see the players at the other table starting to get a little more interested in what's happening over here.
If Low calls this, I don't see how it doesn't all go in on the river.
Formats on Twitch says, what a horrible situation on the bubble. Parduque says, Vasali is chill AF.
Dylan on Twitter says, I'm loving the stone bubble mountainous pot.
The stone bubble.
Clownster thinks Luo is Hollywooding with 2 9s.
Well, here we go. The crowd is starting to build, including a couple of former champs. Railing the action at the feature table, waiting to see what happens here. The pyramid is off. The cards are in the muck. Luo gives it up.
I'm going to go ahead and say that's a good fold.
Well, Vasali chips up to 540,000. Luo still leaves himself with around 90 big blinds.
Plenty.
Way above average. The average stack right now being 160,000. Should point out, by the way, Luca, we are playing significantly below a 50 big blind average, which is where we expect a main event to be.
Yes, correct. And then after the Boss-Star Bonanza,
yeah,
we're going to climb back up.
That's a really nice play with Queen Jack.
A really nice play on the...
Maybe 2-3 off was bad.
Well, it doesn't really matter who folded.
No expense spent on the production. But nice to see the team on the blog playing along. We're on the stone bubble at EPT Malta. 87 players guaranteed 8K, 1 guaranteed zilch. And of course, there's a link through to their live updates.
Good read.
So next hand, Stajko raises under the gun, makes it 9K. Blinds will stay 2,000, 4,000 for another 38 minutes. And the debate often comes up, Luca, that during the bubble, we should just pause the clock and take a certain amount of time off the clock for each hand. But here on the EPT, we choose to let the clock run.
Yeah, correct. I mean, it's... What? I mean, it's 90-minute levels, so... And it's only 11 tables.
I was buzzing
So
the suggestion that time should be added back to the clock. I think you guys do it perfectly.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't raise the blinds. We only raise the blinds once as a, courtesy. Basically, we're not going to raise the blinds more than once when we are hand for hand on the bubble.
So this is a king-queen trait flop. Jensen defended his big blind. Stashko has continued for 10K. Jensen calls. Okay, we now have a straighty flushy board. The turn card, by the way, is the 10 of hearts, not the king of hearts. Ignore the graphics on the screen.
It's full now, yeah. Thank you very much.
Stop ignoring the graphics on the screen.
Sorry, do or don't ignore the graphics on the screen.
Do not ignore them, they are now correct. Graphical Hue has pressed the magic button.
Unignore them.
I love graphical hue. Sorry, that was weird.
I think he appreciates it. If you've seen him today, you'll know he's looking for man love.
Treat the graphics like you treated your wife when you first met her and not like you treat her now.
I got very confused by it.
Well, you probably treat your wife very well now. Just like you always did.
Thank you.
Correct.
So Jensen leads the turn for 27K, gets a fold from Stashko. Players completed on the feature table, just waiting to find out if players concluded at all of the other tables. As Luca just mentioned, there are 11 tables left in the tournament.
And we are going to kick it on over to Matt Broughton.
While we have action here, Walter Trecarici in the 2-seat, in a hand against Stephen Chidwick. This hand has gone to the river. Action is on Stevie 444. Walter Trecarici has bet enough on the river to put Chidwick all in.
So many Italians in this tournament. It's like they swam over.
Yeah, Walter is from Sicily, so he probably is one more.
Really close.
So there's the board. There's a potential diamond flush out there, potential straight out there. Let's see Trecarici's bet.
Ultimately, I think Stevie folds here too.
Confirmation that this is the last hand in progress. All the other tables are finished. What's the worst you're going to call with here for your tournament life on the bubble?
What's Stevie got behind? Plenty, right? Now, guys like Stevie aren't playing necessarily just to make the money, but the money does matter. I think this place used to be an old horse barn. You know, all the stalls.
Ooh.
Look, I'm the only one who's going to say it. It's okay, it's fine. If a random person does it, he's stalling. If it's Stevie, we're all supposed to act like it's a big decision.
Fine for you to draw attention to the stalling. It was the joke that was the issue.
I still don't get it.
I think not getting it is better
I unfortunately
than
got
getting
it.
it and not thinking it's funny.
I got it. Unfortunately, I got it.
Okay, that is worst case scenario. I hope Stevie proves me wrong and calls, by the way.
I mean, he's not stalling. We're hand for end, so I don't see. He's got a real decision here.
Yeah.
So.
But I'm just wondering on that board what he's considering calling with. This has been going on for more than 3 minutes now.
Wait, you're saying that's why we do hand for hand?
Correct.
Huh.
One of the reasons why we have friends. By the way, look what Stevie is wearing, his t-shirt.
Into the muck. What is the t-shirt?
I believe
A horse?
is one of the super fan t-shirts. Do you remember having a super fan?
Is that a wolf up into the air, howling up into the air?
Really? I couldn't. I promise you that much.
Chekarichi showed 10 of hearts, 4 of diamonds.
It was only queens.
Shad1337 says, WTF, are you guys idiots? Chidwick's with a huge decision on bubble for his life. Of course he has to think about it. We know. We're just having some fun, brah. We didn't see any of the action. All we had is a board to look at and a wolf t-shirt. We just did it for the lulz.
So next
Do you
hand,
want another water?
button
I will
raise.
order one because I'm thirsty.
No, I'm good. I'm having my Red Bull.
Maybe as backup.
By the
Okay, I
way,
will order.
news from the
There
man
is-
with the bionic eye. Matt
You
Broughton
want the
says
still
Ben
water.
Phillips
Oh, yes.
has posted the
Okay.
big blind this
One
hand
sparkling and one
and has
still
just
water.
2K behind.
And one still water.
So,
Thank you.
so just 6,000 chips for Ben Phillips and 4,000 of them are in the pot already.
No respect. I think that. Yeah, I'm just messing around here with a 5 out of position.
Well, Ben Phillips apparently has just folded. So he has just 2K behind, and
What's the ante?
the ante's 500, the small blind's 2,000, so he's going to be forced all in on the next hand.
So it's going to be in the small blind with 2K next hand?
Yep.
Ooh.
So we will have a player forced all in on the very next hand. Meanwhile, we've gone 3-way to the turn here. Action was checked around on the flop. Looks like a delayed continuation bet from Gianfranco on the turn. And that will get a fold from both Frederick Jensen
Nobody got a
and
queen.
Martin Stashko.
Second. Nobody got a queen. I have a queen.
Oh, I folded a small queen.
Well, I guess we'll be checking out Ben Phillips' table pretty soon.
So good. You're good at this new dealer. Yeah.
Ben had a deep run in the grand final at the end of last season. We saw him on our feature table yesterday, and he did get a warning for walking away from the table during an all-in.
Which I thought was hilarious. Oh, I hate bubble person. I mean, I don't hate them as a I just hate that it happens to someone.
Didn't happen yet.
We got a chip there.
Well, actually, the bionic eye is clearly failing because Matt miscounted his stack. He is still live because he has 500 behind. He has an ante back after posting for this hand.
My friend, 88. One left.
28 minutes left on this level. And action away again at the feature table with Thomas Lentrot under the gun and raising to 9,500. Andre De Felice has just 5 big blinds. And
Is
a
he
rather nice hoodie as well.
Is he aware of the Ben Phillips situation?
I don't think he is.
I think if he were, he probably would have put these in the muck already.
What do you do with ace-jack here?
Fold? I mean, but we know, we have more information than he does. I mean, don't you even, if you know what Ben Phil says, don't you fold like 9s and 10s and
Yes.
jacks even? You know, Luca, I came up with a phrase for exactly this situation back in 2009. And the phrase is, all it takes is a chip and a chair. And what that means is that as long as you still have a seat in the tournament, as long as you're still there in the tournament, you can come back and win.
I never heard of it before.
Yeah, you got to hang on to that chip, though. The chair is like just sort of to make the phrase more punchy. But it's really, as long as you still have chips left, you still got a chance.
I think you peaked too soon, Joe, because that was back in 2009, and 7 years later, you've never really surpassed that achievement.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like To Kill a Mockingbird. I mean, if you write a classic, who cares? It's timeless.
So you want to tell me that 30 years ago, when Doyle Bronson was using chip and a chair, it was actually,
I'm really dangerous.
I've never
quoting you
heard
from
of him
20 years later?
saying that.
Show us your evidence,
Yeah.
Vivaldi. So there was a call here. Gianfranco Visali called out of the cutoff. He's playing the flop in position. That flop, ace, queen, tray. Meanwhile, we're hearing that Thomas McNamara has put Ben Phillips all in. Decision is on Phillips. Remember, he's in the small blind for 2,000, which is 500 behind. And I think he's just waiting to see what's happening at all the other tables before he makes his decision.
Which is frowned upon?
And we do not allow anybody to, on the rail to tell him what's going on the other tables. So, and he can't stand up.
Continuation bet here from
No,
Lentrot.
with 3. Maybe with 4.
Gianfranco folds. So now we find out if play has finished at every other table, and if we're going to check out Mr. Benjamin Phillips. Looks like he is all in. He's thrown his last 500 across the line.
He is packing up his stuff.
I thought he was putting his cards in his pocket. I was like,
Don't do
it was
that.
his phone.
You're guaranteed to bubble if you put your cards in your pocket.
Start drinking. I win, I'm still in. Mentally prepared.
So Ben Phillips all in against Thomas McNamara. Just waiting to see if play's concluded everywhere else. I think Toby Stone is coming to this table.
While Toby gets here, I'd just like to say Chibi Mama on Twitch. No, you don't.
We're just waiting for one hand to finish, and then we will call it out.
We're not done yet. There's still a hand in progress on one of the other tables.
What's your name? What's your first name?
Thomas.
Thomas.
It's Ben Phillips and Thomas McNamara in this hand. Phillips at risk. I think it's the table behind where there's still a hand in progress. James Aikenhead in a hand against Sarah Hazali.
James Aikenhead, most unfortunate name ever for a dude who likes a drink.
So Aikenhead has bet river. Action on Hazali. Board is double straighty, but not flushy.
I love that every time Stapes makes a joke, like related to the English language, he looks at me like, did you get it? Did you get it?
was a call. And a queen's good. Sarah Hazali wins that pot. Back to Toby.
Ben is our all-in player, covered by Thomas. So once again, Ben is our all-in player. Can we see your cards, please, Ben? Ben shows ace-4 of suit, and Thomas shows king-3 of clubs.
Oh my God.
So once again,
Phillips
Ben is our all-in player with ace-4.
Wow.
Against Thomas with king-3 of clubs. Let's see the flop, please. Ace, queen, 6. Ben has a pair of aces. Next card, please. Next card is a 10, giving Thomas
Got
an
shot
out.
alert.
And the
Oh,
final
boy.
card, please. Final card is a 4. We didn't lose a player here on table number 2. Let's deal one more hand, please, dealers. One more hand.
So Ben Phillips doubles up. By the way, before that was dealt, Phillips asked everyone on the table what they folded.
Every 500.
We already put.
The thing is, I'm happy that he didn't
You
bubble,
won't
but
care.
somebody's got to, and I genuinely hate it.
You hate that he goes a little bit slower than.
No, I
normal
hate that
play, or
someone has to
someone
bubble.
has to bubble.
I
Okay.
just don't like it.
And there's not even a guitar as a consolation prize.
You can't even have a consolation prize, because then the guy right before that's the bubble.
So we
I
should
know
give
it's weird.
consolation prize to everybody.
Well, this is my
That
ideas
enter.
for a bubbleless tournament. You start paying people immediately.
Great business plan.
So Phillips now has 10K. So he's got 2.5 big blinds. 20 minutes left on this level. And I really thought we'd get there by the end of this level. Now I'm not so sure.
Again?
Not yet.
Lenthrot sounds like a really fancy ingredient for a soup in like an artisan restaurant. It's got capers and lingonberries and Lenthrot. James is nodding.
Sounds wrong. Sounds like something, you know, it's rotten.
Yeah, well, so is kale.
Rot. Kale is amazing.
I like kale too. It's just an easy target. Laconic 87 says that bubble guy's the guy who goes away when he was all in with some other player yesterday. Yes, that was him. Took a little stroll, went to the water cooler, came back, got told off by Olivier, I think.
8-3-3 on this flop after Lentrot defended his big blind. Action goes check, check. We get a 7 on the turn.
Don't take serious. It's a friendly game.
Some delicious toasted Lentrot.
Once again, it goes check, check, and we get a 4 on the river. A bet and a call.
Full house.
Can't beat a
That
boat.
is very convincing,
Pink.
I guess.
Oh, look at him. Yeah, is he happy?
Could be interesting. If that was another one.
So we now find out if play is continuing on any of the outer tables, or whether that hand is concluded everywhere. Apparently we still do have action.
Just put.
Dominic Panker, PCA 2014 main event winner. Came third here in Malta in season 11.
Looks like there's a showdown. Panka shows a pair of trays.
I don't think it's good. If he's been called, chances are he is lost. And sure enough, it's Eli Saad with Ace Jack who wins that one.
More like Ellie Happy.
I had a weird interaction with Dominic in the bathrooms.
Okay,
yesterday.
well, there is a story there.
I was just washing my hands. And he said to me, "Oh, what happened to the beard?" And I'm like, "Ah, you know, the wife." And he said, and he responded, "Oh, I had one of those as well." And I didn't understand if he meant the wife or the beard.
Where in UK?
In the Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Maybe he
okay.
thinks
Then
your
we are-
wife
then we are
is your
neighbors, you
beard.
know.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why he's talking to you in the men's room.
I should have explained that better. Yeah, you're right.
So here's how the stacks at the feature table have changed from the start of play. Not that much significant movement.
Germany?
Small village in the south, it's called Munich.
Other than Thomas Lentrop.
I don't know if I've heard of that one. I like the surfing there, though, in the city. That's fun.
Next hand underway.
Oh, it looks fun. I don't actually do it.
But comparing to some Chinese towns, it's very small village.
It's true. One pass.
By the way, Di Felice Mums is a lovely lady. I met her in Monte Carlo.
Really?
Yes. They brought mommy on a trip to Monaco.
You're saying that a guy with an Italian last name is close with his mother?
Probably
Huh.
yes.
Jeez.
She came to me and said,
What a shock.
Can you please tell me where my sons are? They're Di Felice. And I instantly went, Di Felice. I'm like, are you Italian? Yes.
Frederick Jensen's open. 3-bet by Zhizhang Luo. D-Dog1019 on Twitch asks, how are you commentating and at the feature table at the same time? I guess I look like Frederick Jensen to him.
I can see it.
All right, I'll take it. Frederick Jensen reminds me of those two like nondescript Europeans from Family Guy because he sometimes has an accent, sometimes doesn't. We are going to the movie store. We're going to play poker cards. Would you like to join with us?
So this is a 3-bet pot. Jensen opened to 9k, Luo re-raised to 25,000, and Luo has continued pretty small, 11k.
Yeah, now I get that a lot of times the 3-bet continuation bet is small, but this is really small.
I almost said it.
I assume that was going to be at my expense. Yes, Henchman 77. I drank so many liters of beer.
I don't know if Frederick Jensen is a hugger, but he looks like he should be. Bear of a man. I think he's raised here. I think Jensen has just check raised to 52,000.
Now that's a proper size continuation bet.
Jensen, the effective stack here, he's got about 35 bigs behind.
Let me show you how this is done, son.
He's bet a significant percentage of his stack. You'd think this is pretty committing. The pyramid's off. Ooh, the pyramid's back.
He just needed to get a reading from it, see what the Illuminati was telling him to do.
It didn't look like I'm gonna recheck and fold kind of thing.
Oh, involved in another big pot on the bubble. Lost a huge chunk of chips to Gianfranco Visali on one of the first hands of hand-to-hand play. Jens points out, Fredrik Jensen doesn't hug, he simply check raises you.
He went from cuddly to evil in a second.
Now he folds. Jensen chips up to 260k. Average stack right now, 160,000 with 88 players remaining. 11 minutes left on the level as we play on, hand for hand, on the bubble in the EPT Malta main event. Luke, what's the normal protocol here? If we hit the break, do we take that break and then just continue hand for hand afterwards?
We do, yeah. We take the break. We're not gonna deny, the break after an hour and a half of play. There's no downside there's no upside in not taking the break. But I'm still confident. Still 10 minutes.
Andre in the hoodie, by the way, down to 4 bigs. He's got 20% of his stack in the big blind on this hand.
Good luck.
Put him under pressure.
There you go.
Jensen, the hugger.
Get him, hugger.
There aren't enough players in poker with nicknames anymore. He needs to be Fredrik the Hugger Jensen. Get on a graphic, people. That'll make it a thing.
It's not really how... You know what? Let's just do it.
It's so true, though. There's no more nicknames around.
It's because they're stupid.
Are you saying that Simon
No,
aces
no,
Trumper?
nope. That is not specifically exactly who I was thinking of.
Trot on the button.
I like Simon Aces Trumper. He's a man's man. Sends a good email too.
Felix Schlott in the small blind. And now, poor Andre. Gives it up.
Doesn't Felice mean something like happy or...
Correct.
Well, it ain't accurate right now, is it?
Hey, you speak Italian, huh?
Took Latin in high school, so I know the root words to a lot of things.
But you don't know what they mean.
I don't know
You
about
the
that.
root words, but you don't know what they mean.
Yeah, like I know that Feliz is happy in a lot of languages. Feliz Navidad in Spanish.
Very good.
Right?
Well done. Yeah.
Means Happy Navidad.
You are the most aggressive player on this table. You did
I think the name, the word is very similar in French as well. All the Romance languages based on Latin.
So one raise on the.
So what's the conjugation of
all right.
Yeah.
happy in Latin?
We don't conjugate an adjective.
So we got out of table action here. Looks like Brian Altman's involved. Ace, Queen, 10-4-3 with 4 clubs on the board. Sergei Sergeyev is the other player in the hand. And looks like he's going to bet this river.
Stroke more slowly.
Dan Shack stares with interest.
At the massage. Can I get that next?
Not sure if this is the last hand in progress.
Certainly the best hand in progress.
Not paid advertisement.
Brian folds the river.
Sergey shows a J-ball.
Jack of clubs for the flush.
If you have king,
I had the king.
thank you.
Dan Shack folded the king of clubs. The only hand that would have beaten Sergeyev. So where are we at? Was that the last hand? Sure enough. On to the next one. Let's get back to the feature table.
Let's do it. That's right.
Yeah, like a champ.
So is Andre of Italian heritage, Luca? Because I read that as De Felice, because I figured he was French-Canadian.
It probably is, but we have a lot of Di Felice in Italy. Like, but the surname is two words, Di Felice.
I get sunglasses and like
Probably Italian.
D-I isn't usually French, right?
Di is Italian.
Yeah.
We've got Sasha dealing the feature table at the moment. She is oh so serious. All business, no messing about.
Hugger's out.
You just said a nickname more stupid. Now you keep
This
calling
is coming
him
from a
Hugger.
guy named Stapes, by the way. Just want to let you know.
Almost 90 minutes to bust two people.
Yeah. As normal.
Illuminati
Okay.
activated.
The worst one was like in Bahamas, PCA. PCA. The bubble
Not the
time,
PCA.
it lasts
If you're referring to a
something
previous
crazy.
event, you can use it.
5.5 hours.
Wow.
We're not going to get
And
Frederick
forehand,
Jensen to
because
put a
was
euro
so
in the
many
swear
game
jar.
balls Doing it in forehand.
I think Gianfranco is doing the usual Italian exaggeration, going like the bubble lasted 6 hours in PCA. Divide that by 6, usually for Italians. You know. I do that a lot. Can't help.
Well, you lucky people at home may get some bonus bubble coverage today. There is a chance that we extend into the second level of the day. Oh, and on the subject of Stephen Chidwick's t-shirt, Scuff gets in touch to confirm, yep, that is one of my t-shirt designs. Excellent trivia skills confirmed.
Hey, shout out to Scuff.
Luca showing a little of his super fan stripes over here, too.
Love his t-shirts.
What's going on here? Looks like Ismail Boyang.
Mr. Boyangles.
He's going to win that one.
Already won a side event here, right? This week?
I believe he took down the IPT main event.
Not a side event.
Called that a side event. Huh. The very last Italian poker tour.
And as someone on Twitter mentioned, this is the second to last EPT bubble ever. I know, right?
I'm actually excited about the championship.
I'm excited for some new stops, that's for sure. Just don't know what I would do if I had to go to Barcelona again.
There's still a championship in Barcelona.
What's that?
With just 2.5 minutes left on the clock, by the way, there's a very strong chance that the next hand they deal will be the last before we go on break.
Was Di Felice not at his seat?
No, it doesn't really matter. He has to fold aces anyway.
I didn't see, but obviously we're going to come around.
I would call any end.
Yeah, of course.
He's on the button here.
A PLO, I guess.
Oh, Thomas. Maddie725 on Twitch says, please bubble, I have to be somewhere at 2.
Well, the thing is, even after the bubble bursts, you don't want to go anywhere because then we get the fun and frolics of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza.
And you can watch on mobile.
Thank you for the commercial, Luca. Well, apparently, we are going to add an extra hand onto the end of this level. So even though the clock is ticking down to 0, once this hand is concluded, I think the exception would be if someone actually goes broke on this hand and we make the money.
I think we're still gonna play a hand because one dealer at one table would have finished the hand in progress and he would have started a shuffle. So we're still gonna play one hand.
8-7-7 on the flop. 3 players involved in this part. Lentrot is the shortest of the 3 stacks, with 38 bigs behind.
Got what it takes. Asked, how did the guy with 1 ante left survive? He got it all in, won the hand, and octupled up.
Yeah, remember he had already posted the small blind as well, and the ante of 500, so he was in for 2,500. I think he more than doubled up to just over 10K. And because the blinds had gone through him, he's now only posting the 500 ante, so he can survive for a few hands.
Yeah, I believe he's got 5 more hands before he's in the big blind, right? 4 more hands.
Vasali led the flop for 13,500. Luo, who was the pre-flop aggressor, has called. Action now on Lentrot.
See ya.
So heads up to the turn. These two again. 10 of hearts. 2 biggest stacks at the table going to war once again. Last time this happened, didn't work out well for Zhejiang Lo.
Paired, straighty, flush drawy.
Taking the betting lead on the flop, Vasali will bet again. 31,500, just over half pot. As Luo takes his time over this decision, let's handle this question from Spear. Do you know if the other tables are aware of the shortest stack in the room? Obviously, Luca, we do see people, even though they're instructed not to, get out of their seats and wander around the room to check out the stacks at the other tables.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to strap them to their seats, but, you know, we encourage everybody to stay at their seats. And one of the reason is because of that.
This is going to sound like a Kappa, but it's not. Great question from Twitch. DDog1019 says, this is for you, Luca. Do you think these dealers can tell when most people are bluffing? I think that's a great question.
It's very interesting. I mean, when I was dealing you know, obviously I like to play poker now and then, so when I was dealing, I was always trying to.
You must be trying to keep track in your head, right?
Yeah, of course. You're thinking of, you know, what the players have, and you know, try to figure out what they have, especially when there's like, you know, a long hand going on.
You got nothing better to do, right? Just sit there and think about what's happening. So do you think the dealers can tell when people are bluffing?
Depends which dealer, maybe.
Right.
Luo called the bet. We get the 5 of spades on the river. Just a reminder that Luo raised pre, but then Vasali led flop, led turn, checks river.
Sounds like a give up to me.
Check to showdown.
Well, whatever he had was good enough.
I don't think it went to showdown. Vasali mucked.
It was a give up.
Wow.
When I saw Luo muck, I was like, oh, he must have shown the winner. Nope. So
last.
one more hand?
Yep, I believe so.
You have a rail?
Go fair.
And if the bubble doesn't burst on this hand, we'll go on break, we'll come back, we'll still be hand for hand, and we'll try and burst that bubble and get the remaining 87 into the money. Now the question is, Luca, I appreciate you have a full-time job here. So are you able to stick around for after the break, or do we have to release you back into the world?
If you'd like me back, I will be able to come back.
Of course we would.
Thank you.
Our world-famous bubble coverage does not conclude until the bubble has burst and we start paying people out of that 2.269 million euro prize pool. Round to the blinds. Sali completes.
Check.
Frederick, the hugger Jensen, checks his option. See? It's now a thing. 6-4-3.
Superstar Dave says, I am a dealer myself. You can read people easily as you don't have to concentrate on anything but the action.
Doesn't believe me.
4,000 apiece as we go to the turn.
And
Ace of spades.
I show you because I want to go. No worry. Bet in the dark, doesn't care.
Lakisa 7 says, whoever the
If you
foreign
go
guy is, I
5-7,
like
you're in
him.
front.
They're all
Really?
foreign, guy.
Yeah.
It's the European
Pretty much.
Poker Tour.
Maybe it was a reference to Luca
Checking
Vivaldi in the booth.
Yeah, but the three of us are all foreign to each other.
Oh, I see.
So, I mean, I would hope it's about Luca. But I'm foreign to, you get the point.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, your mother tongue is English, so it's probably me, most likely. I'll take it.
What'd you say about my mother?
A check from Vasali, a bet from Jensen. The sigh,
You can
call.
have it. Yeah, I could imagine.
With a 5.
Yeah.
Pretty decent flop.
Ace 5.
You have a 6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With your 5. Go 6-5.
Oh, you had 6-5.
Yeah.
Looks like we are going to have
We could have
a
gotten a lot of
break.
chips and they weren't
Well,
such
play's
hits.
concluded
I
at the
don't
feature
know
table.
about-
These guys are going on break. Question is, has play concluded at every other table?
Will there be a break on the...
The stone bubble.
Apparently there is one table where there is still play in progress. So we'll just check out what's happening there, and if play concludes with no significant action, we will go on break. Well, gone to the river.
20, yeah, 20.
Apparently this is not the last table. There's another table where a hand has gone to the river as well. So we've got two hands still to play. This is Armin Mehta in the one seat, taking on Thomas McNamara, who a short while ago we saw put Ben Phillips all in. Looks like that Mehta has bet river. Decision on McNamara. Meanwhile, the other table I was telling you about, action's concluded there. So this is the last hand in progress before we go on a 20-minute break.
Can we get a shot of Yanni the dealer while we wait? He is a dreamboat. He just must crush. There we go.
I think he heard you. He's pausing for you.
I know, he got awkward for a second.
Yeah, definitely pausing
Look
for
at
you.
him playing with his hair. Oh, he's driving me wild. I can't beat that. Overpair is good.
I thought you were talking to Yanni.
No, I cannot beat that either.
So let's have a look at the stacks at the feature table. We'll bring those to you when we come back from break as our world-famous bubble coverage continues here on EPT Live. This is the main event of the PokerStars.com EPT Malta.
Round to Hussein Ensan, an EPT 11 Barcelona finalist, Queen 10 in the small blind.
I go all in.
And he shoves.
Hossein in the membrane.
I call.
And Dominic Panker calls, and he has Ensan dominated.
Okay, all in players always.
Good luck, my friend.
Youngest guy at the table versus the oldest. This is the same way it'd go down in the streets, man.
Ensan looking for a 10. There's a 10, but a king as well.
Well, the good news is that Ensan doesn't have to go runner, and at his age, I would not recommend it.
He's got 2 outs. And now he has no outs. He's drawing dead.
Good luck, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I wish you first place.
Thank you very much. I hope I didn't disappoint.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Good luck, man. Good luck.
Jean Monturi's first to speak here. Ace 9.
My name is Monturi.
He raises to 215,000. Tero's button. He's out. The other Frenchman at the table, Valentin Messina, is in the small blind.
Bonjour.
Dominic Panker's got kings.
This is why you don't try to pull the plug on Skynet. Skynet pulls the plug on you.
All in.
Panker shoves. And Monturi hasn't snap folded.
I don't even know if he's getting the right price here. What's he getting, like 2 to 3 or something? Are you supposed to call the ace-9 here? It's like 13 more big blinds, but is Dominic gonna be worse than ace-9 very often? I guess it might be worth it when you consider you can knock someone else out, ladder up, and be in a better position to win the entire tournament.
Wow, Monturi calls.
So it's RoboCop versus Terminator. I had that game for Super Nintendo. Don't worry, Poland, you'll be getting Super Nintendo in the spring.
Panker's king's a 71% favorite here, but he is the player at risk. Now, he ran phenomenally well on day 5 in all-in situations. Let's see if he can keep that streak alive.
Oh, yeah, he can.
He flops a full house.
Now, hold on, everyone. It's not over yet.
Olivier Busquets. Spokojnie.
That was our show. Do you think Dominic watches our show?
We know he watches our show, but Monturi does not do a Busquet. He does not catch running aces. Panker doubles up.
It's awesome!
Panker's dream of becoming only the second 2-time winner on the tour, still alive. Line still 5,100. Action on Monturi. Ace, king of clubs.
Well, that's a pretty looking hand.
That's a raise to 210,000. Round to Messina in the small blind. He folds. Dominic Panker's in the big blind. And he's got ace-queen.
Oh, Dominic, man, that's not going to be good for business. Somehow he's not 3-betting.
He just calls. The flop is queen high. Panker outflops Monturi.
It was Dominic's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday.
Montori continues for 325,000.
Have a good day.
The Frenchman does have a gut shot. But Panka is going to make him pay. This is a raise to 850,000.
Wow, raising ace-queen for value. Thin value raise on the flop. And he's going to get it.
Wow. Montori calls. 2.2 million in the middle. Panka's got 2.5 million behind. The 8 on the turn changes nothing. Panka's now an 84% favorite.
Fine.
And he sticks the rest in.
He thinks he's almost always going to have the best hand here, and he wants Montori to pay to see the 5th card.
Montori folds. Panka back up to the better part of 5 million. Messina with 9-4 suited on the button.
Fun fact, 1994 was the year Valentin Messina had his first kiss. I don't know, I'm just making that up.
I never would have guessed. When he raises his button, makes it 325,000. Panka's got 10s in the small blind.
And Dominic's going to be 3-betting here more often than a hypochondriac checks WebMD.
So this is a re-raise to 850,000, and Montori's got queens in the big.
Oh, no.
Really bad news for Dominic Panka.
4-bet alert.
And 10s is not a hand you're going to get away from often in a 3-handed game.
Nope. I see Dominic getting away from this less often than Carmen Sandiego gets away from the gumshoes.
So Montori's made it more than 2 million. Messina has folded. And now it's do or die time for Dominic Panka.
In this case, probably do and die.
Oh, wow! He folds!
How did he do that? He's genuinely either not human or has got a live telemonturia the size of the T1 million.
An incredible laydown.
I'm speechless.
Montori on the button. Ace, queen of clubs.
Another purdy hand.
A raise to 425,000. Messina in the small blind. Folds. Panka in the big blind. Has pocket 9s.
Again, I see Dominic re-raising here almost always, and I don't think he can re-raise fold this time. I think there's a really good shot we see it all go in here.
Panka counting out a 3-bet.
Each of those green and black chips worth more than 3 starting stacks.
1,050,000.
He totally looks like he's been chowing down on that RoboCop baby food mix.
Hi, Maureen.
Montori shoves on Panka.
Hi, Cole.
And Dominic calls, and we have a classic race underway. A race that Dominic Panka needs to win to survive.
Kid's been running real hot on the days before this one. He's been winning all the hands he shouldn't. This one he actually should.
He's a marginal favorite with 5 cards to come. Well, he's still ahead after the flop.
9s are holding.
Six cards Dominic has to fade. More now.
Oof, 10 cards to fade now.
Dominic does not want to see an ace, queen, or 10 on the river. It's a 10. Dominic Panka eliminated in third.
Monturi gets there the hard way.
With so much at stake in a game of poker, emotions can run high. Players can lose their cool, and outbursts can occur.
You're gonna be the only man to like do something like that, baby.
Here are 5 times we witnessed maximum tilt.
You come to my game and you're wasting my time.
At number 5, Ryan D'Angelo thought he was teaching Ben Zamani a lesson at the PCA 2010 final table, but it ended up being a demonstration of rather poor etiquette.
D'Angelo's gonna bet here. He should get Zamani to fold the ace high.
Quite a smallish bet, though, isn't it? Into a pretty big pot.
There's about 1.4 million in the pot. He only bets 375,000, about 25% of the pot.
I like that. Should get Zamani to fold, but he doesn't. He makes the call with ace high, and the rivers are blank. Ace high's good.
Ace high is good, but it's going to be pretty tough to win with this. If he checks, he's going to have to bet to win this pot.
575.
Question is, if D'Angelo thinks he's light here, can he take him off the hand with a raise?
Yeah, I think if D'Angelo decides that he's going to get involved here, he should be raising.
Instead, he calls.
You win.
He calls. I guess he puts him on 6-7 or 5-6 here.
No, Ryan's sister. He's lost.
Oh my God, I called you with queen high, dude. Oh my God. Oh God, that hurts.
I thought I might have the best hand. I didn't think he'd call with the worst hand.
You're so bad. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Is he talking to himself or Ben?
It's the sickest thing ever. Like, oh my God. You really called pre with that? So bad.
Oh, he's talking to Zamani.
Wow.
You 3-bet queen 6 pre, so I don't think you can point fingers.
Yeah, I guess, but that's the sick. What are you doing, Ben? Oh my God.
I think it's time to move on, Ryan.
What are you doing? So bad.
Strong words from Ryan, but at least the entire poker room wasn't exposed to his venting. At 4, check out this blink and you'll miss it moment from EPT 10 Barcelona, as Max Greenwood gets it in good, only to lose less than gracefully. Kings against jacks with just 1 card to come. And it's a jack!
Oh boy.
A brutal beat for Greenwood.
Kidding me?
Oh. Maximum Greenwood, maximum tiltage.
A tad shouty, but clearly an honest reaction.
Oh, God.
The jury's still out on Tony G in the big game. Was he genuinely upset, or just trying to push Andrew Roble over the edge?
I'm gonna bet 50.
Tony bets 50,000.
See if you're a real man.
50,000.
Tony's playing mind games to make it look like he's trying to buy it, and he's even making it personal. Yesterday, he told Daniel he was going to put the pressure on Roble, and he's doing it now.
Oh, I want to call the clock. I want to call the clock. Come on internet you play like in 1 second. And when you come here now, you come to my game and you're wasting my time.
On the internet, people
On your
don't
bike.
bet 3 times a pot every
On
hand.
your bikes. Get Amanda. Bring a tricycle.
Call the clock.
Bring your tricycle.
It's ridiculous. These kids are coming here, taking me on.
Tony, calm down, please. Tony, I need to know that you bring a bike for me. So if I ship it all in, do I get a bike? Like at least, do I get a novelty prize?
Now you're mocking the man. No, you're on the clock. You've got 1 minute, and then we're going to do a 10-second countdown, all right?
That is floorman Tom Keene putting Andrew Roble on the clock.
This is all part of Tony's mind games to try to get Andrew steamed enough to call.
Okay, you're at 1 minute. You got 10-second countdown. At 10 seconds, your hand will be dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fold.
Let's see a deuce 9. A deuce and a 9, Tony G.
Good fold.
He didn't shove, so this is a good fold.
Good fold. Made the hero lay down.
What did you have?
Pair of sixes?
What'd you have, ace queen? around that.
Credit to Roble for keeping his cool. The same can't be said for Vanessa Selbst at EPT 8 Berlin. Going deep in the main event, she found herself seated opposite her friend Kevin McPhee. Cue completely unnecessary conflict. Vanessa re-raises a 4-bet to 79,000.
Against just about any other player, I think this is the point where Kevin would probably ditch this like an ugly date on prom night.
Whoa, he's just 5-bet to 131,000.
Ayah with ace-9 offsuit. Now take what I just said about Kevin and apply it to Vanessa.
How much do you have left?
You know, like this many. This is absolute insanity with these two hands. Did we get the graphics right?
I'm all in.
She 6-bet shoves.
Double Ayah.
Still probably have the best hand. Title defense. 2 years later, I call.
OMG, he calls.
You have ace jack?
No,
I have a pair.
I have ace 9.
Correct reaction. You're complicit in this too, Selbsty.
What just happened?
Huh? Think that's a snap?
Snap fold, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
There's him. Nice call, I guess.
The flop has an ace on it.
Because you're Vanessa Selbst?
McPhee takes the lead. Vanessa needs a 4.
Sick race.
Nice time.
McPhee set to get a huge double up here. And another ace for good measure.
The needle. She can't believe it. I can't believe it. Can you believe it?
As hard as it is to believe, that just happened.
Very nice hand.
My plan was to call, but I
It's
wanted
a
to
good.
make
No,
sure.
it's a nice
I mean,
hand. It's a good hand.
Does Liv even know what happened?
She's about to find out.
The worst play I've ever seen. What? He like goes after me every time. I have no idea why. He's a friend of mine. He put that on TV. It's the worst play ever. I don't know why friend's going after me, but he does it every single tournament. He goes after me.
Liv's face says it all. Well, no countdown of blow-ups would be complete without the poker brat himself. In fact, he may be deserving of a top 5 of his own.
Way.
At number 1, here's the best of the worst of Phil Hellmuth Jr.
A lot of players would feel forced or frustrated into calling here, but great players, they fold here sometimes.
Oh, man.
That's only sometimes. Let's see if Phil can get away.
Calls.
King, I only play the nuts like you, buddy.
Dario wins a $55,000 pot.
If I have it.
Oh boy, that's gonna be the one.
It's just unreal what happens to me at this place. I mean, I'm just so sick of it, you know? I mean, I
had the best on the chart, I had the best hand on the river.
The guys have 2 outs every pot we
Yeah,
play.
that's the best
hand pre-flop.
And I had the best hand pre-flop, unless you're ace 7.
Nice hand, buddy.
Actually, come to think of it, maybe this one is worse.
Tony G makes the call.
Phil looking to the cameras for answers.
Is this for real? Are they recording this? I mean...
Are you recording this?
Is this for real? I mean,
No, Phil, you're not being punked.
Yeah, it's for real.
He does fold.
Nice, nice, nice. It's just so much fun here. I mean...
I wanted to give you the opportunity to participate, but you did. That's all.
Don't worry, Tony. I just had pocket 10s. That's all. I just had a bad feeling you had the queens. Yeah.
Wait. This outburst is probably more deserving of first prize.
Call.
That's 10 grand. Phil calls. Sees the bad news.
He has a full house.
You didn't raise?
At least maybe we'll get the blow up we're all waiting for.
I know you got a flush.
The 9. This guy's raising.
He's got a
raising.
9. You try.
Explosion's about to happen.
Bring the trike. I need the trike. Oh, you can't drive a bike.
God, it's extraordinarily. It's just so unlucky. I'm really getting sick of this. 4-5 offsuit.
Please, the game will evens out.
Bottom pair against top pair. Bottom pair against top pair. He's going to pay me off another 7,000-8,000. But no, he fills up and wins 14 from me.
You're a disgrace to the game.
Where do you come up with that?
I'll tell you. Can I tell you one thing, Tony? Can I tell you one thing?
No, you're a disgrace.
Can I tell you one thing or not? Or are you just going to interrupt me? Because if you interrupt, go ahead. I just won't say anything.
Yeah, let him talk. I want to hear. I'm curious.
Can I tell you one thing? I wish that I weren't a bad loser sometimes, but it's 10 times as bad to be a bad winner. And you're a bad winner, my friend.
Well, that Helmuthian explosion concludes our top 5 blow-ups.
It's so sick. Oh my god.
Keep watching PokerStars.tv for more countdowns.
Kidding me?
Welcome back to Malta and the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour, day 3 of the main event, and we are still on the bubble. Our world-famous bubble coverage continues. You got James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And our favourite member of the tournament staff, Luca Vivaldi. Oh, I need to press that button.
Hello, beautiful people.
There we go.
I feel like beautiful people is kind of a rip-off of my babies.
I've been saying hello, beautiful people for a very, very, very long time.
For as long as I've been saying all it takes is a chip and a chair.
Now, before you two get into a spat, let's look at some hard facts. We played 90 minutes of poker and lost 2 players. We're currently hand for hand. 88 remain, 87 gets paid, and with the new blind level, 2,500, 5,000 blinds, the average stack in this tournament is 32 bigs. That's shallow.
It is, but it's going to go back up real fast with the famous.
You know what they
post-out
say?
bonanza.
The deeper the waistband. No, I got it wrong. The thicker the waistband, the deeper the quicksand. The longer the bubble, the bigger the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. And that's what I really enjoy.
Very famous saying, yeah. Was it Nietzsche?
It was Nietzsche.
We've got some very short stacks in the tournament, including a guy at our feature table, Andre, who's just got 2 big blinds at the moment. Well, this hand is Vasali versus Stashko.
Der er røget 2 på 2 timer. Ja, der havde vi i hvert fald været i gang i 20 minutter eller sådan noget, med 90.
Stashko check called the flop for 11,500. It went check on the turn. Check to showdown on the river. Can he beat a 9? No, he can't. Ship the pot to Stashko.
Wearing a W Coupe champion watch.
Really?
Yes.
Meanwhile, we are heading to one of the outer tables, where Guillaume Diaz is involved in a hand against Guillaume Val.
It's too cold.
This
So
bubble
Goody said it
has
twice.
Well, this bubble has been pretty surreal. It's really gonna mess with Ben Phillips if he's in the condition he was in yesterday. You are freaking out, man.
The bubble. As not. Yeah. Burst.
你帮我弄吧，辛苦你了。
Ano, já teď nemůžu moc mluvit, protože já teď hraju, takže já teď nemůžu.
That is the longest gong echo I've ever heard.
Buď dneska vůbec.
Ladies love a long gong.
Nevím. Jsem v zahraničí, ano. Don't forget your.
So we could have a hand here. It looks like Ben Phillips, who we know is super short, is all in. against Thomas McNamara, and obviously we'll wait until all hands have concluded until they flip him over.
This poor guy again.
More concentrated on C2 messaging.
Uh-oh.
Mum, I think I'm going to be in the money, Mum. That short guy's all in again. So from 468 players, 88 remain, 87 are going to make the money. The next player out leaves with nothing. Then everyone's going to be guaranteed at least a min cash of 8,000 euros, a slice of the 2.269 million euro prize pool in the EPT Malta main event.
Let's just do it. Let's just have a saver. One time, no bubble.
Number 2, we have the same 2 players, Ben and Thomas. And once again, Ben is our only player. There is no board or flop for the moment. So let's see if Grasp is Ben. Ben shows Queen 2 of suit and Thomas shows a pair of 7s. So once again, Ben is our all-in player with Queen 2. Let's see the flop, please.
Oh, hello, Gully.
Flop is 10, 8, 5. Turn, please. Turn is an 8.
Only a
Final
queen
card,
saved him.
please. The final card is a jack.
So
we
close.
have lost a player here on table number 2. Congratulations, players. You've all just cashed in EPT Malta.
Ben Phillips bubbles the EPT 13 Malta main event. Everyone else in the cash.
So there is no more hand for hand. However, I'd like to remind the dealers and the players that if we have an elimination, that you must stay at your seat. So once again, any eliminations, please stay at your seat, players. Once again, congratulations in cashing APT Malta. No more hand for hand. We're going to continue.
So sick. Bubble boy.
So dealers, continue.
Toby
no
has
more
a
hand for
great
hand. Thank you.
walk.
So that's it. Hand-for-hand play concludes. 87 remain. We're in the money. The post-bubble bust-out bonanza is about to begin. And at this point, we say adieu to Luca Vivaldi. Thank you so much for guiding us through the bubble, Luca, for handling the questions that people had. And it took longer than we expected.
It was a pleasure. Secretly, I wish he was going to last for another 4 levels. Just to stay with you guys. Thank you very much, guys, for having me. And good luck for the Bust Out Bonanza.
I'll tell you what, Luca, let's just stay with us for just one more hand, because we're going to see if our friend Andre De Felice can survive here.
Oh, wow.
Good.
Xi Zhang's happy.
Okay.
You pronounce Zhejiang differently every time just to try and get it right once.
Cover all your bases. Xi Zhang calls.
I think if you win this one, you're going to make the final table.
I like that.
That's the feeling I got.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like this feeling.
Ace King suited.
And he's a priest, so yeah.
That's right.
He knows something.
Uh-huh.
Doing pretty well against the old 7 tray.
But I don't know about this one.
7-3 is live.
It's not bad to wake up with Ace King suited the first hand.
Especially when you're not on the bubble anymore. Pretty much a free roll. Ugh.
Oh.
Ugh.
Is it going to be gutter ball? Is it going to be running clubs?
Deuce of spades, deuce of diamonds.
There is a jack and ace king holds. And that is a double up from a extremely short stack to a very short stack. 5 bigs. Okay, Luca, thank you very much for joining us. Luca Vivaldi, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for everything. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you later.
Bye, Luca. Speedy little fella.
So now the bubble is over. We'll get Matt off the tournament floor. We'll get him back into the booth. And already 1 player's gone out, down to 86. So we're going to start paying out players now. The min cash of 8,070 euros. Everyone who busts from now until 64th place will get that. That's when the first money jump kicks in. So we lost 2 players in the last 90 minutes, Joe. How many do you reckon we're going to lose in the next 90 minutes?
I think we lost 2 players in the last 90 minutes. I think we will lose 90 players in the next 2 minutes. Wait, that's not possible.
No.
In this level, I think we're going to lose 27 players.
We've got a lot of work to do to get that average stack back up to where it should be, around the 50 big blind mark. You'll see that field ticker in the top right-hand corner ticking down regularly. You know that everyone knows they're guaranteed at least something.
Randy!
Yes, Randy Liu will be our next guest commentator, joining us in around 10 minutes' time via the miracles of modern technology. Also, in the next tournament break, another appearance from Lee Jones, live from Reno. And if you have any questions for Mr. Communications himself, fire them through. Just tag him EPT Live on Twitter, and we'll put your questions to Lee Jones. I think, let me just double check. I think one of the subjects Lee is actually going to be talking about today is something that's caused a lot of controversy in the last 12 months. And I'm sure is going to continue to cause controversy when we move into 2017, and that is the PokerStars VIP scheme. So if you have any questions relating to that, fire them through, because I'm going to be discussing it with Lee during the next tournament break. Granted, that is 80 minutes away.
I think if you want it to be less controversial, stop calling it a scheme.
There goes our 86th place finisher.
Who dat?
Down to 85 now.
Luca's buddy, Gianfranco Vasali, raising from early position. And it's a raise and take it. No bonanza this hand.
Thank you, dear. I want to talk with you. Finally.
One coffee Americano.
Takes long,
with milk and sugar and one.
but it works. I think it's still open on one. I'm not sure, but pretty much it's still open on one. Like fireworks.
Fast now, yeah.
Looks like it's Vasali again. Will he win the blinds and antes twice in a row? One player to go. Yes.
Not this time.
A kill pot. 2 for 2. Let's see it. Ace Jack, it looked like maybe. Very fast. This is what happens when there is a post-bubble bust-out bonanza. It's a little wacky at the payout desk.
Wow, yeah, we are now down to 83 players, so 4 eliminations so far since the bubble burst. And another elimination to tell you about. Just heard that Maria Ho is gone. She did make the money, but she will not be making a deep run.
Now it's Zhizhang Luo's turn. Illuminati activated. Remember, blinds are 2,500, 5,000 with a 500 ante. Luo makes it 11,000. What say you, Thomas Lentrot? Nothing, he folds.
All in.
Felix Schlott. He's in for the Schlott of it.
How much? 60 exact.
12 big blinds. Action's on your girl. Daria Hulick. More like the incredible Hulick. Am I right? Comic book reference. All in over the top. You wouldn't like her when she's angry.
Which one?
I think I probably would. So now they all want to go all in. Unbelievably rude.
They just wanted to keep you on your feet as long as they could. Please welcome into the booth for the first time today, Mr. Matt Broughton.
Matthew Broughton. Hello, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed the world-famous bubble coverage as we roll into the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. And you'll notice, Joe, that you know the table I was looking after with Maria Ho? What happened when I left the floor? Completely missed her exit. That's the impact. That's the impact that
Wonderful.
Tens?
No.
Ace 9 versus 2-9. Schlott's got one over. If he doesn't hit it, his tournament is probably over.
I win.
Good luck, guys.
He does have 2 flush draws.
I loved your positive thinking. I think we all know it's going to be 9 on the flop.
3 hearts not looking good for Herr Schlott.
Just immediately remove one of your outs, why don't we?
Yeah. No good.
Okay. Good, guys. Yep. Thank you.
Is it open on 3?
I mean, at least wait until he's like
right?
4 foot from the table.
I mean, at least,
loser down.
I mean, maybe at least wait till he's out in the parking slot.
Ooh. Something to see outside, no surprise. Roberto Romanello is all in with Ace-3 versus Stefano Terziani. Ace-King.
Good luck, guys.
Snakes alive. We lose one of our former champs. A lovely lad, Mr. Roberto Romanello, leaving the building.
Good luck, well done.
Just quickly say hi to all the people saying hello to me. Very nice to be welcomed back into the booth by our Twitch gang and, of course, our Twitter friends. Don't forget, hashtag EPT Live if you want to join in with our general shenanigans and chit-chattery.
Hello, Matt's babies.
I don't really have babies. I have Well, mostly they're kind of trolls that I've turned around. You know, I've got this troll training program. I'm going to make a series of DVDs and put it out there. It's just some basic kind of obedience. A lot of praise. You have to praise them for everything.
I was going to say,
they do.
what sort of tactics do you use? Is it, you know, carrot and stick, or is it just carrot?
No, it's very much about making everything a game. It's a bit like, you know, you've got to keep everything very fun, very positive. And just lots of praise, a huge amount of praise for every basic task they complete without hurting themselves.
Okay, do you want to practice a little?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Rip ears. Oh, can't listen to this. I'm out of here.
Man, stick around. We love having people like you involved in the action. Like, don't go anywhere. You're like you're the lifeblood of this stuff.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I could watch for a little bit.
Oh, that's excellent, man. Love to have you around for as long as possible.
Hey,
What's your name?
Ricky.
Ricky, listen, I'm going to give you a shout out on the show because it's great to have you. Hey, this is for Ricky in the Twitch chat. Nice
Wait,
to have you along.
Can you do it for my birthday? Because it's my birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday. That's for you, Ricky.
I love EPT Live.
Ah, good man. Nice to have you on board. And relax. See?
I actually do like EPT Live now.
See? I love, yeah, feel the joy you feel when you even think about the words.
When praised.
This one was raised up by Martin Statsko, now been re-raised by Gianfranco Vesali.
By the way, everyone's a huge fan of Ricky in the chat.
Yay, Ricky. Everyone's really celebrating what a turnaround it's been for Ricky. Good.
Well, except for Touch Me Kimchi, who says retard commentators.
Yeah, he's going to take a bit of work.
Sounds like you should sign up for Matt's course.
Yeah, all that rage. But don't you worry, we'll turn that around.
All right, this was a 3-bet pot. Vesali is continuing this ace-high flop, 2 diamonds. I predicted we would lose 27 players this level. We have already lost 14, right? The bubble was 87?
Yes, correct.
Make that 17.
Things move pretty fast.
See, dealer still doesn't like me.
If you don't slow down every once in a while, you just might miss it.
Exactly. Good pickup.
Clinkers.
I took some pictures of some ladybags. There's a lot of men out there with ladybags.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, she likes me.
I'm going to see if I can somehow craft into competition, but I have very limited resources. I also found the man with the oldest espadrilles in recorded history.
What's an espadrille?
Kind of like you know, like Miami Vice, kind of Don Johnson.
Sandals.
Slip on. See, yeah, I have a different word for sandals. That's not what I call sandal, but it's like the grottiest, oldest, most falling apartest espadrille canvas shoe sandal. I've
Matt
ever
Broughton
seen.
has over 11 words for sandal, but only 1 word for friend.
You wanted the jack on the flop.
That's the beauty of the English language. Germans have no word for condiment, Joe.
Really?
Can you imagine living in a world where you can't just say, "Oh man, just bring me the condiments"? You've got to list them all.
That would explain all the unwanted pregnancies.
Yeah, maybe.
What do they just say? Sauces?
Well, that doesn't cover it, because what about the salt and pepper? What about mayonnaise?
Sauces, spices. Mayonnaise is a sauce.
Seasoning.
Right.
Yeah, it's a tricky.
Additions.
Normally I go broken, but
yeah. Why you went?
Experience and
yeah.
So, Mr. Lentrot is going to get a new neighbor.
Ace 100 in blue, you got
145, something like
And
that.
I love how I can set you up for like some Ferris Bueller reference and you get all the credit for it. Unbelievable.
1045.
145.000.
I mean, Matt probably saw that movie in the theater, right?
I was there when it was being filmed.
All right, are we going to go 3 ways to this? Here we go. Bubble is over. 3 ways to a flop. Queen 10-6. No flush draw.
Card? Yeah. Okay.
Check, check, check. Free turn card.
They're the best sort.
Now there's a flush draw.
38,000 in the middle. Gianfranco Vassalli bets 11,500. Just Herr Lintrot to get through now. Schnick, schnack, schnook.
I'm winning.
Are you sure?
Who's Randy for me?
Well,
I've been told I'm a anti-aphrodisiac.
Anyway, ignoring that, we're going to welcome through the power of technology a young man, perhaps you know at home, called Randy Lou. Randy, hi, welcome to join us on the outputs.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, but that didn't last long. You still with us?
I'm still here.
Oh,
You still
good.
hear me?
Sorry, yeah, you slightly disintegrated there, but it was... I thought maybe we'd broken our world record for how long we couldn't keep a guest for. Yes.
I'm back.
You're back.
I mean, he
are
is
you?
coming from another continent.
That's true.
Yeah.
Are you well, sir? Are
That
you
is
well,
true.
Randy?
Everything is good. Looks like we got you today, Matt. Is that right?
You do? Yes, yes. Oh,
Got-
sorry, yes, I should have explained. Yeah, normally it's Mr. Hartigan, isn't it? Yes. I've just done a...
But Joe again, though. Oh, gosh.
I'll go easy on you this time, Randall.
Yeah, I spent a morning helping keep track of the bubble, so you'd be glad to know that the bubble has been breached. We are now in the money. We got a lot of short stacks gradually leaving the field and heading off to the cashier's desk, but everyone here has something to be happy about.
Yep. It's just like easy to kind of like make moves now and like take your shot at going all in, which a lot of people have busted really quickly soon after the bubble, I've heard.
Oh, yeah. Always happens.
I do like Randy comes pretty prepared when he does these. Like he's watching, he's up to speed. I like that. Thank you, Randy.
You're well. I don't need the pep talk, you know, right during the commentary. So
Oh, man.
we're ready.
Burn.
Yikes.
Wow. Just totally burned Stapes out there. He's in tears here, Randy. I mean, I think that was a genuine compliment, and actually he looks quite crestfallen. So, Mr. Frederick Jensen at our feature table, taking the opportunity to make a move from the small blind. Also, it was, oh God, I'm going to ruin this guy's name. Vyacheslav Ortinivsky. Ortinivsky.
Yeah. I was just say Ortinsky.
Ortinsky. Oh, yeah, I'm adding a consonant with this one. Ortinsky.
Vyacheslav, huh? All right.
Vyacheslav Ortinsky is our new player to the left of Thomas Lentrot. New faces, yeah. This is kind of one of those nightmare periods for the tournament stuff where they're just balancing table, all these post-bubble bust-out exits.
Do you understand this Freiburg reference in the Twitch chat? Everyone keeps calling.
Everyone's just spamming it right now.
Yeah, they think that Frederick Jensen looks like, I think he's a gamer.
Oh, it
Some
means
sort.
nothing to me.
Help me out here, Twitch.
Nah, they're just gonna keep typing Freiburg.
Yeah, story checks out.
Thanks.
Your boy Ortinsky raising early. It's gotten it through to the big blind. Shishang.
Oh, I played with this guy a lot in Macau, actually. It's pretty good.
What do we know about him, Randall?
he's a Macau regular that plays all the tournaments there. He's final tabled like some big events there too. So like he's definitely pretty good, and the chips seem to say that as well.
Can you do me a favor the next time you speak to him?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell him not to buy bunk PokerStars patches off of eBay? I mean, it's not even close.
The China patches, you know how they
it's just a really bad knockoff.
It's embarrassing. It's not just embarrassing for us, it's embarrassing for him.
All right.
I'll let him know. I'll let him know.
Drowsy says, Freiberg is from Ninjas in Pajamas. He's a Counter-Strike Go pro that makes a lot of money.
Aha.
The King of Banana says Celebrations. And Aiken91 says, Freiberg is a Counter-Strike Go player. He's a totally different person, comma, GDC words. Matt put his hand up.
But you know
as
what?
If to stop me.
I just
in case I was going to read the C word.
Well, the thing is, you know what? It's this morning we recorded EPT not live at EPT Live, and there's a different policy on language. You know, we speak more freely. It gets bleeped for output here on EPT Live, and then of course it's full-on explicit adult content for the audio podcast. So I'm aware that sometimes I take a little while from checking myself back into kind of broadcaster mode where I don't swear, having had freedom this morning. Now, obviously, I've been down on the floor, so I've not yet engaged in mature mode. And just for a minute, I thought, you know what, I could let... If Joe got the sack, I'd probably get more work. But I kind of like him, and I just thought, just in case, he just needs a little holdback. It was for your own good, Joe.
I know. And the thing is, it's not completely out of the realm that I would do that. Oh, Adam Freiberg. He's Swedish. He does look like Fredrik Jensen in the...
Yeah. He's kind of got a portly face with a bit of beard. Yeah. I understand it. And we've got a crossover. A lot of people that are into poker, into gaming. A lot of people watch Twitch, enjoy both mediums.
Got a good question for Randy from Megan. Randy, what's hand-for-hand play feel like as a player? Boring, interesting, frustrating? And I'm also going to go ahead and say it. Randy, have you ever made it to hand-for-hand?
Yes, I have made it for hand-for-hand. Gosh, Joe, gosh.
I'm kidding, buddy. I know you do really well in Macau.
It varies depending on your stack size. When you're a short stack, it's pretty like, it's kind of like nerve-wracking because you don't know like which stack is short as well. You don't want to be the bubble boy. It's pretty nerve-wracking when you're short stack, but when you're like a big stack or a medium stack, you're like, okay, let's get this over with. Play as many hands as you can because you're not going to bust anyways. So it depends on your stack size, but it can be pretty nerve-wracking when it's like 50K for a bubble, 10K for a bubble, you know, even like several thousand. Depends on your bankroll, I suppose.
Yeah, this was an 8K bubble here today. You mentioned something interesting there, Randy, when you're like, oh, I can play all the hands because I'm not going to go broke anyway. I assume that means that you'd still selectively avoid playing pots with certain players that could do some damage.
Yeah, so generally speaking, in the bubble situation, the guys with more chips than everyone else, they have like, quote unquote, a right to kind of punish the people with less chips in them. So like what you'll see a lot is the good players, they'll see someone with less chips in them and they'll just like re-raise them a lot more, just call and try to like outplay them post flop because they're scared to bust. If there's a guy with only like 2 big blinds left trying to make it into the money, well, it'd be a big mistake for them to try to get in pocket tens in pre-flop, you know? So yeah.
Yeah, Ray Parker Jr. he got it wrong. Bustin' does not make me feel good.
No. I don't know what he was thinking. It's a dreadful idea.
Vasali was the original raiser in this pot. No C-bet on the flop. Free turn card. It's one of these flops that you see it and you're like, oh, everybody's going to have a piece. And usually it's just kind of an action killer.
Mm-hmm. If you got like queen 10 here, king queen, usually you don't really want to bet this flop into 3 people because usually someone has an ace in their hand.
And then if you've got a really strong hand, you maybe don't want to bet it because you want to let somebody catch up a little bit. It's really easy to see how it can check around on the flop. We did get some turn action, 18,000 from Lentrot, called by Vasali. Board pairs on the river, running sevens.
It's a really action-killing card because like people don't really call another bet here with like Jack 10 or Jack King. I don't think anyone's going to bluff here unless they've got an ace. They're not going to bet unless they have an ace at least, I think. Like it's kind of suicidal to like try to bluff here. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, my guess is that Thomas Lentrot not bluffing here.
That's my guess. Because usually someone's going to call you. If they got an ace, they're not folding because the kicker doesn't play anymore. You know, it just chops a lot. That bet sizing is quite small too. I mean, like no one's going to fold an ace here.
Maybe that's exactly what he wants.
Exactly. So if you're like that next level guy, you're like, oh yeah, let's everything. It looks like the opposite.
That's ultimately why I can never figure anything out in poker, because it can always mean anything.
Yeah, you can always convince yourself it means something else.
I'm not sure.
I mean, was he got like king queen maybe? No.
Well, we're gonna see him, I think.
I knew it.
He knew it, but he needed to confirm it. Flop the joint.
Yeah, that I knew as well.
No, it all worked. It all worked out exactly as Randy said, pretty much ish.
Not a bluff. Called with an ace.
Perfect bet sizing to just make it too tempting to let the ace go by.
Mm-hmm. Joe's right, you know, check to try to let someone hit something.
Yeah.
That is lucky.
So this is how it looks now. We've got a full table again. Gianfranco Vasali, the top of this, 460,000. Shortest stack is our Canadian Andre Defalish, is that? I'm not entirely sure I'm saying that right, as always. And Ortinsky also pretty short with just 12 bigs. Everyone else pretty safe between 31 and 73 big blinds with about 55 minutes still on the clock. Remind you, we're at 2,500, 5,000 on the blinds with a 500 ante. Through the bubble, 69 players left. Somebody in Twitch was asking, when do we hit the money? We've already hit the money now. We're right through it. The next jump is at 63rd place. Right now, everyone guaranteed just over 8,000 euros. Then it jumps up to 9,960.
7 had a chance, didn't it?
Can't even call that a jump. A step.
A step. I would take that step. If I found it in a bag on a train, I would not be disappointed.
I would, because I'd be like, oh, now I got to return this 1,000 euros to somebody.
Now I'm being told that we've also, somebody else has been outside. I took some pictures on my phone of some of the man bags in action. I'm wondering if I can, I know what Botsiakovsky's looks like because I took a picture of that one. There was another one I've already forgotten. Oh, can't remember his name. But I'm going to see if I can remember them. Yeah, there were a couple of man bags out there. So after this hand, we'll bring you a little view into the world of man bags in the poker industry. It's something. Have you got a man bag?
You know what No, but I call them Merces.
Merces.
Yeah, it's like a purse, but it's a merce. It's a man purse.
I believe they're referred to as European carry-alls.
Oh, really?
It's from Seinfeld.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. All the years I had to stuff, you know, my wallet and my keys and my change and everything into my jeans. It's like just having a man purse. It's.
How much you play?
I'm amazed it's taken us this long.
55, 49,
I call it a jacket book.
Nice. Gianfranco wants to know how many Ortinsky has left. About 50k to play with.
More hearts, more straighty.
I mean, if I've got any piece here, I'm just going to put the last 50k in now. It's kind of hard to imagine Vasali has that great of a hand because probably would have bet the flop if he had a queen because there's like a flush draw and everything out there.
See, but that's the way I used to think. And I think, well, you got to protect your hand because there's so much out there, and people say, "Oh no, no, you got to let your opponents, you know, catch up. You got to get paid off." And I never know which is the right thing to be doing: letting them approve and giving them a reason to pay me off, or not taking that risk.
Well, I mean, if the guy's only got 50,000 chips, like, there's not much room to kind of induce anymore.
True, true. Yeah, I guess it's different against a pretty short stack, isn't it, than in just general deep play.
Yeah.
So there was 29,500 in the middle. Gianfranco has made it 16,500.
I'm not sure what he's got to tank a bit. What's he got, like 7-6 or something?
If I'm assuming that's rhetorical because I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question, Randy. I'm not ignoring, I'm not ignoring you. I just have no idea. Absolutely.
No need to ask Joe. He has no idea.
Oh, I mean, Joe, he's turned his microphone.
I was on my phone for a second.
He's not even with us. That's how little an idea of what Otiski holds. Oh,
The
wow.
call.
Okay.
He's really grinding those chips right now.
Yeah, he's got about half pot left in his stack. And so now we see a fourth heart.
He wanted to make sure he made his flush draw before he got it in.
Well, he's checking. He's trying to trap it now, I guess.
And Gianfranco already had a plan, and that plan has worked. And that's another big injection to our feature table chip leader. Gianfranco Vasali representing Italy. Nearly 500,000, 494,000 for him now. So listen, we're going to have to take a look at these man bags because it's pretty disgusting. There's Ole. He's got that's like a pit bag.
That is what in my country we would call a bum bag.
Yeah,
that's a legit man bag right there.
Yeah, that's pretty manly. That's kind of a bit weathered. That's not good. That's tremendously feminine. Oh,
that one's got some pizzazz.
That's sparkly. Well, it's small because it's expensive. Oh, it's making up for it. That's a complete package right there, ladies.
Italian.
Oh, there's a hand as well. Sorry about that.
Poker.
Oh, hello, Jean Muturi.
Oh, back to poker.
All in. 10s versus Chizang's pocket 4s.
And 10s win. Well, that's pretty interesting since Jean Muturi won this tournament in the past.
He's got the Maltese cross tattoo on his arm, so he's got that home advantage from a tattoo point of view. Must be nice.
I thought he was pointing at a set of 10s, but turns out it was the Maltese
I thought he was pointing his guns. Like, check me out. No man bag here.
Wrong.
I'd taken a picture of Sarah. Sarah had a bag, and I thought if I was going to
a woman bag,
a lady bag is actually because these are the bags I had, Joe. So I had that one, quite ladylike. That one that's quite ladylike.
Sure.
That was someone's feet. Oh, in fact, that was actually a lady's bag. That was the actual lady's bag that I thought. Well, that's.
It's borderline.
All in and a call. It is the short stack of our Canadian player,
Andre De Felice.
So that's 42%.
Ace King for Daria.
Live cards, suited cards, up against the Big Slick. Love the Big Slick. Gotta love the Big Slick.
Thought the 2 wasn't too terrible for the 4-5, but not much help.
Yeah, he's gonna need something now. No.
I mean, it's a split. 8 or a deuce would be kind of handy. 5 would be better, or a 4. I'm afraid we're going to lose Andre. Nice for Daria. Picks up another pot. Gets her slightly off the bottom of the leaderboard.
We're cheering for 4.
Well,
Best friend at
it's
the
a sad
table.
tune, but he has
I
cashed.
promised him he made the final save.
So it's a kind of congratulations job, I think,
You
more.
can promise me that. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, he squeezed into the money.
Yeah.
All right.
I'd be pretty happy if, you know, I got into the money with 3 big blinds or whatever it is.
3 places away from the next money. Oop, 2 places away from the next money bump.
I'm a big blind, right?
Man, what did I want to ask Randy?
Don't know. Was it about that problem you had, like with the stuff on your body? Was it like kind of a personal, like, you know?
Yeah, but that was for off air.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's keep it off air.
That stuff that keeps appearing.
Well, because last time I talked to Randy about it, he went, "I have one too," and then showed me.
You're watching
Yeah,
EPT
let's
Live.
show each other.
Just try and play through the pain. A raise from Frederick Jensen under the gun +1. A little over min raise.
Mam zase skoro 200. Dostal jsem situaci skoro podobnou jako ty, takže jsem
Zhang Lao out of there. Here, Thomas Lentrot.
He didn't sleep in a park all week just to go out on the bubble, I'll tell you that much.
Slept in a park? What?
So,
Tell me this is a running joke.
I'm trying to make it a running joke, but also I don't want to make it too much because, you know.
Is it that time?
Technically speaking, all of Joe's jokes are running jokes. It's just they never get past the first telling.
Or it's more like I tell it and then I run out of the room.
Yeah, there's a
because
different.
I don't want to be stoned.
$30,000 chips.
Yeah.
It's got to make a move soon.
Yeah.
The dealer button's a good one to do it on.
Yeah, you're not going to get too many opportunities like this, are you? Let's be honest.
I mean, if you have like king high here, the big blind might call, just shrug call like 10 high, and then that's a good situation for you.
Randy, the subject of some hilarious Twitter spam right now.
Yeah.
For some reason, something called Metastore has stolen the Hong Kong Stars tweet about Randy being on the stream, but instead of using the same picture Randy used, they used a slice of pizza.
I'll have to look at this later.
Some of these spam accounts, I don't understand what the purpose is. Like, what's this thing plugging?
I don't know. Maybe you're just meant to be intrigued to go and find out more about Metastore. I mean, look at us plugging it, even though we have no idea what it is.
We search for the hottest products on the social channels that you will love.
Yeah, I heard something, but I need to be sure, you know.
Yeah.
Vyacheslav is thinking about this.
I'd like to think his T-shirt was blank this morning and he got out his own marker and just drew that $ on there so he would cash today.
It worked.
He's like,
Whatever it is he's waiting for, it doesn't seem very poker related.
Oh, maybe he's trying to make a pay jump.
Yeah, he might just be quite blatantly just stalling. Until someone calls a clock. Yeah.
I thought maybe he was OCD and
around.
he needs to go in on like an even number here. Like here comes 42 minutes even in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do you know what? But I've got a little bit more respect for him than I was out watching Ben Phillips' table, and he felt the need to act as if he was making a decision, and lots of groaning and eye rolling, and it was just clear he was just trying to wait his way into the money. So
there he goes.
Yeah.
Good lad.
All it takes is a man in black.
That was nice.
Yeah.
I can't blame you.
Gets looked up by Jensen, obviously.
Yeah.
Pocket jacks. The all-in player. And 6-4 suited for Jensen. Understandable call.
In other case,
I think he was going to survive anyway. Yeah.
That was the reason.
There's probably a chance.
Before 6.
Oh, he made it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, man.
He did make
he's a
it.
Good actor.
Very bad.
Good actor. No, it's.
We fold?
Here comes the straight.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
Oh, gosh.
Not the best flop ever.
No
spades.
5 is more likely to come now because he tanked.
Could be better. Could be
safe
better on
so
the bar.
far.
Yeah, just 2 jacks.
Just got to fade the 5.
If a 3 wasn't there, was dead it.
Jacks and 8s.
7.
Good.
Sorry for this waiting, but
Yeah,
I
wait,
understand.
that's fine.
It's all good.
It worth.
Don't worry, we understand your game. Yeah.
Still 1900.
So Ortinsky doubles up.
He's a winner. You could be a winner too.
Oh, I didn't even know I had a spinning. Oh, it's the sound effect got me again.
Blam! Why don't you boys and girls spin and go to the Bahamas? Come and join us on this. You need to match any of these hands with your winning hole cards during a real money spin and go. Today we are looking for, not all of these, but we're looking for Ace Jack suited in spades, 7 Deuce suited in hearts, and Queen 10 suited in diamonds. You need to tweet a screenshot or a boom link along with a hand ID so we can verify it to hashtag EPT win. Very important that it's hashtag EPT win. 5 winners receive 3 $10 Bahamas Spin and Go tickets. It would be lovely to see you out there. You could come and experience the first ever PokerStars Championships out in the Bahamas. So get on board with the double deckers. And also, if you want reminding,
come say hi to me too.
Exactly, you can meet all the gang. Don't forget, follow the tweets of hashtag EPT Live, because also we will put those hands up on the timeline there for you to refer back to. That's not a bad way to start 2017, is it, Randy? Let's be honest. You can't really complain.
6
No, that'll be awesome. It's one of it's like a vacation over there too. You know, it's a win-win situation.
Yeah.
2-3.
I couldn't be lighting that.
Was 6.
So that was a fold and a call, which we don't get often.
Can't blame you. It was suited.
Yesterday, one end. For 3-5 on.
We're heading outside. We've got another hand going on here. Looks like it's Mr. David Ikatai involved with Mr.
Sylvain Loosely.
Sylvain Loosely. Jacks versus King 8. All looking good right now.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Hold on loosely.
Oh dear.
Boom. KO'd by Kitbull.
And of course the trademark laughing at myself as I just walk out of frame.
Do you know that King 6 seemed like it was played very loosely, don't you think?
Ah! EPT Live is filmed before a live studio audience.
I'm getting a bit worried about you, Randy. You might have been spending too much time around Joe.
Yeah, I've been listening too much to him, huh?
Randy doesn't spend enough time around me. I love Randy Lou. And only want to hang out more with him. Randy, I praised you on your Overcooked recommendation.
Right, yeah, you did.
And it is an excellent recommendation. What are you playing now?
I don't have a game for you right now, Joe, but...
You're like, how about PokerStars? Ever tried it?
Yeah, I've tried Spin and Goes to Bahamas. Those are great. No, but I'll keep that in mind if I find a pretty good game for you. I'll let you know, Joe.
Thanks, buddy.
First tweet right to you.
Matt, have you played this Firestorm game, Firewatch?
I haven't heard of it.
What format is it?
It's on PS4. A couple of my friends have raved about it. Firestorm, I think it's called.
No, I'm still busy with No Man's Sky and Just Cause 3.
You're the one guy that's playing No Man's Sky?
Do you know what? I'm nearly done with it. I kind of wanted to give it some attention.
It kind of reminded me of Echo the Dolphin, like just absolutely beautiful and groundbreaking, but like boring AF.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I just became obsessed with how large an inventory I could get myself, because that's just any game you have to worry about how many ashtrays and buckets you can collect is not popular with me. Under the gun +1 from Thomas Lentrod. Oh no, has he just limped in here? No, I believe he's raised. It's catching up on the graphics. Yes, 11,500. Yeah, Mafia 3 is the next on my list. That came out a couple of weeks ago. I'm probably going to give that a whirl on the PS4. Video game fans, just in case you were wondering.
How much do you have behind about?
180.
Okay. Thank you.
Heads up to this flop. Statsko and Lentrot at it. 8-10 queen, 2 clubs.
Straighty. About to be flushy. Nope. It is paired, though.
It is paired, but lacking one of those 3 key features.
I think we should see a check a lot from Lentrot, right? No, he's going for reships.
Who are you, Randy, and why are you here?
I'm trying to think of what hand he could have here. Jacks?
I think he probably thinks it's safe to bet most of his hands, given the way the action went. That there's no betting whatsoever since before the flop.
Yeah, maybe he's got like king, queen, ace, queen. Just like you decided to check the flop. It's just a little scary, and then.
Stat from producer Chris. We've effectively lost 1 player every 2 minutes since we've gotten back from break.
Wow.
Rod the Hippie King gets in touch. He's heard of Firewatch. What's up with these, Randy? You play any of these games that are basically like a comic book, like Game of Thrones or that Wolfman game or the Batman Telltale games they call
Yeah,
them?
the episodic ones.
They
I'm
seem
not.
kind
I'm
of
not a
boring
fan.
to me.
No, I never tried any of these at all. But you know what was interesting I saw at TwitchCon? They had this virtual reality game called Werewolf. Have you ever heard of it?
I have not. Please tell me more.
So basically, what I saw is there were six chairs, right?
Right.
Everyone has a virtual reality set on, and you know that game where like you sit in a circle and then one guy's like a werewolf, and you have to figure out who the wolf is or something. It's kind of like that mafia game or something.
It's like a party game, right? You play it in like dinner party setting.
Yeah, so it's super interesting because you can see from the outside, they literally were sitting in a circle, and if you look to your right, your character will look to the right on the screen, and then you have like these like books in front of you to kind of figure out what more, I don't know, information, and then if you lean to the right and talk, only the person sitting to your right will be able to hear, and not everyone else will be able to hear. And if you just stand still, you talk out, everyone can hear you. So it's like, it looked like really fun, like for a virtual reality game, kind of like funny to use too.
All incidentally, all in. Zizang Lao got 363,500 out the middle.
I would really ask about the count.
Well, you got one, sir.
Impressive.
I didn't even get a chance to react to Randy's werewolf game story.
Like, oh, you're like, game's bad. Thanks, Joe.
Sorry,
For your silence.
I just had to break in because the play was all in and it seemed rude to ignore him. We've got time. We can come back to this.
I just wanted to say the future is now.
I'm excited.
Soon, every American home will integrate their television, phone, and computer. You'll be able to visit the Louvre on one channel or watch female wrestling on another. You can do your shopping at home or play Mortal Kombat with a friend from Vietnam. There's no end to the possibilities.
What are you reading from, Joe?
Not reading.
Well, I can see it on your screen. You're like reading something.
Oh.
I think I was
I'm not reading anything.
Was that like an advert you copied and pasted?
No.
I mean, that was dreadful. What are you doing?
It's hands over.
Hands over.
Hey Joe, what about playing virtual reality Mortal Kombat? Would you like that?
Better to know.
Finish him.
I think so.
You wouldn't surprise me if you just snack.
Oh, there's an accident happened in this game.
You just come home and find my helmet on the floor with my spine attached to it.
That's a good end. Very good end. I didn't race because she didn't.
Who's this handsome devil?
It's William Kassouf. No, my mistake.
Now you should be glad. You should be glad now you can.
This is Marco Bartolini.
Marco Bartolini.
He's got himself about the same amount as Vyacheslav. So both sitting on the bottom of our leaderboard with about 13 bigs to play with. Have you seen also the VR game where everyone sits like as if they're on the bridge of the Enterprise doing the Star Trek stuff?
No.
That kind of. They actually got in a bunch of ex, Star Trek Next Generation and current actors to like sit, and you all sit in your front room. But when you look left, you're looking at Mr. Sulu, and you look right, and there's Spock, and it's like a nerdgasm.
I love it.
Joe's like the Klingon that comes onto the ship.
He just beams in the middle of it, pulls his trousers down, and then beams out again. Raise from Frederick here, 11,000. Pretty standard. Everyone seems to have set that price and is sticking to it as a standard opening raise.
I can't believe that no one got that was the speech from the cable guy.
Oh, I might have watched it many years ago. Thomas deciding whether he wants to defend his big blind here. Go heads up against Frederick Jensen. He has said yes, please. 28,500 in the middle. Here comes the flop.
I just had a delicious smoothie from downstairs. Had a big chunk of Lent rot in it. It's good for your...
really good for your throat, isn't it? Really burns through.
Antioxidants.
Yeah.
Well, this is a board I don't expect pure nothing really to bet too often. It's kind of like your, I don't know, you can't really bet like ace-5 here confidently. So I think if he bets, he's got like a pair or like a flush draw or like maybe 10-jack at worst.
He's going to have a queen a lot, yeah?
Yeah, queen-jack, queen-10, king-queen, I mean, the big blind has a piece too, a reason amount, like 8-9, ace-8.
Lent rot out. Arlen's got a question for you, Randy. Do you still grind 100,500 tables simultaneously? We'll hold on that question, though. Big action on the outer table. Former champ Jean Monturi. He is all in.
Ace-5 suited for Daniel Colati.
Sevens holding for now. There is a 5 on board. Sevens hold.
Back on the cross.
Dream's still alive.
He also has a tattoo of a Las Vegas property on his arm. I got one that says Luxor. Beat that.
You got the pyramid too?
Yeah, got the whole shebang. The inclinator.
the beam coming out of it
yeah.
too?
Got the little zip line.
They have a zip line? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
In your imaginary one.
In the real one too, Randy. Go to Vegas sometime.
Go outside of the World Series, right? Okay.
You're not missing much at the Luxor. They got a McDonald's there.
Seems like a very harsh review.
All right, so it's your boy Gianfranco Vasali who opened the action. Jensen flatting from the hijack. Action now on Zhizhang Luo. Randy's played with this dude some. He played a couple of big pots during the bubble and lost some chunks of chips. But he
know he's not scared.
He is not scared.
$48,000.
I mean, it's scary too because he's got position. You're like, oh man, I know he's up to no good sometimes, but I'm out of position. It's a big re-raise. It's gonna be hard to play back at it. Like you either need to call out a position or make it like 100K. But if you make it 100K and you're wrong, what's a lot of chips?
Don't be wrong.
Don't be wrong. I mean, the safer, simpler option is just to fold.
I mean, in that case, you hope you're just opening something that you could have just ditched pretty easily, which is what exactly looks like happened.
Mm-hmm.
Job done.
Yeah, they're all giving him mad respect now that they know he's played with Randy Liu.
The word has spread throughout the tournament room.
Yeah, run, everyone, run.
So, Randy, you're going to New Jersey tomorrow.
That's right. I'll be there I arrive on the 29th. I know you're not going to be there, unfortunately, so...
So, lucky you,
yeah.
don't have to dodge me for another 5 or 6 days like usual.
But it should be fun. You know, there's the NJ Coupe happening right now, and then, you know, the festival coming up, so I'm pretty happy about it.
Where are you playing NJ Coupe? At the resorts?
Yeah, I think I saw a picture of Chris Moneymaker. He was like, had a private room in the resort, so I probably will try to kick him out of that room and play myself.
And stream?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stream. I'm gonna stream that main event coming up and some random other events. I've never played on the New Jersey website, but software should be just as good as the .com.
I played on the New
and
Jersey
.net.
site here and there, and it was just as good as the PokerStars regular. I will say, Randy, that if you're gonna stream, you are gonna have to try really, 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 really hard to have a stream worse than Chris Moneymaker's.
What's wrong with Chris Moneymaker's stream?
Matt, why don't you tell him what's wrong with Chris Moneymaker's stream?
Chris is not perhaps as technically familiar with the runnings of a Twitch stream. He needs a huge amount of help. Last night he was 40 minutes late, and the mods were just kind of sitting there trying to keep the crowd entertained.
Well, to be fair, Chris was late because the guy that reads him his emails, I think, had overslept.
Yeah.
And so Chris had just no way of even knowing what the letters and numbers that were on his screen even meant.
It's like the Matrix to him when he saw it. Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'll be on time and I will be doing my thing. Hopefully you'll tune in once in a while. Someone, at least one viewer, that'll be great.
Randy, what's your name on Twitch so people can follow you?
Nano Noco.
There it is,
That's
Nano
exactly.
Noco. Bartolini all in.
All in on a call.
Daria Holek calls and doesn't appear to really like what she sees.
Ooh.
Ace King runs into King. She is not at risk.
1,000 man hearts pray for an ace.
How about a 3-5?
Club.
All right, Randy, we get it. You're a professional poker player.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh. Yeah. Come on, Joe.
Well, that's too many outs, perhaps. As Joe said, she is not at risk.
How do you miss that?
Too many outs.
10 of clubs were almost the worst card. Almost the worst card.
Marco Bartolini holds his heart to make sure it doesn't fall out of his chest. And that's good news for him, up to over 130,000.
That 10 of clubs was like the sweatiest card ever, huh?
Yeah, that fulfilled all of our needs from a sweat. Daria down to about 17 big blinds with 20 minutes still on the level.
Yeah, we got a little Kevin Spacey lookalike there, huh? We'll go with that. No, not impressed. Randy, do you know who Kevin Spacey is?
Yes, I do. He was the guy in what? American Beauty lifting the weights. That's all I remember.
Yes, one of many awesome. He was Lex Luthor in Superman Returns. Have you seen?
No one remembers
Superman Returns. Do you know what? I feel bad. You're wearing, in fact, today's T-shirt from Joe features Kevin Spacey.
Oh, that's true. I'm wearing Kevin Spacey on my shirt.
Bit of Frank Underwood action from Joseph Stapleton today. See, if you went down on the floor, yeah, and helped out during the bubble, everyone could get to enjoy your collection of 5 T-shirts.
Wearing 20% of my T-shirts today. So, Randy, how long is the flight from Australia to New Jersey?
Oh, gosh. It's going to be like 16 to 20 hours, I think, of flying.
What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? I guess I'm going to think of a bag of jokes so I can use them on the stream when I get there.
You're just going to write a bunch of gags?
Just write a bunch of jokes. Isn't that what you do, Joe? Don't you just write a bunch of jokes?
Yes, I do that on my flights sometimes, but I wouldn't expect that you're going to do that. Are you going to watch movies or?
Yeah, I'll probably watch some movies. I'm gonna try to sleep, but I'm afraid there's gonna be someone sitting next to me, and I can't sleep sitting up. That's just brutal.
Do you end up laying down on the person next to you?
I try to ask them nicely. Usually they give me a dirty look, so I'm like, all right, maybe next time.
You're so adorable. I don't know why anyone would say no to you.
I'll be like, I'll use a pillow.
Gordon Levitt.
You think of Joseph Gordon-Levitt?
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
All right, I'll see that too. Ortinsky finally all in.
Yeah, not for the first time at our feature table. Getting it all in for his last 56 grand.
He gets through the big blind. What about the original Razor? Not a big chunk of his stack to call. A little over 10%.
Nimble fingers.
Oh, those chip tricks are crazy. I just can't stop looking.
I think he's got like a whole extra joint in the fingers there just for chip tricks.
Well, his hand probably isn't that great. Otherwise, he would have snap called because it's not that much more. Guess he's got like a weak ace, maybe like Jack 10, Queen Jack.
What about on the pair side? Some sixes, fives?
I think this is 5,000 is the big blind, right? Like,
yeah,
he's not folding any pair. I think he would have called any pair by now, even pocket twos. Especially when you got a big stack, you have not much like to lose. If you make a wrong call and you lose, it's not really the end of the world.
Right.
Cool! Wow, and
I like that. The style.
It's like he decided to call and he needed to do it before he changed his mind. So his brain just went quickly.
Looks like no, not dominated. He's live. Ortinsky in another good spot to double up. Managed to dodge. Yeah, managed to dodge live cards before. And this time it's going to be tough. He's going to need to make a straight.
Yeah. Never mind the queen. Never mind the jack. Just fill it up with tens. Not a 10.
Sorry, it's going to be tough for Luo to knock him out. He needs to make a straight. I think I said that pretty incorrectly.
Yeah, our boy's safe.
So, Ortinsky's going to double up again. Randy, before we cut you loose, are you playing any online poker today?
I think so. I'm gonna try and put a little short stream, but I want to watch this live event too that you guys are casting. So maybe later today.
Well, it would be awesome if you decided to join us in the Bounty Bonus Tournament, which is kicking off pretty soon. Free
Okay,
tickets.
when's that?
That kicks off in
1 hour and 41 minutes. And I can
Do I
tell
get a
you-
free ticket too?
You get a free ticket too. All you have to do is log into Poker School Online, log into your account there. There's a little link at the bottom of the screen to get your free tickets. And then after that, after your free tickets, it's $1 to rebuy. And if you knock out me or Matt or James, you get $300
each.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy God, that's value.
Yeah, we
That's
had
some good value.
we had a slight tech issue yesterday that kind of made it tricky for some people to get in the game. So as way as a acknowledgement and apology, it is 300 on me, 300 on James, 300 on Joe. There's currently about 4,300 players in there. We nearly got to 4,700 yesterday, so it's already climbing with nearly 2 hours still to register. So 1 hour and 40 minutes. Get involved, everyone, including Randy.
Yeah, you guys better get that value.
Man, well, Hardigan was chip leader at one point yesterday. We took screenshots and everything. It was a real record-breaking moment. But yeah, some strong performance from at least 1/3 of the team.
Sounds good. I'm gonna try to register for this now.
Thanks, Randy. It'll be awesome if you play it. I think everybody would really enjoy it. So if you can manage to have just one more little window open while you're playing for real money, that would be sweet.
Looking right now. So see you guys there.
Cool, buddy. Well, next time we talk, you'll be from New Jersey, I guess. So have a good one, buddy. Have a safe flight, and maybe you'll meet someone cool on the plane that'll let you sleep nuzzled in their chest.
Thanks, man. See you
All
next
right.
time.
Later.
Catch you soon.
God, isn't he the worst? Oh, sorry, Randy. Did they? Oh, jeez.
Still here.
Oh no! Oh my God.
Man, that guy
John, you were supposed to hang up the call. What are you doing?
Just winds me up. It's such a know-it-all.
Right.
Let's be honest, he is like one of the nicest people in poker, so that's why it's even funnier to troll someone like Randy. About 30 minutes left on this level, down to a more manageable number. Now 53 players after that post-bubble bust-out bonanza. Took us forever to get to 87, and now we're in the money, well and truly chewing through the field. Everyone's getting just shy of 10 grand right now. Next jump is at 47th.
I have a flush.
A bet of 16,500 at the end of this all spades board. Everyone is a winner as far as I'm concerned. But Gianfranco Vasali, just a big bully.
Space, right?
There are enough low spades down on the board that
go.
it just is very easily conceivable that somebody
Right.
has you beat here.
Flash. Yeah. On this board, I can't win.
You got to give those back. Come on now.
We can split. Yeah.
I've heard some rumors, Joe, that Lee Jones is getting involved in our broadcast. Have you heard those rumors?
I don't really operate based on rumors, Matt. I need cold, hard facts.
All right, for a fact, I can tell you that once again, Hartigan and Jones, the dream team, like Dempsey and Makepeace, Cheese and Onion, Duck and Orange.
Tango and Cash.
Exactly.
I need cold, hard facts.
Oh, one's coming through right now. It's going to take a while. It's the second
That was just
page.
the first line, yeah.
Anyone over 35 currently freaking out. The rest of the kids going, what's that noise?
It looks like the top of a bald guy's head.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see the top of an ear.
Should.
No.
Well, I don't know who it is yet.
No, really? Oh. The funny thing is, Lee's going to be here in 11 minutes, which is probably twice as fast as that page is going to complete to draw. Makes no sense. You're watching EPT Live.
Did you look at your cards?
Fold it round.
Maybe.
to the blinds. Gianfranco Vasali is called. Frederick's not even sure he looked at his cards, but they're gonna take a look at the flop on the cheap.
Why did you ask me if I looked at my card?
Ace 4-7, rainbow.
You're right. I just called mine.
Huge amount of love for that sound effect there, Joe. Really, literally everyone loving it.
It's actually a very pleasant noise for me because all you Counter-Strike Go players and you Hearthstone people and you Overwatch freaks, that was the noise of me about to deathmatch somebody in Doom.
Good times.
You had some paint?
Open jack.
I flopped you.
Frederick Jensen got the best of it on the flop, took that one down.
Really matter.
Not really.
10 minutes on the level.
Oh.
And all joking aside, it will be time for some more Lee Jones action as Mr. Hartigan grills him.
Yeah.
Doesn't make
a huge difference. But it's more fun.
I had a call waiting at home, and if somebody called while I was online, it would boot me off. And so my parents, just to make sure that I wasn't online, would call home periodically just to kick me off.
Maybe, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I had that a lot with my first dial-up modem, and I would play poker as the first opportunity to play online poker. And if anyone rang the house, it kicked me off, and that was just so painful.
Those really hurt.
That was like the original Trojan horse.
That was the original
card.
bad beat.
Yeah,
you
card.
You finally get the big hand, you finally connect, and then somebody rings.
And then you disconnect.
Hey, how are you? Can I ring you back?
Blind, but you
Well, just a real quick question.
I realized at that time.
Folding round, this is hand 50. Let's all celebrate.
My boy Ren, the Oracle, writes in with a question. Hey, for the EPT win competition, do we have to match up the specific suits, or can it just be the same rank suited? It must be the exact cards listed. Rank, suit, and file.
What he said. Ace Jack of spades, 7 deuce of hearts, Queen 10 of diamonds. Match any of these hands with your winning hole cards during a real money spin and go. Hashtag EPT win. Boomus, screenshot us, include the hand ID.
No, I just don't believe you.
Spin and go to the Bahamas.
Well, maybe I do. I have a decent hand.
It is a King 9-3 flop after Gianfranco once again raised and once again Frederick Jensen called. These guys love it.
11-5.
I'll let you have it.
Thank you very much. You're very kind. When you got nothing.
Far too kind.
Hey, Matt.
Joe?
The bounty bonus tournament.
Yeah?
Are you sure it starts in 1 hour and 40 minutes?
I wouldn't add. I'll let you have.
Are you sure it's
got
not
something in there?
just
like
40
fold and
minutes?
show,
Oh, no, you're absolutely
pair,
right.
Something else.
Say again?
You're absolutely right. I do apologize, everyone.
I would
33 minutes.
I'll let you have when you got something. Like
Yeah.
If you got top pair.
There is also, as
Then
yesterday, a
you
late
show-
reg
yeah,
available
let
for
you
30
have.
minutes.
Yeah.
I lost
That'd
track
be
of how late in
nice.
the day
When
is.
you
That
got
whole
nothing,
When I got
that whole
yeah,
bubble
yeah.
just
you let
threw
you
me.
have.
Yeah. But you have to convince me with a couple of bits at least if I have to give you the pot with the top pair.
Oh, if you think are behind, even if you got top pair, you should fold.
That is correct. I agree with that.
When I called with that ace, if 7 didn't come on the river, I wouldn't call with the top pair. Any bet it did, because I knew it got.
Yeah, yeah.
7 helped me too much, because
Yeah, yeah,
even
I
if
see.
you go ace 10,
Yeah.
it was straight pot.
I'm listening. I'm listening. You realise what that also means
it was
is that
strong.
now that we
I
have
thought that's
confirmed that in half an
Yeah,
hour
Bite
the
the gin
next
flop.
bounty bonus plays, it means once again Hartigan is working while playing. So I don't know how that's going to work out.
Well,
I got lucky yesterday, and for most of the game I was actually off. This time, land slap bang in the middle. Let's see if we can't break yesterday's record. Where are we at? We've currently got 4,688. We're getting real close. I think we're going to do it. 4,692. Yeah, we're going to crack it. If we could get over the 4,700, we've beaten yesterday's number of entries. Very nice to see as many of you getting in. Don't forget, $300 on me and James and Joe.
If you bust all three of us, you could win $900.
That's it. We're over the 4,700 mark. And of course, the late reg goes for 30 minutes after the start of the tournament. Remember, you can't claim the bounties until we're going to the freeze-out element of the game. So rebuys and ultimately an add-on. It was a lot of fun yesterday.
Did you eat anything in this flop?
Yesterday was one of my most brutal beats ever. Just disgusting.
What did you say?
See, you don't even hear.
Did you eat anything on this flop?
Can't tell you now.
I can't tell me.
He's a chatty little chap, isn't he? Happy in his way?
Any fours about?
Flash draw?
I don't think he's going to
As
tell
usual.
Have you got the olives? He's Italian, so.
Oh, okay.
Tomatoes.
Why don't you play behind?
Tomatoes, Joe. Tomatoes.
What? How much? 80. Really?
Yeah.
I thought was... Anyway, cool.
Gonna call it. Gonna take it to the turn. 61,500 up for grabs.
Here it is.
A third heart, the Queen of Hearts on the turn.
Anyone who's having a problem with these tickets, by the way, I don't have all the answers for if you're in Romania or if you're in wherever you're at, Antonio Merlino. I would write to support at PokerStars. They do get back to you very quickly.
Yeah, when I was on the poker school page, a little live chat came. Do you want any help? I was like, yes.
Oh,
yes, please.
See?
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah, we are most definitely, as we live broadcast as commentators in Malta, we are not the people to help you with your tech issues regarding the client. That much I know for sure.
So we're nearing the end of this level as this hand plays out here. I predicted 27 players we would lose. We lost how many? 24 so far?
Sounds. I can't be bothered to check, but I'm sure.
34. I was way off. 35. Showdown as it goes check, check on the river.
I was in front on the turn.
King high is...
At the river.
Stop talking
Do
and
not
fold.
slow roll this young lady.
Yeah, don't.
Oh, that
Oh, that's filthy.
is a chop pot.
And you know what they say, Joe?
Everyone loves a chop pot. I suppose that's the only time it's acceptable to slow roll somebody is when you're chopping.
Yeah. I mean, it still feels a little bit like just get the cards out there. But it's having a nice time. I'm going to tell you about who you're going to be watching after the break. I can tell you Darius Sowen is going to be in seat 1. A man with a lady's bag, Mikita Badziakovsky, is going to be joining us on the feature table. Oh, hello, Gully. Another lady on our feature table now. Sarah Hazali will be joining us after the break.
She can instantly feel all of Twitch's eyes on her, which is why she pulled her hood.
That was Dmitry Yurosov, Eugene Chicken Kachalov.
Yes.
Then the bearded James Aikenhead and superstar player Dominic Penka.
What a table. Wow, that's exciting.
Yeah, so that's coming up after the break in 2 minutes' time. Don't forget, during the break, Mr. James Hartigan and Mr. Lee Jones will be doing Lee's Lowdown. I don't entirely know what they're talking about today, but stick around to find out.
They're talking about the PokerStars VIP scheme.
Oh, okay, cool.
And changes for 2017. Glad I'm not going to be in the booth for that one.
Whoop.
Good luck with all that.
Also, you actually get to see James, so it's a real treat for both the ears and the eyes. Stick around. He'll be practicing his gormless look. Ooh. What? Oh man, you've definitely got to try and catch. You've got to try and catch the in vision version of EPT Not Live at EPT Live when we put it out. It would be absolutely delightful if you could catch our next podcast output, because it's just got some absolute wonders. And once it's gone from Malta, that's it. You don't get another chance to see the Envision stuff once we're done from here. It just turns into audio, and a bunch of really good stuff will get cut. So make sure you're with us. I don't know if it'll be Friday. Hopefully Friday and Saturday we'll get those episodes out. I don't like to make promises when I'm not putting something together. Probably our last hand of the level. 40 seconds on the clock.
20.
And 53.
40. 42.
Okay.
Check
Thank
it. Should be right.
Okay. More.
Probably Jones has probably been forced once again to get up at some hideous time. But he will do it because that's how much he cares. Gianfranco Vassalli, under the gun +1. Makes a raise to 12,000 on this, our last hand of the level, before we hand it over to James and Lee. And then, as you know, we have a brand new table after the break. Zhejiang Lao, considering his options from the button.
Good. One, Demila.
And that's it. That was easy peasy. I was waiting to see if something more dramatic happened, but it didn't. So once again, remind you, a 20-minute break, a brand new feature table for you after the break, and during the break, Mr. Hartigan, Mr. Jones. This is how things stand as we send these players back out into the field. Shortest stacks, 14 and 17 big blinds respectively for Daria Vyacheslav. Still the top of this table, Gianfranco Vassalli. And then we will welcome the likes of Dominic Panker and James Aikenhead, Eugene Kachalov. Some big names going to come to us after this. So join us shortly, but don't forget, stick around for James and Lee Jones coming up right now.
Bruno Lopez has picked up 10s on the button.
Everyone's been calling with their big hands from the button today. Let's see if Bruno keeps that trend.
38.
He's re-raising.
He's breaking that habit and he's bumping it up. I like it. He's protecting his hand pre-flop here. He has the button, he has position, and he has the 10s.
And look at this. Seddon puts Lopez all in. Insta-call. Cool Shen at risk with the 10s. He's flipping against Seddon's ace-jack.
Both of these players put in 30 big blinds in a heartbeat.
Lopez is still good, but he doesn't want to turn a set. No one has a spade.
10. A set would give Andrew Broadway.
There's another spade on the turn. Now a 22% chance of a split. They could both be playing a flush if it comes 5 spades on board. And there is the 5th spade. Everyone gets their money back. Hurrah!
Chop up the blinds and antes. You're both winners today.
Don't think Lopez is particularly happy about it.
De ton père, un double up, de merde, chien, casse les couilles ce jeu de merde.
Yeah, I get the distinct impression he's not overly delighted.
Expert analysis on the situation.
Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan. You're watching EPT Live, and it's that section of the show where we like to get the lowdown from the man who knows about everything in the world of PokerStars. He's our communications guru, Mr. Lee H. Jones. We go live to Reno, Nevada, and say hello to Lee for this edition of Lee's Lowdown. Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. James. We are, I want the world to know that I cashed in a stud tournament last night. And so, I know. What can I say?
What is this? Is this Lee's Lowdown or Lee's Sick Brags?
Sick brag lowdown. Yeah, it was almost barely a min cash, a little bit more than a min cash. But yeah, I actually cashed in a triple stud tournament, so I think I'm going to just retire from triple stud and call myself a winner.
I believe the standard response in this spot is cool story, bro. Let's get the lowdown underway, Lee. And if you don't mind, let's start with some questions, because I believe that if we start with the questions, it might encourage other people to tag their tweets, EPT Live, and try and get answers from Lee Jones. Let's start with this question that came in from Willie Elliott. It's quite a long message. I'll cut to the chase. Willie is asking a question about the currency conversion fee currently applied by PokerStars, a 3% fee that when players deposit or withdraw from their US dollars wallet from a pound or euro source, pros know they can convert for free within the client, but a huge number of recreational players don't. There's no warning, no alert, no notifications. And what Willie is driving at is he is questioning PokerStars' commitment to making it the best possible experience for recreational players. Is this something you can address today, Lee, or is this something you'd rather investigate?
So I actually have, I saw that tweet, and I have got some feelers out to people I know. They just haven't gotten back to me in time. As you will realize, I just got up relatively shortly ago and just saw this question. But we are on tomorrow, and I will get an answer for you in the next 24 hours, and I will answer that question tomorrow. So be sure to bring it up tomorrow.
Okay, we're going to park that one and return to the conversation on tomorrow's edition of Lee's Lowdown. Now, one of the subjects you did want to discuss, Lee, is the VIP scheme. It's a subject that several people have tweeted about. Obviously, for the last 12 months, the VIP program has been something of controversy. And I guess one of the things that people want to know is the changes that were made, the cuts that they perceive were made at the end of last year, roughly this time last year. Where has the money gone? It's a question from Tuan. It's a multi-part question. And he says, Lee, what are your thoughts on providing proof on the savings on VIPs, that they're actually being used for promoting the game? And Tuan says, I can imagine that if solid proof was portrayed, a lot of people would support the changes more than they do now. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not sure what somebody means by proof, but I noticed that in that tweet, the person actually mentioned Neymar Jr. and Cristiano Ronaldo.
No, to be fair to Tuan, that is a different question. It's a different tweet.
All right. Okay. Well, so the answer is that we are certainly doing things to promote poker. And here's the way I would say it. We are reaching out beyond the current poker community to get people that are mainstream celebrities who will bring people to poker. I mean, it's one thing for us to talk within the somewhat echoey chamber of the current poker community. And we still do that. We have people like Daniel Negreanu, Chris Moneymaker, Jason Somerville who do that. But if we want to reach beyond current poker players, we have to go to people that have mainstream appeal. People with mainstream appeal are not cheap, okay? And so that's when you talk about getting somebody like Ronaldo or Neymar Jr., who, and you know, Ronaldo, for instance, has the largest number of Facebook likes of anybody on the planet, over 100 million. And so when you have that person, you know, cuddling himself up next to poker, then you have an enormous reach out into non-poker players to say, hey, come play poker. Another deal that we've done this year is with the Liquid gaming team, Team Liquid, which is a giant e-gaming team. of enormous reach into a demographic of people who are right in the core demographic of poker players, which is young men in like the 18 to 34-year-old range. But those are more people that we're going to reach out who are very likely to be interested in poker.
I guess that answers answers parts of Tuan's question, though, Lee, doesn't it? Because you're talking about where the money is going. And I guess the follow-up question is, do we have proof? And would PokerStars be prepared to share the proof that these promotions, investing in these celebrities to endorse the game, that they're actually working?
Well, let me put it this way. If we didn't feel that they were working, we would stop doing them. I mean, you know, and it's not like, I mean, let's be fair here, James. We're a public corporation. We're not just going to open up the accounting ledgers and say, here is the profit and loss associated with, you know, having Ronaldo represent us or having Team Liquid represent us. At some level, you're going to have to trust and accept that we are using the money that we are saving wisely. And you don't have to. If you feel that we're being inefficient as a company, you don't have to purchase our service or products. But believe me, within the company, we certainly review these kinds of deals. And I will tell you, I know that other deals are being worked on. We are reaching out into the mainstream to get outside the current poker community and bring those people in. And then you're just going to have to decide if your sense is that it's working or not.
Well, that takes us on to the slightly cynical question that you've already alluded to, the tweet that came in from Per Sung Park. Why does PokerStars take all those millions from high-stakes players to pay Ronaldo and Neymar millions to not promote poker? There seems to be a perception from some people that they're not earning their money, that they're not doing enough.
Well, often when you're dealing with somebody like Ronaldo, it's not a question that you're going to see him sitting at a table playing poker. Okay. And if, for instance, if you go see a Rolex ad, you're not going to see somebody say, you know, some famous celebrity saying, oh, I wear a Rolex. You're just going to see them kind of wearing a Rolex, right? And I don't remember what the official term in the marketing world is, but basically you just want people to associate, you know, the brand with somebody they see as important and being a good role model, if you will.
Brand association is the simple phrase, right?
Right. It's just really brand association. And so if we can get people to associate Ronaldo with the PokerStars brand, then that brings lift to the PokerStars brand. And ultimately, we believe, brings people in and more players and grows poker.
Okay, I said we were going to talk about the VIP scheme. What is going to be happening in 2017? What can you tell us about the future of the VIP club?
So I don't have any new news about the VIP scheme for 2017. We've already come out with the news that we will be dropping Supernova and Supernova Elites at some point in 2017, and we've described pretty much the circumstances under which they'll be dropped and how things will be until then. I think, James, you know, last year when we did the VIP changes, we did a crap job of saying that this was what was going to happen, right? But the fact of the matter is we can't say now what we're going to do because we don't necessarily know as we're working into it. But what we did do is we said, look, we know there's going to be changes. They're going to be of this general form. We don't know the details yet, but we want you to know that there are going to be big changes so you can adjust your play accordingly. And as we have more details, we'll certainly get them out. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. Last year, we didn't tell people anything, and that was a mistake. I totally grant that it was a mistake. This year, we're bringing the information out as we have it, and it's going to start somewhat amorphous and vague. So you get kind of a sense of there's this kind of general kind of change coming. And then as we narrow it down and can give more detail and fill in the blanks, we'll certainly do that.
And just to clarify, Lee, what's been teased, as it were, about what's going to happen in 2017 is a VIP scheme that applies to all the games that PokerStars offers, i.e. not just poker, but also to casino games and to sportsbook.
Yes, and that is one of the things that we are doing is expanding it so that people who play casino games in sportsbook get some of the same benefits that poker players have been used to getting for the last, 15 years.
Okay, I just want to field a few more questions that have come in. Juan asks about home games, something that used to be your remit, Lee, used to be very close to your heart. And I know that so many people ask this question, are we going to add home games to the mobile app? A lot of people very frustrated that they can't access home games if they're playing on their iPad, their iPhone, other smartphones and tablets are available.
I am not aware of a current program to put home games onto the mobile app. I suspect that, knowing what I do about home games, the interface might be difficult because it's not like you have a big screen to look at the kinds of things that you're used to for home games. But with that said, I love getting that kind of information. And you have my word that as soon as we're done here, I'm going to send an email to people and say, hey, these are coming in, and I didn't know that you guys get a lot of that at EPT Live.
Well, I know you spend a lot of time in the company of Jason Somerville, Lee, and Jason is banging the drum for home games to be available on the mobile client because home games for him are sometimes the bread and butter of his Twitch streams.
Absolutely. And for what it's worth, I am here in Reno with Jason, and he does bang on me about the home games. And I will definitely talk to the people in the product team and say, hey, what would it take for us to get home games onto mobile? And let's talk about it.
Now, I'm going to assume that Colin Norton lives in Vancouver because he asks, will there be an NAPT in Vancouver in the future? I guess the key answer here, Lee, is that there won't be an NAPT. Colin may have missed the memo about the relaunch of our live events.
Yeah, whatever we call it, it won't be the NAPT. It will be the PokerStars Championship or the PokerStars Festival Vancouver. And let me put it this way. If I were the Lord Commander of PokerStars live events, we would have a live event in Vancouver first chance we got because it's a great town. And I would love to see us there. I'd love to see you and Joe and Matt out there. Boy, I think it would be great if it happened.
We'll definitely put it on the wish list. And before we cut you loose, Lee, I mentioned you're in Reno. You're at Jason Somerville's event there. You will soon be going to New Jersey. Let's just quickly remind everyone of the event that's taking place in Atlantic City at the end of this month, running into the beginning of November.
That's right. On Friday morning, I fly back to Atlantic City. And then on Saturday, the 29th, we get ready to go on the PokerStars New Jersey Festival. And that's running through November 6th. And we've got satellites running now. We're going to have the Stars Fund Skill Zone with all kinds of things going on there. Speaking of Jason Somerville, there is a Run It Up Day on Saturday the 5th. And the buy-ins for the events are running in the, there's I think the main is $2,000. Lots of stuff going on there. And it's PokerStars' first live event, back in the U.S., for over 5 years. So we're gonna have a big party, and I hope a lot of people will turn out to play.
Absolutely. Lee Jones, thank you very much indeed. We will do this again tomorrow. And just a reminder, Lee, that we've got that question from Willie Elliott that we'll definitely need to address tomorrow.
Very definitely. Thank you for your time, James. Great to talk to you.
Not at all. Always good to catch up with Lee Jones. And a reminder, if you have got a question you want to put to Lee, send it in on Twitter, #EPT Live. We basically save them up, and then when we get Lee on the line, we can put your questions to the man in the know. So a quick reminder that when this break concludes in 2.5 minutes time, I'll have a new feature table here on EPT Live. We've got Dominic Panker, we've got Eugene Kachalov, we have got James Aikenhead, plus it'll be a case of hello, Gully. Yuri Gully also at the feature table when the action resumes here in Malta in 2.5 minutes time on PokerStars TV.
Calls 12,000.
Paul King calls 12,000.
Okay, so Paul King is called with 7-8 offsuit.
Noah Jefferson's got pocket jacks here.
I need 92,000 to play.
Noah raised 92,000 total.
Jonas Hellness has pocket jacks as well. He's probably going to re-raise.
It's like these two are fated. It's like they're going to end up heads up because they just can't keep out of each other's way.
I think there's a sporting dislike of each other as well. Not a hatred, just a dislike of each other and their mannerisms. One's cheeky and cheerful, and the other one's very serious and quite dour.
Come on.
It's all, yeah.
Well,
Listen, to be honest, I don't see how Jonas Hellness can call this.
he doesn't really like sitting beside Noah Jefferson. He might just call it to get rid of him.
Yeah, it's a really difficult call. Great back raise by Noah Jefferson.
Well, whatever God Hellness is praying to, hopefully it'll give him the right answer. We know it's 50-50. We know it's going to come out the other side of split pot, apart from the old flush possibilities, which is unlikely.
So if you work, if you look at the way this hand's played, it's, Jefferson's raised, Hellness has re-raised, and now Jefferson's re-raised. So he's got to think he's got a huge hand here. He's got queens, or he's got kings, or aces. Okay, they're kind of both a bit relieved here, I suppose.
Jonas Hellness can't even stand up.
Hey, no flop. Let's just chop it. No flop. We know it's a bad beat. No flop. No
It would
board,
be a
no
terrible
board.
beat, because
Just
only a
chop it up.
flush is going to do it.
Rainbow. Free roll.
No. No. 3 hearts for Jefferson.
Not saying about surely.
He doesn't know who's got the hearts. Hellness doesn't know he's got the hearts.
I got the hearts, right?
Yeah. Who has the heart? I have the heart. Right? I have the heart.
Jefferson, yes, Noah, you've got the heart.
River card is...
Jonas, his heart must be jumping all over the place, and he gets away with it.
That's kind of fair enough, really. Jonas Hellness thought that he had the heart there. Look, it's put him through a ringer.
My heart draw.
If that come, 40 grand. I just saw red heart, red jack when I flipped cards here, and I thought it was my sorry.
So, split pot, what we all thought it was going to be. But Jonas was up and down like a roller coaster there.
Welcome back to the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. We are here in Malta at the Porto Masso Casino in St. Julian's for day 3 of the main event. We have played through the bubble. We have had the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. Now just 51 players remain from the 468 who started as we kick off the 3rd level of the day, level 17, with blinds at 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante. Hello, Gully. Yuri Gully, one of the players at our new feature table. We'll meet all the players in just a moment. This hand started with a raise from Dominic Panker, a former PCA champion, 3rd place here in Malta in season 11. He raised under the gun, and it's been folded around to James Aikenhead in the big blind. Very pleased to be joined in the booth by Matt Broughton.
Hello.
And Jake Cody from Team PokerStars Pro.
What's up, guys?
James Aikenhead, we don't see him on the circuit
I'm
often.
loving to see an Aikenhead on the feature table. One of the biggest legends in UK poker for sure.
A pretty star-studded table right now. We mentioned Panker, we mentioned Aikenhead. We've got Eugene Kachalov, who's got a 2nd and a 3rd on the EPT. We've also got Mikita Bodzikowski, who of course finaled the 25k event at the start of the festival and made the final table of the 100k event in this year's W Coupe. We can see that it's Sarah Hazali who has the chip lead at this table. She's a big stack, 548,000. Average chips right now, 275,000.
Looks like Aiken needs a spin up.
Yeah, Aikenhead playing fewer than 15 big blinds, as is Darius Zern. By the way, the EPT Live bounty bonus about to get underway. Still time to sign up. And how many runners have we got at the moment? Wow.
5,689. Oh, sorry. No, 5,000. Yeah, it's clicking up all the time. You get the idea.
Hello, Gully. Yuri of that ilk facing a raise from Bodzikowski.
How much is on your head today, James?
$300, Matthew. Huh. And do you have a bounty on your head as well?
Yeah, I've got $300. And let me just check with Joe. Joe, yeah, Joe's got $300 on his as well.
So if you knock out Waster, if you knock out Joe Stapleton, if you knock out J. Hartigan, $300 can be yours. It's a Zoom tournament, so there's every chance you'll come across us as you play through the levels.
Sounds pretty fun, to be fair.
And there's every chance that you won't hear James Hartigan say anything for about 2 hours as he disappears into the Zoom tournament.
170.
I hope they explain to you, Jake, that you're really here basically to do our jobs. Yeah.
So can't multitask?
No, not even. In a Zoom tournament.
Discovered yesterday that I suck at multitasking.
Only just found out.
Well, no. The weird thing is, because before we play the free rolls, it's fine. To be fair, Matt gave me a very stellar piece of advice, which is don't use the fast fold button. Because, of course, I'm just going next hand. And so you're just never not in a hand.
You can just play at your own pace, though.
Exactly. I didn't think of that, did I?
It was a bit intense for the first 10 minutes, I'm going to be honest.
So everyone is now guaranteed 9,960 euros. We've already laddered up from the min cash. Well, actually, we're now down to 50 players because that is Pavel Brzezinski, and he is out in 51st place.
How are you guys enjoying Malta?
As much as you can when you mostly sit indoors watching people playing poker. It's awesome.
There's a cool karaoke bar quite close by.
That's what I've heard.
What?
It's tempting.
There's a karaoke bar?
Yeah.
I'm all in.
That'll be saved. That'll be saved for a later point in the trip.
For a special occasion.
Now, you were definitely here for EPT 11 Malta, so that was March 2015. Did you come last October as well?
Yes, I've come to everyone, I think.
Okay, because I do think that the weather has been a little bit the last two times, and this time it's fantastic.
Nice, yeah.
And so it does make all the difference.
Definitely.
So 50 players remaining now. And I think we are still going to play the full 5 levels today, unless we get down to 16, which would be a problem.
I mean, it's sped up, but I don't think it's going to get quite that crazy. Going to start being some deeper stacks, and things will just balance out.
So Dmitry Urasov has raised. Eugene Kachalov has folded. So the action is on James Aikenhead on the button.
He's looking pretty interested. Cream rises, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Aikenhead has decided to move all in.
Come on, Akey. Might show a bit of bias here.
86. 86.
Bias.
Hold it back around to Urasov.
Urasov looks really familiar. I'm not sure if it's because I've played Vim or he has like a doppelganger. I'm not sure.
Well, he's called Aikenhead's all in. The cards go on the back. We've got King Queen against Ace Jack. Aikenhead, the player with the King Queen, and he is the player at risk.
When you said,
equity, though.
When you said, Jake, that you're looking forward to seeing Aikenhead play, you just meant 1 or 2 hands, right? I mean, that was...
Well, hopefully it'll be a few more.
Yeah.
I'm going to feel like a massive box, though, if he doesn't win.
Oh, he's going to need to hit a king or a queen on the turn or river.
Like a spade.
It's ace or king.
Oh, it's an ace. That does give him a gut shot, though.
That jack of spades is still good.
Don't know what to root for, right?
James Aikenhead needs a jack on the river or he's out. It's a 6. He departs in 50th place, cashing for just shy of 10,000 euros. And great to see him back on the EPT.
Yeah, good job, Akey. Yeah, he retired for a few years, and now he's just sprung out of nowhere, and he's back in the mix again.
Eddie, what was the reason for the retirement? Anything?
He opened a bar actually. In London.
Oh, smart. Smart young man.
Oh, like it was like a bistro pub kind of thing. It was.
Сколько дают, двушку или трешку?
I just doubled up with aces, by the way, James, just to keep you appraised of the situation.
Thank you for the update.
Genuinely thrilled to hear.
I just doubled up with a flush.
Yeah. Oh. Hello, Gilly.
So screen name's just wasted. That's quality.
You can tell I was an early adopter of PokerStars because there's no numbers.
I think about this sometimes. Like, It'd be great if someone was just called like John or like you know like a single first
Steve.
name. Yeah.
Yeah, especially if your name was Steve, because then you'd be Steve Johnson. It's like it's a meta nickname.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. They probably use all those ones in like the testing phase, though. I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Bob from accounts. 10 grand to call.
Eugene Kachelov has raised from the cutoff. Darius Zern is in the small blind here. And he's now the shortest stack at the table. He's got about 11 bigs behind. And he's going to shove.
Go on, please.
Interested.
120 behind. All in.
Wow.
Reshove from Mikita Bodyakovsky from the big blind.
Good luck.
Kachelov folds. So it's Zern at risk.
I had the royal flush blockers.
And there is a classic race underway at the feature table. Zern with the overcards, Bodyakovsky with the pocket pair, and Zern the player who needs to hit to survive.
The flop brings nothing.
Pretty good flop for the eights.
Yeah, very pretty good. Hearts no good for anybody.
So a king or a queen needed for Darius Zern. The river is an ace, that's no good. He's out, and we're down to 48 players now.
King, queen, the hand of death.
Не, ну я видишь, собираюсь же.
Один человек проезжал, смотрите, трешка, почти. Трешка. Проезжал.
By the way, when I joked earlier on about us getting down to 16 players, number one, I don't think that's likely. Number two, if we did feel that the tournament was playing too fast and we were getting, say, close to 3 tables, they probably wouldn't play the last level of the day.
So how many levels do they have now? We've got this one.
We're scheduled to play 5 full levels, and this is level number 3.
Okay.
So 2 more after this. But crucially, you know, we were playing pretty shallow around the bubble. Average stack was 32 bigs. We're now at a stage where the average stack is close to 50 big blinds again, and that's why I think we'll then just see the normal handful of eliminations every level rather than...
Much more likely, yeah.
I mean, how many players went out during the last level? Like 35 or something?
35, yeah, 35.
I was going to talk about the hand, but then I realised the person playing might be listening. So.
Yeah, do you know, I nearly did that. A minute ago, when we were waiting to see if a king or a queen came down, I nearly read out my flop. It's too easy. It's just all too easy. Oh, quads! Death by quads, quad eights. Bring it home, quad eights.
Did you actually genuinely eliminate someone with quads?
Well, I just noticed that Matt had flopped a set, and I was about to say something. I was like, oh, can't say that.
I milked him. He had pocket jacks, and he's wondering how he should have played them better. Didn't matter. Death by quads.
Hashtag death by quads.
Sorry, hashtag. I'm glad this is a chatty table. I just wish I understood anything. But as long as they're having a nice time.
Просто весело.
Ну, русский, но живет в Польше. Я ему подхожу, говорю, к тебе как обращаться?
Have a look at how the day has been so far for everyone on our feature table. Everyone on the up. Dominic Panker made the least amount of progress. Oh, actually, I lied. Sorry, that was a horrible sick burn for Eugene.
Wow.
Yeah, 161,000 down. Sorry about that.
Ukrainian? Or no?
Sorry, I have no excuse.
Ukrainian closer? I mean, it's closer. No, because I know a lot of Ukrainians. They understand.
So
they understand
you're starting to talking in Ukrainian?
No, I don't. I don't know Ukrainian, but I know a lot of Ukrainians know Polish. It's more similar.
I mean, enough vodka and...
Are you constantly embarrassed that we only know English? I mean, do you know other languages?
I mean, I barely know English, to be honest.
Really? You struggle on a day-to-day basis
in
London?
I'm currently trying to learn Spanish.
Oh, good man.
Yep.
I tried it once. I did night classes in Spanish, but I realized
what I'm doing now.
that in a big class you can only learn as fast as the most stupid person in the group. And I had some really stupid people. We spent 3 weeks going.
But where were you in the rankings, though?
I'd like to think I was in the top 4.
And how many people in the class?
15.
Okay.
But there was a guy who, when the teacher
was
just,
like 6.
No, and the teacher just wanted to go, well, let's start things up. Mi nombre is Yolanda. And everyone's meant to say, oh, mi nombre es Matt. This bloke went, my name, Bree, is Peter. And she's going, no, we're taking the English and we're making it Spanish. So it's not my name, it's mi nombre. Oh, right you are. My nombre is Peter. And you could then, if it was a sitcom, you could fade out and put a caption that said 3 weeks later and then come back and it was still him going, my nombre is Peter.
That's such a good accent. It makes it seem real.
Well, it's just an accurate report of what happened. And I thought, and I went with a mate of mine, and after 3 weeks, he just went pub, and that was the end of our night classes.
So we've got a new player coming in to the feature table. In fact, 2 new players have just come in. Peter Ockenden in the 1 seat, a guy qualified for his seat in Malta for 27 euros.
Excellent.
And Marko Popovic.
Hello again.
Who we've seen on our feature table before in this main event.
I think it definitely would be a big benefit knowing a few languages, though, when you're playing poker, for sure.
And especially if you don't let on that you do.
Yeah, just sit there silently.
Soaking up the info.
Although maybe that's a little bit angly, I don't know.
Panker has raised, and hello, Gully. Jake, is it fair to say you were a relative late addition to the field here in Malta? You were kind of humming and hawing about whether you were going to come.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I was thinking about not coming, and then a few days before, I saw a few people going. I was like, okay, there's no way I can miss it. It's an EPT.
Next time I will.
But I did nearly miss it, and then at the very last second, swooped in.
There you go. That's the way to do it.
Malta's just too much fun too.
I'm going to
squeeze him a little bit.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah. With my fiance.
Any plans for the wedding?
Maybe next year probably. Too many things going on right now. You're married, right?
I can see, all I can see in the corner of my eye is just Hartigan just gesticulating and
Sounds so weird though.
waving his fist at the screen like an old man. How many bullets you on so far?
Especially
just the 1 today so far.
Right, but you have high hopes, I'm sure.
Sounds like
How many was it yesterday? 7?
7. Do you know why, Matt? It is always coming 7, like when you are playing free rolls and you need to rebuy, it's always 7 rebuys.
The way you play, yeah.
So Urasov has raised from under the gun to 14,000, and looks like it's going to be a raise and take it.
Easy peasy poker. Definitely safe to say the post-bubble bust-out bonanza well and truly a distant memory now.
Yeah.
Very much business as usual.
Down to the business end.
Yeah, everyone's in the money. Now just consolidate your stacks. Don't knock yourself out.
I think now's a good time to start building, actually, to try and make a real run.
Yeah. Well, it might even be that period is, but you know, like you get after the bubble, all the people just go crazy that just don't think they have a chance, and then there's all those stacks that are going, right, I've just been sitting here so tight. Now let's just actually give ourselves a chance.
Yeah.
That's Jakowski.
He's
Raises
raised
it
up.
up. Yeah. Yeah.
Round to Sarah Hazali, who still has the biggest stack at this table, just shy of 90 bigs. Remind you that if you want an overview of the tournament, if you want the current chip counts and updates from the outer tables, PokerStarsblog.com is the best place to go. Obviously, every now and then we'll dip in and see where the tournament is at overall. It does look like Guillaume Val is the current tournament boss with 720,000. Meanwhile, at this table, it's our former feature table, Gianfranco Visali has bet enough to put Fredrik Jensen all in. Jensen with the decision.
You think I have ace king?
The board is 8-5-5 deuce with 2 clubs.
Which hand would you play like this for value?
Don't tell him.
I love this.
Classic poker.
I'll tell you at the end of this hand.
Oh, that old chestnut. Don't believe him, Fredrik.
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you now.
So if I should fold, then you will show it.
You ever played against Fredrik the Hugger Jensen, Jake?
Yeah, I've played with him.
EPT 8 Madrid champion.
Maybe. All right.
Yeah, good point from Chris and our production team. We have seen Jensen make some amazing calls in the past,
Turn improved me a bit.
especially during his deep run in Barcelona last season.
Does the hand improve you? So if you say so, 100% is not enough.
Maybe I'm slow rolling.
Okay. Nah. If you go 8, you are in front.
Okay. Useful information.
Apparently he's been in the tank for just shy of 5 minutes.
I think it looks stronger or weaker to call the clock right now.
I never know.
I think it could go either way, yeah.
So is the chance someone else at the table not involved in the hand decides that they want the clock.
If you go 8, 9, I think it's the only hand you can have.
Sorry, say again?
If you go 8, 9,
Yep.
you are behind.
Then I'm behind.
To go 8, because I don't think you can free bet me there. 8, 6, something, 8, 9, so easy to make it.
8s are in front, but 8, 9s behind.
I'm just wondering which hand you would re-raise on the flop.
Right, I'm going to call clock now. Can somebody let the dealer know I've had enough?
Say it really loud, maybe they'll hear.
Exactly, they'll hear it down there. Come on now.
I'm really stressed on Fredrik Jensen's behalf.
I'm wondering if you would have something like ace 3, ace 4 suited.
If he just lists all the hands in poker until Gianfranco cracks.
I let you pick one.
Just one.
And for sure, you won't pick no ace, no 2, no 3, and no 4.
Okay.
That's a lot of information.
There's quite a lot of information, you're right.
I'm nice to you. Just tell you everything.
He looks so happy.
Poker's fun. Oh, Hartigan. Oh, Hartigan's. Yeah, the body language is giving Hartigan away. Bullet time, big boy.
Yeah, ace jack cracked by 6-3.
Ah, that old chestnut.
Yeah.
There's not even a bounty on your head. There's not even a good reason.
I will raise under the gun with the ace 2, ace 3, ace 4.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, all the Twitch views are calling clock as well, so that must hold some weight.
I don't want to disappoint them, Matt, but it doesn't.
Oh man,
this has been 7 minutes now.
Wow. Best 7 minutes of my life, kids. Honestly, it really is.
Really hope he calls so we get to see what they have for all
Yeah,
this.
that would be the most frustrating thing. It just goes nowhere.
It's an anticlimax.
Sorry, I just found myself on a table with Matt Broughton's friend Steve.
What, Superfan Steve Fair?
Yeah.
He wasn't going to play. He told me he was got to go to the football. And I said, don't be stupid. You haven't got to play the whole thing. Just play it long enough to take a bounty.
There you go. You didn't want to take a bounty, but you'd win a small pot.
Congratulations. You are a wiener. Man, this is some of the best poker waiting I've ever seen.
I have to say, Martin Stashko looks like he's really enjoying himself.
I'm amazed no one has called clock on this. I know it's like considered perhaps not the done thing, but after what must be best part of 9 minutes, I don't think anyone would feel you were being unreasonable.
Yeah, I agree. Although I feel like when they're chatting, it becomes a bit more bearable than just if someone was sat in silence for 9 minutes.
We're going to head back to the feature table in a moment. It'll be a completely different lineup. Like 5 of the players will have been eliminated while we were gone.
This is where the action's at, though.
You're absolutely right. This is the moment everyone's going to look back at. We're going to cut this clip up and it's going to go viral.
Meanwhile, as the hugger continues to think over this decision, we have an update from the tournament staff. They have reviewed the number of players in the field and the pace of play today, and they have concluded that it might be a little bit risky to play that 5th and final level. So we are only going to play 4 levels today. So once we conclude level 18, which is the next level after this one, we will be done.
You know what that says to me, James Huskin? That says karaoke bar.
Did Lo just take a picture of everything?
Yeah, just when people talk about this hand in hundreds of years to come, say, I was there. I was there when he tanked for 87 minutes without anyone calling the clock on him.
I wonder what the longest tank is.
How long was Mizraki in the tank when you bluffed him at the PCA, Jake?
I think it was about. I think it was more than this. I think it was about 12 minutes, something like that.
Well, we've just hit the 10-minute mark on this decision.
And during that hand, I was thinking maybe I should call the clock here to try to get him to fold. And I was like, nah. If he just snap calls once I say that, I'll feel like such an idiot. So I was just like, I'm going to stay silent.
This is really remarkable. Tremendous self-control by everyone else at the table, I gotta say. Unless Joe paid him off, maybe he said, look, we want to play in this Zoom tournament. If you could just like, if you could stall for like 2 hours, it means that the lads won't have to do anything.
Andy Gibbons has had enough. He tweets, Jesus, clock!
Yeah. Yeah. This is pretty crazy.
11 minutes and counting.
I mean, that is a crazy long tank. Crazy long.
Don't start talking to him again. I don't know if I can take any of that.
What is he doing?
Another one for the family album. Freddie.
Oh, this is great.
Booby.
Ellis.
Well, we're just going to head back to the main feature table because there's been an all-in and a call, and it is Eugene Kachelov who is the player at risk here.
Really hope we don't miss it.
Chances are we'll head back there and he'll still be in the tank.
Tomorrow.
So Kachelov at risk with ace-jack. It's domination nation. He's ahead of Dominic Panker. But if Panker gets lucky, as he's been known to do from time to time, it's game over Eugene.
That's a decent flop. For King Jack.
Kings and tens working for Panker.
Yes.
There's a jack. That changes nothing. Kings and tens are the cards that will eliminate Eugene Kachelov.
100K? I think so.
So Kachelov doubles up. Meanwhile, we hear that the clock has been called on Frederick the Hugger Jensen.
About time.
It must be 12, 30 minutes now.
Yeah, we've hit the 13-minute mark.
30 seconds.
That is actually absurd.
He's only got 30 seconds left to make a decision.
Okay. Climax is coming.
Please, let's see these cards. Ten seconds.
10, 9, 8.
He's called!
Oh. What does he have? Sevens?
It's sevens versus eights.
How many doubles?
Wow.
Very nice. Thank you.
Again.
I think he thought he had the best hand with sevens after that long.
Frederick Jensen makes another superb call.
Few people were worried that we'd actually broken and that the screen had frozen for 13 minutes. I'd forgotten that, in fact, we still had a card to come. That's how much I'd zoned out.
You told me on the flop.
I didn't believe you.
Ah, okay.
That's why.
Ah, you were right. You didn't believe me.
Well, I got lucky.
What I didn't understand there is why Gianfranco wasn't asking him or saying to him, if you fold, I'll show you. I want you to call. I want you to call.
Any sevens out there?
Got the coconuts. Heart of a lion.
I don't know if it's just me noticing it more, but it seems like everyone's talking a lot more today in during hands.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's fair to say. Maybe just through the money, a little bit of the pressure's off. Everyone's kind of like feeling like, well, this is a good day regardless of what happens.
I like it.
I do.
Although I never do it personally, I like it.
I want to feel like everyone's having a nice time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, any of my friends that I talk into having a look at this, they go, that looks like the most miserable thing in the world. All these millionaires look like the most miserable people I've ever seen on television.
I feel like I'm scared to start trying it though, because I feel like we just go horribly wrong the first time.
Yeah, it'd be something you try once.
Yeah, you try once and it'll do the opposite of what you wanted to do.
Never,
just like,
ever again.
God, why did I do that?
You're right, Jimmy. You're unhappy, aren't you? You get angry very easily.
I'm not angry.
Oh, okay.
I'm in a hand.
Oh, okay, all right, fine.
God, give me a break.
All right, I thought I saw you shaking your fists at the screen again.
No, no, no. I was actually trying to work out whether I had a straight or not.
You're watching EPT Live.
I do. Some guy tried to bluff me off it. He
Home with-
failed. I now am up to 6,000 chips. Anyway, back to the EPT Malta main event. And just to clarify, because obviously we were a little bit distracted there by the Jensen tank, the Kachelov Panker hand, and the double up for Eugene. Just to reiterate, there's only going to be one more level after this. By my calculations, we've got 2.5 more hours of poker today. So the rest of this level, which has about 60 minutes to run on it, and then another 90 minutes after that. And yes, we are going to be 90 minutes shorter than we thought.
Karaoke time.
Rob King says, I would pay good money for a video of Stapes and Hartigan singing a Bond theme song while drunk. It's happened on more than one occasion, Rob. The great thing, it never gets filmed because we know we can't use it, because we can never play licensed music on any of our outlets.
Maybe you should make your own song.
I'm sure that Joe must have some in his personal collection.
I got some great still. Actually, I've got some on my phone. I've got some great stills of James power sliding. You wouldn't think there's a lot of power sliding on your knees during karaoke, but James goes there. This one got raised up by Sarah. Mikita Badziakovsky against her now after a check on the flop. Now he fires out 43,000.
Yep.
I had a classic hand that made me think of when Joe talks about the outs you didn't know you had. I got it all in ace. I had kings versus ace 3. And the guy hit runner on a 3s. And we just both stared at each other as the chips went the wrong way across the table. Like, what? I was just worried about an ace. GG.
So with no continuation bet from Sarah on the flop, Badziakovsky leads the turn for 43,000.
More than the pot.
Yeah.
Is it me, Matt, or are you always really self-conscious when you're playing an online tournament with a pro in the booth? Because you're like, they're probably sitting there thinking, you absolute fish.
The thing is, luckily it's Jake, so I'm pretty sure he's going to ask me some quite deep questions about my moves. And it's a Zoom tournament, and it's free roll. I think we're safe. And Hazali's going to call this. 123,000 in the middle, off to the river.
Barry Greenstein. Oh, I'm on Stapes' table. Do you want to play a pot against each other, Joe? Do you want me to call here? You want to call? You want to call? Do you want to call? Oh, I'll give you a call. Only 7's about. Oh, it's good. It's a good flop for me. Good flop for me. Do you know what? I'm going to lead. Oh, I've lost my. Oh, there's someone still in the hand.
Badziakowski is reaching. 123,000 in the middle. Big stack of 5Ks going out. $95,000.
I think registration has now closed for the bounty bonus. More than 7,000 runners today. Good job.
Wow. Man, there was me just hoping we'd do better than yesterday. That's quite impressive. Thank you, everyone. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. If you didn't join in, you are mugs. $900 just on 3 bounty heads, never mind the actual prize pool.
It's a pretty intense stare from Sarah.
I would be quite happy to be stared at like that. Must have got word from Frederick Jensen's table that the big 10-minute plus tank is very fashionable. All the kids are doing it.
So he bet 43k on the turn, 95,000 on the river. Now we await Sarah's decision.
Reaching. Not doing anything.
It's like she's calling to me.
Man, you've really joined us at a thrilling time in the tournament, Jake. Well done.
Thanks.
Just give you a 30-minute tank to watch. Me and James completely distracted by a Zoom tournament. Lots of staring.
For the record, I'd like to point out that I'm considerably less distracted than I was yesterday.
You've done very well, I think, actually. It feels much less painful.
Well, it's because I've discovered to not use the fast fold button.
Yeah, it gives you not much breathing space, but a bit of breathing space. Three minutes and a bit. Oh, makes the call. A good call, announces Badziakowski.
And a good read from Jake, who thought she was going to make this call.
Oh, not an easy one. The two over cards, the straighty, diamondy board.
And again, a pair of eights is good. Sarah Hazali increases her stack to over 690,000. Okay, we've got action from the outer tables to tell you about. That is Alexander Debus, who is out in 48th place. Also out of the tournament, Gianfranco Vasali. Apparently, he went on massive tilt after that hand against Jensen and then busted in 47th. Went out with Queen 6 against Ace Queen on a Queen high flop.
Yeesh, had all the chips in the world only minutes ago.
And then, out in 46th place is Daria Hulik. And that means that Sarah Hazali, who's on our feature table, is the last lady standing with 45 now remaining in the EPT Malta main event.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that Vasali was second in chips at the start of the day. But it's amazing how something like that hand against Jensen, where at one point he must have been so confident, I've got this through and the guy's going to fold, to lose that hand can really affect you psychologically.
Yeah. I'm convinced he thought he had the best hand after such a long tank too, and that Frederick had ace high.
It must just make you feel transparent, like, oh, whatever I do, this guy just knows what I've got.
So that was raise and take it for Eugene Kachalov. We are halfway through level 17. What we've discovered will be the penultimate level of the day. We're only going to play one more level, level 18, and that means play should conclude around 7:15 this evening. Reminder that we're currently playing 3,000, 6,000 blinds with a 1,000 ante. By the way, we're just checking on all the players at the outer tables, but there is a very good chance that Sarah Hazali is the current tournament chip leader with 682k.
Yeah, she made a real good read with those eights.
Kachalov opens under the gun +1. Popovic shoves from under the gun +2. Marco all in for 114,000. It's Sarah's big blind. She folds back on Eugene.
No, thank you, sir.
So we are pretty sure that Sarah is chip leader. We know that both Fredrik Jensen and Davide Katai, two former EPT champs, have around 550,000 each. But with close to 700k, Sarah Hazali looks to be tournament boss with 45 players remaining. Boss.
Flick it in like a boss, James.
It is like the most talked about thing I can remember, the whole Kasuf thing.
Not a lot else going on in poker right now.
No, but that, in all seriousness, I think that is it's one of the best things that's happened to poker in years, because suddenly the game is about personalities once again.
That's a very good point.
I mean, have you seen how far that hand has reached in the mainstream media, especially in America?
Yeah.
I mean, I woke
Yeah,
up this
so
morning to see Griffin Benja being interviewed on TMZ.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's insane.
And I don't know whether you saw it yesterday, Jake, but it was hilarious that Kasuf went broke in exactly the same way yesterday. Kings into aces.
I didn't see it, but I saw him post about it.
Yeah, I mean, the clock got called. There's a tournament director at the table. He's giving it all the same shtick he gave it against Griffin. I mean, it's hilarious that lightning struck twice. I mean, hilarious
that's
from
so
a viewer's
hilarious.
perspective. I'm sure it's not hilarious for him.
I mean, that's unbelievably hilarious. I love that.
Don't worry, that's the water cooler. Don't worry, that's
I
not...
was worried that your artificial bladder had failed.
Reboot the bladder. No, we're okay. We're okay. This one instantly raised up by Dominic Panker, called in 2 spots. Jack, ace 4, 2 clubs down.
So who's in the hand? Yurosov, Panker, who it looks like is going to bet this flop. Where are we at now? Oh, hello, Gully. Action gets in touch on Twitter to say, hey Jake, we final tabled the Hot 215 together this Monday. Felt great playing with you. Hope we final table the EPT main or something soon.
Oh, I remember.
Peace.
That's really cool.
Thank you.
Panker's bet gets the job done. John Smith asks, did Griffin feel bullied by the interviewer on TMZ? Oh, looks like Joey's got his own death by quads anecdote.
Oh, on the good end of it? Being the killer or the killee?
No, he was in fact killed by the quads.
Ah, well that's not so good then.
How many bullets you want, Joe? Just hold up some fingers. 3.
3 bullets.
Oh. You can do that? Oh. Didn't know you could do that.
What, you can just pile up the reloads?
Oh, oh, hello. Yeah, I think I played it perfectly. Got very lucky.
Yeah. Action on Mr. Gully.
It's like he's going for a raise. Pumps it up.
Doesn't feel like he's been particularly the player one would expect to drive the action so far on the feature table.
No.
I think this is the first time he's played since I've been in.
Yeah.
Well, there was that hand that obviously we saw him involved in with Panker and Kachlov, but that was it.
Yeah.
I mean, does have a reputation as being a very tight player, but you often see him going deep in an EPT. Not the kind of player you ever see on the last 2 days, on the verge of making the final table, but certainly very good at finishing in like the top 40.
Well, there you are. It's going to be a cash, isn't it?
Yep.
So it's Gully against Kachalov here. Check, check on the flop. Third spade on the turn.
On the end. After both players checked the turn.
Some power poker.
Yeah, checking to victory all round.
Chop, 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 chop.
Do they have the same hand?
Well, they're both going to play the ace, king, jack, 10.
So this is going to be a chop pot. You know what they say, Matt?
Everyone loves a chop pot. You're welcome.
Здесь украли 1000. А? 1000 украли лишь. Да.
That'll take a lot of rehearsing.
You'd be surprised how little that word is. Don't throw that word around lightly around here.
What's rehearsing?
But do you know what? I'll tell you about it later on. How you getting on, Jimmy?
Hovering around the 7K mark at the
Oh,
moment. On my
nice.
second bullet.
Again, I thought I saw you pump the table
Well,
in
I played
disgust.
this hand really badly. I'm not going to lie to you. I completely screwed it up.
Not like the queens at all, which you played beautifully.
No, the king queen against the aces was just genius.
That
Right.
was poetry in motion.
Another raise from Mr. Dominic Pankar.
Here's a challenge for you then, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Play in the Zoom Bounty Bonus tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Call the action.
Yeah.
Plus keep tabs on Twitter and the Twitch chat.
Do you know what? I'm not entirely sure my screen is big enough for all of those tasks at the same time anyway. I'll have a go. Well, Sarah folded, but Dmitry Yurasov has actually re-raised up to 45,000. While on Twitter, Edgardo says, go Panker, go. And Twitch are very excited about something and keep putting a lot of faces. They are. That's all three of the tasks vaguely dealt with.
Good job. So Yurasov, 3 bets here, 45,000. Action is back on Panker.
The usual conversation on Twitch actually about should the sunglasses be banned. Just don't see so many of them anymore. Still a few people like rocking them out, but it's certainly not the epidemic it once was.
I rocked them for this tournament, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Key reason for that?
I'm not going to disclose.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Everyone's really examined Jake very carefully. He's clearly got some huge Twitch towel.
Oh, no, it wasn't nothing like that.
Oh, right, okay.
So those of you looking to play the EPT Live free roll tonight, which is going to be at 9:15 Central European Time, we can reveal today's password. If you search EPT Live in the tournament lobby, you'll find the game, $2,000 in the prize pool. And the password today is Yunkai. Y-U-N-K-A-I. Yunkai is the password that will get you in the free roll.
Where did you chip those games?
I just completely punted them off, but let's not let's not dwell on that, Jay.
How many has he got, Jake? What's he got left?
Well, I've just rebought.
2,000 now. Just rebought.
Well, oh, I'm just going hell for leather on this one. Oh, well. Sucker! 12,500.
So you don't have bounties in these, don't right?
We have bounties, yeah. Yeah, there's 300 on me and James and Joe.
But
we're
the
not
bounties,
until
the bounties only kick in after the rebuy period.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like, wow, this is like
Playing
knocked
so-
out every few
yeah.
minutes.
We're not going to, otherwise we break the company.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, oh gosh,
I
yeah.
do genuinely think that some people didn't get the message, though, and just think that they should eliminate us all the time.
Yeah, we have tried to suggest everyone just play with us gently until that point comes along, but I'm pretty sure I'm getting more value on my big hands than I ever have done before.
Yeah, it's an evil masterstroke.
Yes, that free roll password. Any idea if it's Genesis, Jake? Do you know why we've gone with that as the free roll password?
Young Kai?
Do you know what Young Kai is?
No. It sounds like some kind of Japanese plant or something like that.
No, it's from Game of Thrones. All of the passwords this week are references to Game of Thrones because the show was filmed here during season 1.
Oh, really?
In fact, the Scepter Baylor is just down the road. But Young Kai, I believe, was one of the slaver towns out in Esteros.
You're totally talking to the wrong person.
I quit it after season 1. I was over it.
Really?
Yep.
You're entitled to your opinion, Jake. I mean, you're wrong.
That's so Hartigan. That being said, you're an idiot.
I'm not really into that fantasy football thing.
Hold. Hold. Boom.
Well, this 3-bet job done.
Putting the hammer down.
Yurosov second now in chips here. The featured table over 500,000.
That's a good place to be.
Yeah, I'd take that. In fact, we can see everyone's stacks here on the feature table. Madziakowski, the shortest stack, about 20 bigs, all the way up to Sarah, over 660,000. Life is good, with 45 players left, and a full level and 34 minutes on this one to play out for the rest of the day.
Well, the good news is at least we're in the money in this tournament.
Which one? What, the Zoom?
Yeah.
Oh,
1,080 spots paid, and we're down to... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're down to 1,036.
Man, that's...
But the rebuys are still on.
The rebuys are still on.
How weird. Patrick actually quit Game of Thrones after 1 episode. Do you know what? I don't think 1 episode is enough. I don't have a problem with you quitting it, but I think maybe 1 episode. Unless you just went, well, there's far too many breasts in this. Swords? Swords?
I'll have a word, ref.
Yurosov has raised this to 14,000. Just round to Dominic Panker in the small blind right now. Still got Peter Ockenden.
Panker does seem to go deep in these things quite a lot too.
The boy's got form. Like, this will sound like the sort of sarcastic thing that Joe would ask you, and it isn't meant. But when you see some of these guys that do seem to have, like, ridiculous consistency, do you think, do you know what, I'm going to pick on him, and I'm going to watch everything I can find about him and see if there's something I learned from his game?
I mean, when I'm playing, I'm kind of paying attention to everyone. But I guess maybe yeah, I would pay attention to what they're doing.
But outside, like now, you go, do you know, I'm going to go find some videos, I'm going to watch some old clips of Panker and go, what is it he's doing that maybe I don't?
I think that could be beneficial, but I think there's probably better ways to try and learn and improve. But no, I think that would take too much time dedicating to one person.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious.
Although if I'd made like the World Series final table, for example, I'd definitely do it then. Like on all the players.
Yeah, yeah, just suck up as much information as possible.
Yeah, 100%.
So Panker 3-bet pre. An 8-4-4 flop with 2 clubs. I think we're still waiting for Mr. Panker to act.
Correcto, I believe. Check, check. That's how things go.
Double paired board now.
Double paired board. Oh, we're on a break. After the break, do we get the add-on and then the bounties kick in?
Matt, you need to be clear. When you say
Sorry.
want a break, you mean in the bounty bonus?
Well, it's pretty obvious, because look, we can still see that the game's clicking over. Yeah. I just want to make sure this is great. I got nearly 12 grand, so I've got plenty of ways to deflect people trying to grab my bounty.
What is it? First I've got Lee Jones talking about min cashing a stud event. Now I've got you going on about, oh, I've got 12k in the bounty bonus.
Min cashing a stud.
It's relentless brags.
My hero. So Dominic has checked. Yurosov now deciding what to do. 90,000 in the middle.
Sounds like the first line of a bad joke, isn't it? So Lee Jones min cashes a stud tournament in Reno. Panker checking for a second time. Yurosov betting 37,000 into a pot of 90,000.
It's kind of interesting he would free bet pre and then check that flop.
Maybe he smashed it so hard he is desperate for his opponent to do the betting.
Possible.
I don't know, I just thought it sounded good. Panker calls, and we get the 7 of hearts on the river. Panker pretty quickly checks. Yurosov is going to bet. $108,000.
I've got to say, this level has not flown by.
Yeah, it does feel a little long.
I was kind of looking up at the clock expecting it to say 3 minutes, and apparently, unless there's some glitch, it says 28. That can't be right. I mean, Frederick Jensen used up at least a third of the level.
The awful thing is, Panker might have powered down and none of us would know.
Yeah, just internally he's getting messages, rerouting power.
I heard a rumour that Dominic Panker is now a married man.
I have no comment.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
He did ask us about potentially coming in to do some guest commentary on EPT Live, and obviously we love having Dominic in the booth, but while he's in the main event, it's kind of difficult, and I'm sure he'd much rather be going deep in the main event than sitting here.
I think so, yeah.
Are you saying, Jake, that you'd rather be playing now than sitting here? Because, you know...
You are correct.
Quite rude, really.
Panker calls.
Is that ace-4?
Yurosov, I think, has shown the winner. Yep, ace-4.
I checked back the flop. So sneaky.
Panker mucks. Dominic down to 20 bigs. So Dominic came third in EPT Malta in season 11, the first time we came here in March 2015. The man who won Malta that year was Jean Monturi, and at the outer tables, Jean Monturi is all in, and he's been called by Alexei Boyka. Monturi with ace-queen, and Boyka has got queens.
Yuck.
Monturi needs Barry Greenstein. No ace on the river. Jean Monturi is out. He will not be repeating his success here in Malta from 18 months ago. And that means we're down to 3 former EPT champs. Fredrik Jensen, Davide Katai, and of course Dominic Panker, the PCA 2014 winner, who's on the main stage. Meanwhile, that is Taran Palmer. He is also out, and that should take us down to 43 players, I believe. So Yurosov has eclipsed Hazali, by the way, to become chip leader in the tournament. 773,000 now for Dimitri.
Yeah, it looks like he's winning every single hand. Two chip leaders going at it now.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they're not meant to do that. I'm quite sure I read somewhere that that's exactly what you shouldn't do as chip leader.
But then you can become super chip leader.
Wow. Do you know, I didn't even know there was a position such as super chip leader. Man. So that's like when you become the chip leader, having taken chips off the other chip leader, you become the super chip leader.
Yeah, if you're in first or second and you bust the other person, yeah.
Samuel Smith raises a very good point. He says, why have you stopped using Lee Horse Jones? Just to be clear, Samuel, it's Lee Big Horse Jones. And yes, when we talk about Lee Jones, the poker player, rather than the communications expert, it is indeed Lee Big Horse Jones who min-cashed a stud event in Reno. Meanwhile, Mikita Bodziakowski, all in. Hazali opened under the gun +1. Yurosov called. With Gully folding, action is on Hazali.
Bounty bonus is back on. Good luck, everyone. Bounty's alive.
Hazali folds, but Yurosov calls, putting Bodziakowski at risk.
Я на черной стороне.
Мне понравилось, как кто-то на днях сказал, что нужно в таком случае просто крутить до победного, когда флеш кто-то соберет, знаешь, открывать их по кругу.
Что, по чесноку было?
What he said.
Are we going to see some 4 flush thickness?
Chop is okay.
Whoa.
Man alive.
Ваня балуйся.
Не, ну слышно, ну нужно же этот.
В смысле нужно? Я по чесноку все выигрывал.
Ну подожди, ты только что сколько забрал? 300? Вот отдай долявку.
В смысле 300 я забрал.
Such a nice situation to be in.
По-братски.
Давай не балуйся.
Definitely not out, and you might double it.
Девяточку.
Восьмерку, бубновую, все нормально.
Восьмерку красную. Красную восьмерку.
Ну бубовую.
What he said.
Diamond. Hey,
Не
Diamond.
надо.
Рядом.
No heart on the river, it's a chop pot. You know what they say, Matt? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Я сказал, сейчас экшен будет.
Oh.
What's that noise?
That's Gully.
Oh no, we're losing Yuri Gully.
А там где-то лучше.
Посидел, короче, зашел в ИТМ с 30, там, с 7 тысячами, распихался, всех одержал, короче, и ушел. Какие 35? 7,5 тысяч. Не, ну 37 он начал денег.
Such a lovely time, aren't they? Look at them. Bye-bye, Gully.
This is the EPT.
Yeah. Look at
Не
him.
жалуюсь.
Best poker ever.
The main event trophy will be awarded on Saturday. And we'll have cards up coverage of the final table as 6 play down to a champion. Jake, are you going to be in Malta till the very end, or are you going to be heading home early?
No, I'm not going to be here until the end. I actually nearly went home yesterday and then decided to stay a couple more days.
Are you staying to hang out, or have you actually got an event you've got your eye on that you're going to be playing?
To hang out.
It's a euphemism for drinking.
Actually, karaoke, more karaoke than drinking these
More
days.
karaoke, love it.
That karaoke bar, we've given it so many adverts. They won't know what's hit them tonight when everyone rocks up.
Yeah.
Form a cue for Don't Stop Believing.
Oh, goodbye, Gully.
.43 left. 20 minutes on the clock.
And a reminder that we'll be going on break in 20 minutes' time. And then when we come back, the last level of the day. Popovich raising. Makes it 13,000. Next blind level, by the way, will be 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante. I do think it's a good idea, by the way, that they've taken the decision now to only play 4 levels today. I was slightly worried that if we played 5 levels today, we might be doing only like 2 or 3 tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I do like it when the days are balanced.
Yeah,
Balance your
that's
range,
better.
balance your levels. There you go. It's a little lesson for...
I can't wait for the T-shirts to come out of the printers on that one.
Well, the last time I designed a T-shirt, Matt, it then got taken out of print. So I've given up, basically.
And it's not even like what you say, because it was a failure. It was like, no, it was hugely successful. And they went, well, that's that then. Never do that again.
It does make it extra special, though. I mean, all those people who've either got an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot T-shirt from the VIP store, or who won a T-shirt either on EPT Live or on the podcast, they now have a limited edition collector's item.
That's true. Folded round to Hazali's button, raises it up, 13,000.
One thing I know about Catchlove, he does not like to fold his big blind.
Ever.
Ever.
9-5 deuce, 2 clubs, 36,000 in the middle. Has Eugene checked? And we've not... Yeah, okay, sorry. Eugene has checked. We've just not picked that up.
Oh, sorry. Just want to say hello to Chris Bryan, who tweets to say, I'm out of the bounty bonus. Busted in 799th. Never even saw one of the 3 bounty players. Well, Chris, that's irrelevant, because the bounties aren't in effect yet. The bounties don't kick in until the rebuy period ends, and you didn't have to bust in 799th. You could have kept the dream alive for $1.10, and you might have encountered one of the bounties during that crucial freeze-out period.
Oh, are we not already in? Are we not already in that?
No, not at all. The bounties, we're very close, but you'll be notified.
Oh, okay. Do you know what? There was a break a little while ago, and for some reason I thought, oh, that's it. We must be playing for it now.
So here's the thing, Matt. At 5 minutes to the hour, all tournaments go on break on PokerStars.
Right. I was forgetting what the real time is.
Now we have the 2-minute break, which is what we call the add-on period. So there are no more rebuys.
Now the bounties are in.
Exactly.
Wow.
So take the add-on, give yourself the extra chips, and then we go into the freeze-out stage, and now the bounties are live. Next people to knock out J. Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, and Waster are going to get $300 each.
Where's how do I rebuy again? I mean add-on, or can I?
I have the auto rebuy and auto add-on ticked, you see, so I don't know where you actually do it manually.
I see. I can't yet anyway. Yeah, yesterday there was a button, but I've just forgotten where it came. I just want to make sure I don't miss that opportunity.
Popovich moved all in there, didn't get a customer.
Meh. I mean, the thing is, I do want someone to get my bounty. I want it to be a glorious story that is told for millennia to come. I just don't want to do it stupidly.
So you'll see that the clock has ticked down to 41 players. Further eliminations on the outer tables. Boom, add-ons available.
Yeah, I've just seen it.
An extra 4K for $1.10. So I've got a stack of 11,000. Matt's got
14,236.
Joe? What did he say?
I didn't hear. Say again. 10,000.
Okay.
But this is weird. This happened yesterday. There are two of me on my table. With the same name, the same
I
chip
think it's
count.
just a glitch and it fixes itself as soon as the tournament restarts.
Strange. Mr. Eugene Chicken Catchlove has raised to 13,000 from the button in light of everybody folding ahead of him. Just Mr. Dominic Panker. All in and a call.
Yeah, Catchlove got 3-bet by Panker. Catchlove responded by calling all in. And what do we got here? We have got Queens against Ace Queen. Well, Catchlove with the Queens, favourite to double up here.
If I hit an ace,
Button against the big blind too.
Exactly what we saw on the outer tables with Jean Monturi a while ago. He couldn't improve and survive. Can it be done?
Ace Queen something. That's a good play.
Oh, always an ace on the desk.
So hard to redraw too when the other person has a queen.
Eugene Catchlove is drawing to the Queen of Hearts. Ah, opportunities emerge on the turn.
Take your chips back. They are coming.
No.
Ace on the river. Safe as houses.
You cannot kill Panker.
Can't be done.
The Terminator.
So let me get this right. He actually had Panker covered. So Eugene does not go out, but will be short, right? Left with around 10 bigs.
I think, yeah, around 80k.
And Dominic Panker is now up to 42 big blinds.
I think. Oh, 60k.
There are some very excited people on our table right now because me and Joe are on the same table in the...
wow, that would be...
that would be something special.
It really would.
I'm going to play this super aggressively. Ten bigs for Eugene. Gulp.
Meanwhile, one of the players who was on one of our earlier feature tables, Martin Stashko, has just bust in 40th place. That'll take us down to 39 players. My bad, Stashko actually out in 41st, so 40 players actually remain. What's happened to Joe?
He raised and I left the table. I folded. Nobody got knocked out that I'm aware of.
I'm all in.
Good luck, all in player. Raise and win for Sarah.
See if this dude from the Netherlands wants to try and claim my bounty.
Blooming Netherlanders from Holland.
He's called. Well, I'm ahead. Unbelievable.
Oh my God! He
oh, come on!
Oh, Hartigan.
Queen 10 against Ace Jack. Ace, Jack, King on the flop. Jack on the turn. Boom.
Nice.
Filthy.
As Gas Dragon says, like a boss.
I mean, everyone's just going to want to play a lot of hands of you, aren't they?
Basically.
Nikita points out that ace on the river in the Panka Katchalov hand was like having Barry Greenstein on your tug of war team, aka an ineffective Greenstein.
Nice. Like that a lot.
That's pretty good.
Free roll password, by the way, for those of you who prefer freeze outs to rebuy tournaments. Yunkai. Lowercase Y-U-N-K-A-I. Yunkai. Spelled out on the screen for you.
Popovich has raised this up to 14,000. All in from Dominic Panker on the button. Still players to act. Blinds down the original raiser still involved. Not gonna happen. Ain't gonna work.
Somehow I got my stack up to nearly 40k.
Oh, bingo. Hello, new player arriving. What a jaunty hat.
What's your best finish?
Yeah, sure. In this particular tournament, well, bear in mind this is only the second one I've played.
Okay.
And yesterday, where did I come yesterday? Can anyone remember? 130 something?
I don't remember. You were chip leader for a little while,
I was
weren't
chip
you?
leader for a long time.
That's Conrad Abella.
I really think he needs to make a decision. Either wear the hat or don't wear the hat. Don't
Yeah.
have it kind of perched indecisively on the top of your head.
Oh,
like,
man.
Like right now, Jake
Yeah.
Cody is wearing a hat.
Yeah, definitely wearing a hat.
Joe Stapleton wearing a hat.
Wearing a hat.
This guy, kind of like, it's balanced there. If someone walked by or a gust of wind blew, it would be off.
Yeah.
It's got a good name, though, so you can forgive him.
Conrad Abella. I just lost a huge pot. Ace Jack versus Kings. Didn't take the bounty off me, but it's taken me down to an amount of chips where I think a lot of people are going to actually be able to go for my bounty now.
Yeah.
Painful. Good luck, everyone. Hope somebody makes good use of the money they're definitely going to get.
Do you get each other's bounties, or does it roll over?
No, if I had knocked Joe out, for instance, then I would just be worth 600.
Okay, yeah, that's what I meant.
That would be fantastic. Yeah, I can. I realised.
I'm gunning for Waster's bounty now. I want to get drawn on the same table.
I am weak. And under the gun raise from Sarah has been called by both blinds. The end. 953 Rainbow.
Where's Abella from? What is that flag?
I
thought it was Monaco for a second.
No, I don't know.
It's not Monaco, is it?
Don't know.
No, it's not, yeah, but when I first glanced at it, I was wondering what it was.
I don't know. Oh, it's Malta. It's the locals.
That is pretty embarrassing.
That's really embarrassing. I can't see the cross, to be honest. It's pretty tiny.
Yeah, I'm actually going to put that one on the graphics team, actually. Your Maltese flag's not good enough. I'm still angry I haven't seen a lower third that describes Frederick Jensen as Frederick the Hugger Jensen. Got to bring back nicknames, Jake.
Do you want to make one for me?
I'll tell you what, let's open it to the audience.
Oh, God.
Oh, God, my God.
Not being funny, if there's one that Jake finds acceptable, not that it's your decision, by the way, you don't get to choose it.
Oh, I just get to say if it's acceptable or not.
Well, it could well be that you don't think it's acceptable. Matt and I think it's genius. But if someone thinks they've got a good nickname for Jake Cody, if it's really stunning, we'll give them a prize.
80 behind.
Great.
Never been so excited. Thanks for having me. Just to let you know instantly that Sarah did indeed continue, having raised under the gun. Still got the 2 blinds involved in this.
In fact, when I started watching poker, everyone had a nickname.
Exactly.
Like literally every single player had some kind of nickname.
Earlier in the week, we had Simon Aces Trumper on the feature table.
That's such a quite funny one. It's just like... I think Rambus one's one of my favourite.
Who brought up Lucy Rocash in conversation?
Earlier on, we were talking about it in Toby Stone, talking about Yorkshire.
That's right. What was her nickname? Golden Ovaries.
Golden Ovaries.
Oh my God.
Bringing a lot of the over 60 female players back to the game.
I didn't know that.
Really?
No. I know her. I didn't know it was a nickname.
I had a song and it said, "Poker is a game that keeps evolving, even if your ovaries are golden." She didn't like it much.
Oh.
I mean, I think we had Joe the Elegance Beavers.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Ram Crazy Horse for Swanee.
That was my favourite one. Crazy Horse.
I'm all in, everyone. Feel free to come and get my bounty. Deuce 7 has called me.
We've got James Sick Dog Aikenhead. He's one of the more later ones.
Yeah. Yeah, they just don't seem so important anymore. I guess also the difference is since online poker became so prevalent, everyone kind of just ultimately gets referred to by their online, sort of if they've had success online with a name, that just stay. It's like Matt the Waste, not that I've had success, but you know what I mean? It's like it's an automatic place to go, regardless of whether that's actually my nickname in real life.
Joe, is that a genuine suggestion, by the way? Jake the Smell Cody.
Seems harsh. I got Joe Stapleton to my left again in the game.
Sounds like it's bad thing.
What about Jake the Cake?
Jake the Cake Cody. Alliteratively very pleasant on the
I don't
tongue.
mind that one, actually.
It's like the cake. You can't have your cake and eat it.
I mean, I see it as like you're getting the cake.
Oh, I see. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't really make much sense, but it doesn't have to.
Anyway, Conrad the Hat Abella has bet 47,000 in light of everyone losing interest in this hand.
Paul Walsh says, I thought he was Jake the Dad, Cody. The Daddy, it should be.
The Daddy.
Another suggestion from Joe, Jake the Heavy Cody, because heavy is the Triple Crown.
I don't really get it.
No.
You have a Triple Crown, right?
Yeah.
You are aware that you achieved that in poker. Well, the crown, because there's the 3 of them, it's heavy. So Jake the Heavy Cody. Don't worry about it. I tried, Joe. I really did. I tried to sell it.
Yeah, good one too.
Standard response.
Peter Blow particularly enjoyed Ian the Razor Fraser,
Oh,
referring to himself in the third person. Come on, the Razor. Gotcha. I'm not going to lie, most of these suggestions are pretty bad and irrelevant.
Yeah.
Come on, Badziakowski. Do or don't. By the way, everyone playing against me, I'm not just going to call pre-flop if you shove. Like, at least try and play into the hand with me so that I have a reason. Just a little tip there. That'll earn you 300 bucks. Nearly 2 minutes on this decision.
Jake the Rochdale Ruckus. He's a poker player, not a darts player.
The Ruckus. Now we see why the hat is at a jaunty angle. Can't get a read out of those eyes because they don't appear to be any. Just over a minute left on this level, the penultimate level of the day.
Andrew Dean's suggestion, Jake Jaws Cody, biggest shark in poker. Music would play as he walks to the table. Oh, see, I suddenly thought about the big guy with the metal teeth. I was thinking about the shark.
Nice hand.
Nice hand.
My first hand on a feature table, so I hope it looks good.
No.
The hand was fine. The hat, however. Jake the crepe. Jake moccasins.
The crepe.
Cody.
I kind of like that one for some reason. It's hilarious.
If we're going to go with an item of food, I think cake is better than crepe.
It's just funny that.
Because it also comes from the whole cake Jody.
Yeah,
joke.
yeah. Which is more relevant, but for some reason, crepe's funnier.
Stapleton's on fire today. Jake Showboaty Cody. Jake the Da Vinci Cody.
That one's pretty good, actually.
Fives versus ace jack. Oh, I hit the ace. Hit the ace. Sorry, Volkman. No bounty for you. Man, you've turned me into a 23,000 stack. That's not going to make it easy. Panka deciding whether to call Yurosov's under the gun raise. 14,000. Still plenty of players around the table to get through.
Lawrence offers his suggestion. Jake the Take Cody, because he takes all your chips. I'm up to 45k now.
Oh, man.
Good job.
I think we take this too seriously. It's our one and only chance to play. A 3-bet from Panka. I haven't seen you once. It's funny, I've seen Joe twice, maybe even 3 times. I've not seen you once, Mr. Hartigan.
It's gone under the radar.
It's the way he rolls.
Jake English Bob Cody. Yeah.
Easy peasy for Dominic Panka, and that, I guess, is the last of this level.
Really?
It's a break.
Wow. So remember, the day has been shortened. We're only going to play one more level today. We'll stick with these guys on the feature table. As the blinds go to 4-8, Eugene is super short, and Dmitry Yurosov, we believe, is still the tournament chip leader. Huge thanks to Jake the Cake Jody. And we'll be back in 20 minutes' time with more action from the Malta main event here on EPT Live.
He's under the gun. With 5s, he might make a move here. Just a standard open to 150,000. Spampanato folds. Bielich folds, accidentally exposing a deuce.
Oh, you're stuck yet. 9-10.
Sakura on the button.
Now he looks at his hand.
Pocket 10s.
Well, I don't see how these two don't get it in. And that should be Yaroslav's goal right now, to get the rest of Sam's chips into the middle.
A 3-bet to induce, 275,000. Neil Farrell is in the small blind and has ace-king.
Well, this puts a whole new paint job on things. A ginger paint job, but that's besides the point.
He has both players covered. And he shoves on them. Rainer Kemper gives up the big blind. Back on Greenwood, he folds the 5s.
And this is a pretty sick spot for 10s. It's not a stellar hand against Neil's range here. It's pretty unlikely he's going to show up with a bluff, and it's also unlikely he's doing this with 9s. That doesn't leave a whole lot of hands Sakura's doing well against.
He's also thinking about the pay jumps.
Couple of shorter stacks out there.
He lets it go.
Nice squeeze, Neil.
Ale ten gość tam może... On tam każdego poketa pewno tak gra, ale ja i tak tego nie mogę brać. No.
Did you say he folded ace king?
He folded ace king?
Sounds like it. My Polish is not brilliant. But...
You should, right? You should fold lots of hands. I had a good hand, obviously, but
obviously
I didn't want called.
I had a good hand as well at one.
If you covered me, I would not have shoved.
I had a good hand too.
Everyone had a good hand. But I got to say the magic words first.
Well, Neil Farrell's twice fallen short of an EPT final table. 10th in London in Season 9, 15th in Barcelona in Season 10. His live earnings total $1.3 million.
He is due.
Action's been folded to Neil. He's on the button with ace-7 of diamonds. He raises to 125k. Kemper folds. Sam Greenwood with king-jack of spades in the big blind.
Pretty standard short stack spot.
On.
He shoves.
Count, please.
760.
760.
This is for a little over 10% of Neil's stack, but he's going to be ahead a decent amount, and he gets the chance to take someone out.
Neil Farrell calls, putting Sam Greenwood at risk.
One of those I'm probably never folding. I just wanted to take a second.
Yeah,
The Sam.
Cool story, bro.
Greenwood roughly a 6-4 dog. He's got 2 live cards.
Like king 10?
Wishful thinking. I feel like I'm watching The Prestige.
That's Sam's brother Lucas on the rail. Oh, 2 diamonds on the flop, reducing Greenwood's outs.
From 6 outs to 4, not good.
The turn card is an ace that has Greenwood drawing dead.
Good game.
Your game, Sam.
Man, Sam Greenwood is a sicko. If not here, somewhere else.
Good playing with you as always, bud.
Greenwood, the first player out, collecting just over 125 grand. Line still 30-60. Action's been folded around to Neil Farrell on the button. He's got ace-king again. A raise to 125,000. Reina Kemper folds the small blind. Short stack, Giulio Spampanato in the big blind has 9-10.
Cheeky. This is not an all-in or fold spot, actually. He can and should peel the flop. It's one big blind.
Mate. I should push with this.
You're in trouble. You push with that all you want, buddy. Let's go.
Maybe I'm lucky, like you yesterday.
Spampanato referring to a hand where Neil made a questionable move with 11 players remaining.
I really hope Neil isn't thinking of getting silly here.
Something that I've struggled with, probably the biggest thing I've struggled with throughout my career, is I think I let my emotions get the better of me. Mullen.
The boy.
Come on.
Escobar calls all in.
I have a cracker hand.
Like a Christmas cracker? Because that hand's a terrible joke.
Said I wouldn't do this again.
Not a bad flop. Pair and a straight draw. 10 on the turn.
All right. We'll take that.
Poker can be a cruel, cruel game.
And a full house on the river.
Well, I got.
Sorry, buddy.
Escobar eliminated in 11th place.
You know, I had the feeling I was getting pushed around a little bit, and I just figured this is a spot where they can both be fairly wide. I'm trying to justify it, but it's pretty bad overall, I think. Looking back at it now, calmer, not in the moment, I should definitely just fold. Extremely fortunate, obviously, to win the hand, but I'm very pragmatic in these situations. Like, if I punt it off, I'll be mad at myself for a few days, and I'll remember it's a card game and no one died and move on.
Nah, it was just Gianluca Escobar's poker career that died. Rest in peace.
Another huge hand for Farrell. Aces under the gun. He raises.
Pretty tough to punt it off with this, Niall.
Oh, Rainer Kemper's woken up with queens.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
There's the 3-bet to 300,000.
I know it's no 10-9, Neil, but you're gonna have to wait for the action to get back to you.
Spampanato folds, as does Bilic. Sakura gives up the big blind. It's back on Farrell.
Can I see your chips, please? Thank you.
Just gotta see if I got enough room for them in my stack. Might have to shift some things around, but yeah, okay.
Farrell shoves on Kemper, who calls all in.
Reina Kempa is about to be Rager Kempa. This is just unlucky.
He's at risk, and a 4-1 dog.
Yeah, standing up's probably a good idea.
I've had good hands all day. It's been absurd.
Absurd's the word.
Reina Kemper looking for a queen. Nothing for him on the flop.
This poor guy, 2 final tables in a row, looking like it's gonna be 2 fifth-place finishes.
And look at Giulio Spampanato sweating the pay jump with his rail. A 4 on the turn, 2 outs for the German. Kemper needs a queen on the river to survive. It's a 6. Spampanato ladders as Kemper busts.
That is adorable.
He qualified for back-to-back EPTs. He's finished 5th in back-to-back EPTs. We're three-handed at the final table. Blinds 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. Not that funny.
No, it's not.
Ace 10 for Sakura in the small. He completes. Neil Farrell in the big blind with ace jack.
Well, this is annoying. You limp in to try to disguise your hand and your opponent wakes up with a veritable monster behind you anyway.
Farrell raises.
Call.
Sakura shoves and gets called. He's at risk and dominated. Are we going heads up already?
69% of the time, yes.
I have ace jack against ace 10.
Run better, Neil Farrell. I haven't seen a Scot run this good since Andy McQuestion in the '84 Olympics. Totally made that up.
Queen 8-6 flop. Sakura with 3 outs. The turn card is a 4. Just a 7% chance of survival for Sakura. He needs a 10 on the river. It's an 8. He's out in third.
Good game. My rail isn't even drunk. No one's here. All the British rail are going to get here and gone home.
Well, Bilic has raised and Farrell is dominated again.
He's certainly not folding this, though, so if he is thinking about it, he's probably thinking about a 3-bet. He's dominated, but luckily for him, it's probably not going all in pre-flop.
He re-raises to 725,000. Bilic calls.
Plenty of chips in the middle to kick this hand off.
The flop is ace, ace 10, so both miss. Farrell may try to represent something.
I think he has to.
Here's a continuation bet of 425,000.
Oh man, Bilic reaching for chips with 8 high. I love it. Now some poker's being played.
Bilic calls.
That might have been a little too quick of a call, though. With an ace, maybe he slows down just a little bit.
Well, Bilic pairs his 8 on the turn. Farrell with a gut shot, drawing to a 9.
I guess an 8's your dream card when you float with 8 high?
Neil bets again, 1.3 million.
Well, now you got a pair. It'd be silly to fold. Think you got to call here and just pray for a cheap showdown.
Looks like Bilic is calling. So we got 4.9 million in the middle. Bilic has less than 4 million behind. The river card is a 5 of clubs. That changes nothing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Neil's only got 2 options here. Give up or pull the pin.
All in.
He pulls the pin, he shoves on Bilic.
He pulled the pin and he swallowed it.
And Bilic is forced to fold the best hand.
Neil Farrell is such a nut, he wouldn't be allowed in a school lunch.
The maces. The maces on the
Yeah,
flop.
aces, man.
Now, was that an example of Neil Farrell the genius or Neil Farrell the madman?
Genius, madman, genius, madman. Somebody slap me, and then him. So easy for Bilic to have an ace there, but he didn't somehow.
Wait, do you see that one?
Well, we've seen it, and this just said Neil Farrell is officially looking for new backers.
What? I went all in.
I get the sense that no one on Neil's rail is paying attention.
They could at least pretend to pay attention.
Well, Farrell has now opened up a commanding chip lead. Bilic looks down at 8 deuce of hearts. He raises.
Probably fine, heads up.
Neil with 6-5.
Totally, totally, totally.
He defends. Wow, Farrell pairs his 6. Bilic flops a heart draw.
Hearts versus a pair. Some more chips are going in.
Farrell has checked. Bilic is c-betting his draw, 300,000.
Now, I've seen Neil get pretty nuts with nothing, but this is a something, and I'd be pretty shocked if he did anything other than just call.
There's the call.
I'm not shocked.
Here comes the turn. And Farrell improves to 2 pair. Bilic now has an open-ended straight draw to go with his flush draw.
There's some real check raise potential here if Bilic bets again.
Neil has checked for a second time.
With all of Bilic's draws and ways to get there, I don't see how he doesn't bet this.
Yeah, he's going to bet again. 650,000.
Like I said before, this pot is huge. There's tons of draws out there, so I'd not be at all surprised to see Neil play for all of it right here.
He's counted out a call. No raise from Neil Farrell. We're going to the river.
Just calling, hoping for a river barrel. Big river coming.
It's the Queen of Spades. Bilic has missed completely. He's left with just 8 high. Neil checks again.
Giving Bilic the rope.
All in.
Bilic bluff shoves.
Went for it.
Quick count. Pretty sure I'm going to call. I just want to know how much it is.
This could be it.
2.55. I call.
Farrell calls.
You good?
And he wins EPT Malta.
He is good. He is champion.
No play, man. Good game.
You kill me.
I had it like every time that last
Yeah,
level.
yeah. I was just getting crushed by the
So,
way.
yeah.
Good game, though.
Good game, boss. All right. Someone get me a beer.
Go. Yeah.
Well done.
done.
On TV, online, and unbelievable they gave these to another show. This is EPT Not Live.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to EPT Not Live. In the booth with me, my wife, my work wife, James Hardigan.
I will be filing divorce papers end of this week.
There's always one girl that's always like, we gotta go, which leads to the final time I didn't get to have sex in the Bahamas. It's all fun and games till a sound guy throws up in a garbage can, okay?
Superfan versus States.
Do you A, fold because you're scared, B, call because this guy?
B all the time, this guy.
I did have a sex dream, and it involved a poker player, Liv Baree.
I was certain you were going to say Daniel Negreanu. Well, great news, Joe, because on the line are both Liv Baree and her mum, Elaine.
Hi. Oh, boy. For James Hardigan, this is Joe Stapleton saying, smell you later.
Welcome back to Malta, hosting the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. It's day 3 of the EPT 13 Malta main event. We are here at the Portomasso Casino in St. Julian's, and we have 90 minutes of poker left to play today. We are through the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. Everyone is now in the money, and it's been decided that because we're whittling through the field that we're actually going to cut the day short and finish at around 7:15 local time. So level 18 that's about to kick off will be the last level of the day. We're sticking with the same feature table, and it's James Hartigan joined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. James, are we possibly boning ourselves in the runner-runner by cutting things short today?
No, we're not, because if you think about it, we now start day 3 one level ahead of where we used to start, because obviously they took out the double level on day 1. So actually, by finishing here, we'll finish where day 3 always used to finish. And bear in mind, the field was quite small, 468. I think we'll be fine.
Who's this? I've moved on from that. Now who's this?
Sarah Hazali. I assume you've been paying attention to the stream while you've not been on.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I just been listening mostly.
Well, Sarah was the chip leader for a while. She's certainly still among the top 10 stacks, but it's Dmitry Yurasov who leads the tournament at the moment, and obviously is table captain here. Conrad Abella with his now more in-place hat. Raises from the button.
I heard you complaining about it before. Can you show me on my head what his hat was doing?
Sure.
Before?
Okay, so here is your hat. It was kind of like... Oh, no.
Oh,
See,
yeah,
look, it
like
doesn't
this?
Even, doesn't even balance on your
One
head.
of these guys? One of those?
Yeah, yeah.
Ugh.
I know. Not good, right? Good luck to everyone remaining in the EPT Live Bounty bonus. 253 players left. Joe's bounty has been claimed, but there are still bounties available on myself and Waster, Matt Broughton.
Rennie on Twitch asks, who does this girl remind me of? Help me. Let me be the first to suggest your mom.
Really?
What do you mean, really? Man, why does every photo the GPL posts of its commentators have one dude with his eyes half closed? Every photo. I mean, can't you find a screenshot where they both have their freaking eyes open, Alex?
What I do like is the SOP to PokerStars that they're now putting in there.
We're all on the PokerStars ta-ta over here. I mean, look. Oh, no, my head's in my hands in this one. I mean, come on, Hardigan. This is the kind of promotional material they're putting out there. How about this one?
Yeah.
GPL, everybody. It's great as long as we're not on.
Scott Adamson is out of the EPT Live Bounty Tournament.
No! What?
He had kings against queens and he lost.
Oh, come on! Wait, kings against queens? That's not supposed to happen.
Well, it does. 20% of the time.
Fudge.
Scott said there's always tomorrow. Absolutely. Always look on the bright side of life, Scott.
At least his wife let him out of his apartment. Remember he was locked in yesterday?
Yeah. Action has been folded around to the chip leader, Dmitry Yurasov. He folds the button. Now on Eugene Kachelov in the small. Eugene's all in. Marko Popovich folds.
Eugene, the short stack grinding machine. See, it's guys like Eugene that you can tell how much fun they're having when they play. It's really what gets people into the game.
Here are the stacks of the 8 players we're watching right now at the feature table. A reminder that it looks like Dmitry Yurasov is the current tournament boss. In fact, let's get an update, shall we, on where the tournament stands overall as we come into the final level of the day.
I'll allow it.
Yurasov leads. We think that Alexei Boyka is the second biggest stack. He's also got more than 700,000. Both Kachelov and Bodziakovsky at our feature table are super short. They have fewer than 10 big blinds each. They are in the danger zone.
Danger zone. Optimus Clang busted out of the bounty tournament. Did not see one commentator. I saw Matt twice and James once.
And remember now, the bounties are in play.
Yeah, I'm out already, by the way, guys. Done.
Can you remember who claimed your bounty?
I wrote it down. Krutikov.A.A. Sounds suspect to me.
So did you see the lookalike we have for this guy earlier on?
For Yurasov?
Yeah. Producer John thinks he looks like Carl Urban, specifically in the Second Born movie when he's playing the Russian hitman.
Sure.
Obviously not Carl Urban as Montgomery Scott in the Star Trek movies. Or Carl
All
Urban
she left me with was my bones.
as the horseman in the Lord of the Rings movies.
But sort of Carl Urban from Doom.
What about Carl Urban from Dread?
Yes.
Oh yeah, he's not Scotty, is he? He's Bones.
Yeah.
Who's Scotty? Oh, it's
Simon
Simon
Pegg.
Pegg. God, how lucky is Simon Pegg that J.J. Abrams was a fan of Spaced?
Well, we have seen a lot of this guy lately. Mikita Bajakovsky, final table to high roller this week.
Set to make a deep run here in the main event.
All in.
He's
Well,
all in.
Could possibly be no deeper than 40th. Looks like this is going to get through.
All in.
No!
Peter Ockenden reshoves from the big blind for some unknown reason. He didn't need to.
You want to isolate in spots like this, James.
He was closing the app. It doesn't matter. Point is, Bodziakovsky is all in. And Bodziakovsky has the worst hand. But he does have 35% equity. He does have 2 live cards. Queen Jack against Ace King.
Pretty good situation when you shove from that early and get called. 10-eye flop. All right, the situation is becoming less good.
Yeah, ace high is holding, and Bodzikowski is looking for a queen or a jack.
Готов сейчас выставиться против этого всего. Так, опасно.
Gonna need that queen or jack on the river, or we're down to 39 players.
No queen, no jack, annoying, but ace king holds, best hand wins. Bodzikowski is oot.
And for 40th place, he'll get 12,390 euros. We are down to 39 now in the main event. And meanwhile, if you are hoping to play some poker tonight, you missed the EPT Live bounty bonus. The free roll kicks off at 9:15 European time. It'll be after we've gone off air. But if you want to register for that game, the password's on the screen right now. You need to search the PokerStars lobby for EPT Live. You'll see tonight's free roll. $2,000 in the prize pool, and Yunkai is the word you'll need to register. You'll note that it's all lowercase, Y-U-N-K-A-I. Smitty is trying to hunt down Matt Broughton in this Zoom bounty tournament. He asks, is it Waster or the Waster? His PokerStars ID, Smitty, is just Waster, just the one word, Waster.
I bet the guy that busted me doesn't even listen to EPT Live.
He may do. He probably listens to the Russian commentators, but that's not the point. We have a lot of viewers in Russia, Joe. It's a very important market for PokerStars. Just ask Dmitry Yurasov, who has raised and taken this putt. Here are some factoids about Dmitry Yurasov. 26 years old. Total live earnings of nearly $850,000, but most of those cashes in high roller events. 3-to-1 ratio if you compare his high roller cashes to his main event cashes.
I wonder what the actual true statistics are like on just if you could put a number on how difficult it is to cash a main event versus a high roller. Like main event, you got to fade a way bigger field. High roller, smaller field, but less dead money, if you will. I suppose you can't really put a finger on the number, but I wonder what people, like smart people, would say. It's got to be easier to cash a high roller, right? But then they only pay what? Sometimes like this one only paid like 9 places, the last one, right?
Exactly.
That we did here. I don't know, it makes my brain hurt. I don't like thinking this hard. More puns.
Yurasov raises under the gun.
Myasov?
Action on Sarah Hazali in the big.
That is right up her alley.
The two biggest stacks at the table. Two of the biggest stacks in the tournament going to the flop, which is 7-6-4. It's straighty.
A little while to check, huh? Check, check.
Jack of spades on the turn. Puts a flush draw out there. Sean McCarthy's asking, any idea when the EPT Not Live video will be up? If you're asking Sean when it's going to air on EPT Live, which is probably the more accurate question, probably on day 5, definitely on day 6. Chances are it'll air during the breaks on day 5, and then we'll repeat it on day 6.
Maybe like the full uninterrupted show and dinner break on day 6?
If there is a dinner break, you just don't know how fast the final table's going to be. Let's not forget, this is the smallest field we've had in an EPT main event since Copenhagen in Season 8, in 4.5 years.
Wow. Well, it is an island.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not like you could take a train here. It's not like you can drive.
Sure.
So there's been no betting. Check, check on the flop, check, check on the turn. It's gotten flushier.
It is a straighty, flushy board, and there's a bet from Sarah Hazali on the river.
Fingernails that shine like justice.
She leads for 29,000.
And a voice that is dark like tinted glass. She's fast, she's thorough, she's sharp as a tack. She's touring the facility, and she's picking up slack. I like her for a flush here. Nope. Just a jack. King jack good.
Fascinating to know what Urasov called her with there.
Maybe a neener.
Well, talking of players who've had some success in high roller tournaments, Dan Shack, but he is all in here.
I like Dan Shack quite a bit.
Looks like the decision is on Thomas Lentrot, who we know from when he was on the feature table earlier on, takes his time over his decisions. Wise fold, Matt.
You made a wise choice, my friend.
At ace-king suited.
Now we know that Dan Shack is more than capable of having an absolute air ball here, of having the complete and utter stone ones, and also anything in between.
Shack attack.
You've been shacked.
Dan would be a good person to ask your high roller question.
Yeah, he plays them all.
Absolutely.
Oh, all right, Eugene is all in, called by Urasov. It's a battle of the ovs.
Queen Jack against ace nine. Eugene behind, but not that far behind. It's almost a race.
Ov. Queen Jack bricked out last time. Oh, Eugenie. Eugenie in a bottle. You better rub him the right way. 10 high flop again, huh?
Ace high holding.
Девяточка. Можно девяточка. Пусть будет. Пусть девяточка будет, только не валет.
These guys.
Вообще неинтересно. Ну, девяточка ривер будет. Так это шестерка почти под ривером,
He needs to hit on the river. Nope.
Спасибо.
He has a third and a second in EPT main events. In this event, he's 39th, though. 12,390 euros as he departs.
Das Vidania.
Let him move.
Urasov now over the 800k mark. He has more than 100 big blinds.
So I know it's a bounty tournament, and I know we're supposed to lose. I get so mad every time. I just don't even want to play him anymore, to be honest. I'm such a bad loser. I'm like one of those people that really has to fight off writing horribly angry things in the chat.
The good news is because it's a Zoom tournament, everyone goes away very quickly, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So you end up writing in the chat and then basically abusing people who've literally just sat down with you.
Well, also what makes me so mad is like because when I'm out of the tournament, I can't write to anybody. What also tilts me is like when I try to close out the program and it doesn't close immediately. Just shut it down. Sorry. Some little window pop. Are you sure? Yes, I want to quit. Stop it.
Do it to me. 12? Yeah.
Sorry.
12-5.
Soft shoves, small to big, gets through.
Marko Popovic is still pretty short, fewer than 15 big blinds. How many players do you reckon we're going to end the day on, Joe?
Let's see. We got 38 now. We're playing for another hour and 10 minutes. Let me just plug it into my calculator. 27.
I think that might be... I was going to say 33. I think 5 more eliminations over the course of the next hour and 10 minutes. It could... Look, it could be.
Hello.
Let me crunch him again. Still 27. Sorry, James, but you're wrong. Well, who do we have here? What Frenchie is this?
This is Guillaume Diaz, who at one point was tournament boss. He's got 500,000 chips right now. Now, I only saw a little bit of this guy on the outer tables, and when someone was eliminated from his table, he very proudly yelled at the floor, "Seat open," which I thought was a little bit inappropriate.
I don't love that.
I don't know whether it was a bit or whether that's just the way he rolls.
Maybe he's a little like obsessive compulsive and doesn't like an empty seat at the table.
I decided not to judge, but deep down I was thinking...
Deep down your earth, I was thinking, I'm going to judge. It's what I do.
Yeah.
Chip denominations at the bottom of your screen. Ooh, Mint Morale is making me hungry for some ice cream.
Unfortunately, Mellow Yellow is making me think about your Clippers incident.
Mm-hmm. You really should listen to the podcast, people, if you don't.
Actually, on the subject of the podcast, it's worth mentioning that in August, pretty much after the November 9 was set, we had Griffin Benja on EPT Not
Yes.
Live, and we actually talked to Griffin in detail about that hand that everyone's now seen. The Aces Kings hand against William Kassouf. So if you want to listen to Griffin's take on it back then, before any of the TV coverage, dig out from the archives. Let me just have a quick look on my phone and tell you what episode number it is.
Any podcasts about?
So it was after the summer, early August. Nope, not that one. It was episode 53, published on the 11th of August, Griffin Benja.
Pretty cool of Griffin to come on the show, because I know he's getting hounded for interviews left and right.
Yeah, but the irony is we caught up with him before anyone was after it. The only reason I knew about that hand, by the way, is Howard Swains wrote a really good report about it for the PokerStars blog. Because obviously the TV shows hadn't aired yet. So I thought, this is going to be a thing. So we want to be ahead of the curve, and we want to make sure we speak to this guy before everyone sees it, and then everyone wants a piece of him.
Right.
من ديك الهانت ليش جاك من ديك الهانت ليش جاك
This guy loves Ace Jack. It's his favorite. More like Ace Joke, am I right?
And in the interest of political balance, there may be the chance to hear William Kassouf's side of the story here on EPT Live, because chances are he will be joining us as a guest commentator in the next couple of days.
Is that real?
It's a real thing.
just being extra quiet now for when Will Kassouf is in here, because I feel like, you know.
Balance, right?
Yeah, that's it. Balance. That's the word I was looking for.
Balance your range, balance your levels.
Balance
It's my
balance
top poker tip.
Balance my coconuts. All right, we're 3 ways to this flop. A lot of red, white, and blue. None of them the same nation.
King Jack 8 on the flop. Ockenden first to act. He checks.
It's like some sort of IQ puzzle. Got a comment on Twitch from Sturdy69. Let me read it verbatim. Oh, my baby crying sound effect isn't working. He says, Mr. Hardigan, are you going to honor my knockout of Staple after break when you said live on air bounties are in play, and then I KO'd Staples King versus Ace Queen? Then a minute later when rebuy ended, you announced it again. Come on, Stu.
I never announced that the bounties were live until the bounties were live.
Yeah, I don't think you did either. Also, just man up. No offense to females, because they're less of a baby than you are, all of them. Quit whining. Stop whining!
By the way, I did mention that article that Howard wrote. He retweeted a link to it recently. It is worth reading, purely because there's stuff in there that didn't make the TV show. Like the fact that when Griffin took out William Kassouf, people were yelling USA, USA, even though the Blue Jays cap is a massive clue that Griffin is actually Canadian.
Did it include the fact that, I mean, a lot of people are saying that Griffin overreacted, but did it include the fact that Will Kassouf may or may not have slept with Griffin's mother?
I was unaware of that accusation. Is that the woman that he made cry? Again, something I don't think actually happened.
I don't know, it's just going around. That would upset me. All right, we are heads up to this flop after a raise from Dominic Panka. It's Diaz, the new player at the table, who's defended his big blind. King 4-4.
Daniel Blake says somebody announced the bounties live too early on the feed. Matt, did you mention that bounties were live too early?
I think we both said that we had thought they were live, but then realized that they weren't. That's what I said. Oh, no, but I wasn't even on the air, so it could have been me.
Not being funny, it doesn't really matter what we say. It's very clear from the tournament itself when it's a freeze out.
Correct. So after a very deliberate check bet call on the flop, looks like we're having a check bet at least. Big blind pretty wide, especially against Panka's button raising range. You would expect him to defend plenty of kings. You wouldn't expect him to defend too many fours. And Panka wins this pot.
Oh, I've got Matt Brown on my table again.
Well, you guys are getting down there now. How many are left?
136 players remaining. Cutoff limped. I just raised the button. Matt's folded, so Matt's got no idea what's going on in the hand anymore. He's moved on to the next one.
Guys, tell me please, does Urbanovic play this tournament? He's definitely not in it now, and I don't think he ever started.
I haven't seen him in Malta, to be honest. Pete Blow claims that Matt did announce the bounties were available, but his speech play clearly worked. The audience got kasoofed.
It's just speech play, mate.
I think Matt may have been confused at the first break, which was just a scheduled tournament break.
Looks like Dominic Panka's back to his old Skynet ways in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Firing up the neural net processor.
Yes,
Pank. Go ahead. Panka put a little stanka on it.
Just seen Jane Windsor's tweet, and she's absolutely right. If you recall, not only did the woman not cry, she complained, the clock was called, and she left without throwing a tantrum. That's certainly what the cameras caught. And she herself has claimed that she did not cry, and that she would never get so upset about being bluffed in a poker tournament. I think it just became one of those urban legends that spread like wildfire around the tournament room.
Yeah, I don't know where I got it from, but that's obviously what I heard too.
Wow, that's an interesting stat. 4 EPT caches, half of them from EPT final tables.
No big deal.
And yes, that win in the PCA in 2014 was worth the better part of $1.5 million. A rather long, protracted heads-up battle against Mike Timex McDonald. I think we finished at around 6 a.m. I remember being told the good news is you got a late checkout. And then the fire alarm went off in the building at 9:30 and didn't stop ringing for 2 hours.
Well, I wasn't there, so I was already on a plane.
Pretty sure that Matt Brown was on a plane back to London and was back home, probably fired up the stream and saw we were still going.
That PCA final table. No swear jar.
Again, you can retrospectively refer to the event as the PCA. You just can't refer to the event in 2017 under that moniker.
Are you sure? Because it doesn't seem very unlike our company to want us to retroactively change the name of something also.
No, it was and always will be the PCA.
Something like this happens. Like
It was
if
always
some
will
chips
be.
fall out, we just
Yes, if that makes any sense
number,
whatsoever.
maybe.
Pierre says, I'm already envisioning a heads-up between Panka and Katai, Terminator versus Human Genius.
Oh.
Who's going to come out on top?
Not the audience, because it's going to take hours. Let's lay back, relax, chill out. Dude!
Oh, this guy loves his cough drops. 2 cough drops, please. 2 more, yup. I chew them right up. Ship them. You know I'm good for it.
Action here has been folded around to Guillaume Diaz.
Mateo asks, guys, how much I will get if I bust Waster or Hardigan? Well, that depends. Is the bounties actually in play at this point, or are we just?
Yes,
they
we
are?
can 100% confirm the bounties are in play.
$300 on each of their heads, guys. Somebody already won $300 off me. As we wait for Sarah Herzali to make her decision. She's out.
You'll see that we've dropped down to 36 players now. Wow, maybe your calculator wasn't as ridiculous as it sounds. Could we get to 27 by the time this level concludes and play ends for the night?
You put in one too much.
Okay, Whacker87 on Twitch asks, what's free roll ID? Hope you have a pen. 169-577-1922. There you go. Thank you for your question. Do you think I should repeat it?
I would just say search EPT Live in the tournament lobby. It's a lot easier.
169-577-1922. Don't step on it this time, James. One more time. That's it.
Okay.
169-577-1922. Thank you for your question. Matt, did the Hornchurch Titans ever had to play against the Ockenden Raiders or what? Yeah? Big rivalry?
Chip counts of the 7 players we have at the feature table. Average stack right now, 390,000, just below 50 big blinds. So we've got 4 players here with above average stacks, including a guy who's getting close to 1 million chips, Dmitry Yurasov, who we believe is still the tournament chip leader.
Just under an hour to go left today, and we are having a good time, having a good time, having a good time.
Something flashed.
So, so
guys.
hard.
I mean, I saw a red card. But sorry.
No, these are kind of awkward for mocking these cards. They really are, yeah.
Sorry, guys. No worries.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that they're not super awkward to fold. You can just slide them across the table.
Yeah, but I guess if you've been playing on one of the outer tables, one of the usual decks, you come to the feature table where it's the RFID cards, which are a little faster, a little stiffer. I have a certain degree of sympathy with the players in that spot.
What do I know? I have not touched cards in years. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Didn't you once play at a feature table?
I thought we weren't bringing that up. It makes me really sad. By the way, it wasn't a heart. I agree, Matt Broughton. It should have been so good.
Okay, I am now in the danger zone.
Danger zone?
In the EPT Live bounty bonus. Just massively overplayed 2-pair.
I don't think you can overplay 2-pair.
You can when the other guy's got set.
How much do you have? I'm joking. 500.
Oh, hello, Gully.
Call.
Okay, I think we're getting close to the point where someone's going to claim my bounty.
Well, somebody's attempting to claim the bounty of Marko Popovic.
Oh, and he's dominated as well.
Forgot that was that long on the final table, on the TV table.
Right, I'm looking for a hand to make a stand with.
Chop it up.
Chop
That'll
it
be
off.
interesting.
Yeah, this
seems unlikely.
No.
Got a flush draw.
Still want to chop? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Lots of outs, but that
And then-
weren't one of them.
And that's not a chop either.
Time for him to pop on out of here. Guillaume Diaz up to 574,000. 71 big blinds. Shortest stack at this table now, Peter Ockenden.
Okay, I'm making a stand. Going for it. Boom. Eat that.
By eat that, he means eat very well of all the food you're going to buy with his $300 bounty.
Absolutely. Bazooka, you want a bounty? Yep, Bazooka's trying to race to isolate. Bazooka wants the bounty. Get back to the action at the feature table in just a moment. So I'm all in with ace-4 against 7-3 and queen-10, and of
Guy
course
hit his
someone hits a
3.
3. Oh, come on.
Wow, the worst hand wins it. 7 tray.
See, I'm glad
plus
that,
both of you.
I'm glad that Bazooka claimed the bounty, but with 7-3, really? Really?
It's worth it with any 2 cards, though. For $300, you have to. Back to the real poker.
I kind of stung, I'm not going to lie to you.
I know, it sucks. What do you think I was screaming about earlier? Panka calls the opening raise from Urasov.
You often make weird noises, to be fair.
Ace, ace, queen, hearts.
Ouais. Très bien, je perds tous les coups. Je gagne des all-in pour revenir.
What?
Hey, James, Channel Champion says, sorry, James. He's just emoting for you.
Oh, thank you.
He's showing some emotional intelligence. No betting on the flop, no betting on the turn. Yurosov is going to make a delayed continuation bet. 22,000 into 54,000. And Panka folds.
Well, we're heading out to one of the outer tables. Looks like we've got multi-way action here. Whoa, we've got Zoltan Szabo all in with ace-10. Olinsky all in with kings. Guillaume Val with jacks. And there's a jack on the flop.
Nice.
A set of jacks for Guillaume Val, and that's 2 players eliminated.
Yikes.
That sees the elimination of Szabo and Ortinsky. And that is a double KO! And that takes us down to 32 players, so the clock's been paused while they break a table, and it shows that my estimation of 33 was out. Joe's prediction or calculation that we get to 27 looking more realistic now, with still half the level to play and down to 4 tables.
It's alive.
This is the table that's being broken. Are we going to get Olashemian? Are we going to get Dan Shack?
Oh man, I would love a shack attack. I would even take a hello Ghoulie. Oh yeah, come on, look at these kids. Who's this Bizarro Oliver Price here? Who's that? Jeez, out of my way, Shemian. No. We're about to get a major injection of swag at the featured table, ladies and gentlemen. Dad swag.
Shemian is coming to the main stage. Ola Shemian is taking a seat at the feature table.
Wait, wasn't he already at a final table?
Yeah, he was at the 25K final
You gotta
table.
be shitting me.
He busted 6th.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring you.
So he's going to take one of the vacant seats at the feature table along with someone else. Who else are we going to get? I'm excited. The suspense, the tension, the drama.
Viola, nice fanny pack.
Apparently Walter Trecarici is the other player. So we will be 8-handed once again.
Give him the trick or reach around.
That's so wrong. Colin McNaughton says, whoever gets your bounty, you should mail them a hat.
What, the 300 bucks ain't enough?
I was going to say, I mean, the whole idea of a bounty is that's the bounty, and I'm sure they'd rather get $300 than a hat. Although I'm quite happy to substitute the price. Anyone's not happy with $300, I've got plenty of Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hats. There are still more than 1,000 in the PokerStars VIP store.
Really? You know, to be fair, I think that was kind of ambitious, ordering 1,000 of those hats in the first place.
Ordered the same number of T-shirts. Where are they now?
Yeah, but how many people wear hats versus how many people wear T-shirts?
People aren't wearing enough hats.
People don't wear hats.
Lawrence points out that Olashemian has come dressed as a rug that we used to have when I was a kid. He certainly has a unique look whenever we see him on tour.
Oh man, that's not the Olashemian I know. Folding, what? What a joke.
So Urosov has raised from under the gun +1 to 18,000. And everyone else has folded.
I winked too, but you didn't see it. Huh? I winked to you too, but you didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see.
You're gonna take the sunglasses off, buddy, if you want someone to see you winking at them.
No, you can't.
Winking 101.
Don't hide that pretty face.
What about you?
I need it.
Me too.
For my my health.
You pop. No.
Besides,
Too bright here.
I'm blind, you know. It could be disgusting.
Did Dominic Panka go and get married?
That's what I've heard. That's been the rumor that's been circulating in the poker world.
You don't want to tangle with Skynet, sister. You can't tell, but he's winking at you in there all the livelong day.
Good move.
Looks like 16,000 players have signed up for tonight's EPT Live free roll, which means there's still 14,000 seats available. Just search EPT Live in the tourney lobby on Stars if you want to find it. Password's on the screen right now. Yunkai, all lowercase. Y-U-N-K-A-I. Trecarici opens with a raise to 17,000. The average stack has gone up now, by the way, to just shy of 440,000. So we're playing above a 50 big blind average. Might just see the action slow during the last 43 minutes of the day. Oh, a 3-bet from Dominic Panka. He has re-raised to 50,000. Sarah Hazali, second in chips at the table, is in the small blind.
James, I hate to break this to you, but Snoochie Poochie's on Twitch does not care for you. This younger commentator is off the walls awful.
I do try.
He's got a lot to learn, my babies. Give him time.
It's a bit disturbed recently that Pedro, one of our former superfans, a man who wears some of those disgusting pajamas known to humanity, thought that I was in my late 40s. I mean, mentally, yes. I'd argue even older than that, but I don't think I look that bad.
It's not the years, it's the mileage. Panka wins this with a 3-bet.
Still got all my original parts, which is more than can be said for some members of the EPT Live team. I was talking about Matt, Joe, not you.
No, I was just trying to think. if I've had anything replaced. Nope.
Your thinking face and your insulted face are very similar.
Yeah, well, they're both using a lot of brain power. It's pain, really.
By the way, go Matt Broughton in the bounty bonus. 74 players remaining, and he's 25th.
Hey, buddy. So if he wins, does that mean his bounty's going to be $450 tomorrow?
Yes.
That's awesome. Herzali on the button.
Yurosov raises small to big. He's raising the big blind of Olashemian. There's an above average stack with just shy of 70 bigs at the start of this hand.
Yeah, do not tangle with Olashemian blind on blind. Yurosov's a brave man. Queen Jack 7.
Yurosov is the big stack. Let's see if he can push around the Swagmeister General.
Wonder if before he became a dad, they threw him a swag party.
Yurosov, bet 15K on the flop, and there is the raise from Olashemian. He makes it 45,000 in your face.
I see your swag, and I raise you 1/3 more snag. Swag, 50% more. You know what? Can we take that one again? Can we roll it back?
Let's roll it back. Hang on. 3, 2. Go.
I see your swag, and I raise you 50% more swag.
Yeah, that's the take you want to use, guys, okay?
Use that one, thank you. Got it.
I'm going to cut out the bit where I got bitter about being eliminated from the
Oh,
tournament
yeah,
as well,
definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
It kind of makes me look like a bit of a tool.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that a dressing gown or a smoking jacket I see there?
Oh, I don't know. It could be a slanket.
Do you remember the Star Wars figure? Harrison Ford in trench coat from Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, the weird gray camouflage coat.
That's what it looks like.
Maybe he's going to take out the shield generator. We have gotten to showdown.
Oh, sorry about that.
9s and 7s are gonna be good for Yurosov. My guess is he was not ahead on the flop.
So Yurosov moves over the 1 million mark. He's got 1.1 million, in fact. And here comes Trenchcoat Guy.
So Artem Koronev. Roman Koronev. That is one scruffy looking nerf herder.
First player in this tournament with a 7-figure stack with 32 remaining. Dmitry Yurosov leads.
He snagged the swag. Jaffe Poker has a good point. That guy's dressing as Macklemore. Bep, 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 bep. Sherlock 117 says, lol, WTF, Yurosov bet calling with bottom pair on that board is so awful. I don't know. Sometimes all a Shemian's going to give up. Sometimes you're going to improve.
It's 2-pair, right?
No, he made 2-pair on the turn.
Oh, sorry, he means the flop action, yeah.
Yeah. You got to protect your children.
Well, this looks like it's going to be raise and take it for Guillaume Diaz. Or is it? Walter, you fooled me. Queen 6-4 on the flop.
That's right, Jaffe Poker. Her Zally, my Zally. Yurosov, Myasov.
Diaz has continued this queen high flop for 27,000. Gets a fold from Trecorici. And a reminder that there is still time to enter today's Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition. We're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Spin and Go qualifiers that will be running from November. Your chance to be at the first ever PokerStars Championship at the Atlantis Resort and Casino on Paradise Island. Here are the 3 hands that we've got in play today. Match any of these cards with your winning hole cards during a real money spin and go. Any of these hands. So the 3 hands are Ace Jack of Spades, 7 Deuce of Hearts, Queen 10 of Diamonds. The suits matter. Ace Jack of Spades, 7 Deuce of Hearts, Queen 10 of Diamonds. Don't have to win the spin and go, just win a hand and then tweet a screenshot or send the boom link along with the hand ID using the hashtag EPTWin on Twitter. And 5 winners drawn at random are going to get 3 $10 Bahamas Spin and Go tickets. You've got until midnight tonight, European time.
Mario says, speaking of protecting your children, when are you coming back home, Joe? My mom has been asking about you a lot lately. Really soon, my son, because I'm almost out of, I stole a checkbook and I'm almost out when I left, so I'll be back soon. He got really good at doing her signature.
Conrad Abela has raised it here.
Haven't seen much from him. 3 bizzle. 48,000.
Sizable. Olashemian on the button.
I wonder if Ola's steaming from that loss. I wonder if his blood is raging and pumping full of liquid hot swagma.
Well, he's no longer an above average stack. He's dropped below the 50 big blind mark.
4-bet alert.
Cold 4-bet from Shemian on the button.
Hot 4-bet as far as I'm concerned.
300 back.
Conrad wants a
Little
count.
Quick update on the bounty bonus tournament. Matt Broughton is in 4th place with 57 remaining as Abela folds. We're on Yurosov now. Matt, there's a young lady on the rail who reminds me of your Game of Thrones sorceress. The hair color's not right, but give it a second. Hold on.
Who are you talking about? No, I know who you're talking about, but who are you talking about?
The redhead.
Oh, what? Carice Van Houten?
I don't know.
So the problem is, I always think of her in the movie Black Book, where she gets a tub of, you said a rude word there, a tub of poo dumped over her.
Ooh. Yeah, don't ruin it for us.
It's a Paul Verhoeven movie.
Well. So anyway, Yurosov decided to make the call. We've got a bloated 4-bet pot. 250K in the middle. Olashemian with barely a pot-sized bet left behind makes a very small continuation bet here relative to the size of the pot.
These guys again, huh? Shemian's bet is 85,000. 973, all hearts on the flop.
Just like Olashemian, all hearts.
Ina Grusom's walked into the room. Oh, hello, good to see you.
See ya.
Folds. Interesting.
Big pot for Olashemian. I mean, that's got to be pretty close to a double up for him.
Yeah, he's now up to 67 big blinds, back up above the average. And there are some stats about the man who's known online as Wizzo Wizzo. Had a great grand final festival in Monaco at the end of season 12. Won the 100K event and was then second in the 50K event the very next day.
Really sick. And that was after we hadn't seen him for a while. He'd been off the scene for like 9 months. Oh, now I get it. You do the math. That was me running out to get my calculator, which I'm now going to use. Yeah, math checks out. Olashemian winning that pot using pure swag.
Quick question on Twitter from Ricard, who asks, how do I sign up for the free roll? Ricard, I assume you have an existing PokerStars account. I assume you're already a PokerStars player. If not, you're going to need to download the client and sign up. And obviously it's completely free to do that. Basically, just go into the tournament section of the PokerStars lobby, make sure all the filters are switched off, and just search EPT Live, all one word. And you'll see it in the lobby tonight, October 26th, at 21:15 CET, that's 15:15 ET, the EPT Live free roll, $2,000 guaranteed, and currently 18,500 players registered. And just sign up, just register, and then they'll ask for the password. And you know the password because you've been watching the stream. It's Yunkai. It's on the screen right now. Good luck, sir.
Yeah, gamer stalker fold. 24 years old, 11 million in tournament earnings. Holy crap is right.
Yeah, but isn't like Fedor Holt's a year younger and worth about 200 million? Antonio gets in touch to say, Black Book, awesome movie. It is pretty good. And actually, less Paul Verhoeven than most Paul Verhoeven movies.
Oh my God, guys, it's 2016. It's African-American book, please.
Now we're giving you the chance to win tickets to spin your way to a seat in the Bahamas. Here are the details of the first ever PokerStars Championship, 6th to the 14th of January. Sats are running right now. The spin and go qualifiers start in November, but if you search Bahamas in the PokerStars tournament lobby, you could win your way to the event formerly known as the PCA.
That's right. Win your way to the piano that we keep in the lobby at Atlantis. Oh boy. Yurosov, Shemian. This is turning out to be a real Indy Belloc situation.
Oh, sorry.
So just a single raise for this pot.
And an ace, ace, 8 flop with 2 clubs.
Looks like Mikkel White has noticed the same thing I have, which is that lol, Shemian has worn every possible style of outfit. When I saw him earlier this week when he made the final table of the high roller, I was like, dude, you just have so many different looks. He's been a yogi, a Sherpa, a skater. Remember when he was dressing like Poochie from that episode of The Simpsons? I mean, he's been all over the place.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
So a small bet on the flop from Urasov, called by Shemian. Urasov elects to not bet the turn. Shemian makes a much bigger bet on the turn relative to the size of the pot. Urasov calls. King on the river, no draws come in. Urasov checks. Shemian looks like he wants to bet.
Go on, do it.
This is just going to be difficult to interpret. Shemian's going to bet his value hands, but he's also going to bet his hands that he does not think have showdown value. This bet's over half pot. You'd expect if he had a big ace, he would have re-raised before the flop. I'm not sure how many small aces he's calling with before the flop. Repack in the house says Ola has nothing. I think Ola is going to have nothing a fair percentage of the time. But I also think he's going to catch the king sometimes. I think he can.
Sorry.
I think he can be taking a stab on the turn a lot of the time and then catching the king.
I need to find a picture of that.
On the river?
Star Wars figure, hold on.
I mean, this is why he's so tough. I think he can sometimes be checking, excuse me, just flatting on the flop and then betting turn and river for value with an ace. Lawrence says on Shemian's screen name, I believe Weezo is a punk rock band, which may be where the name comes from. He doesn't really seem like a punk rocker to me, but maybe. Woodstock says, all I can have any suited ace, any ace 10 plus, 8-8, maybe 3-3. Guess he's not going to have too many kings unless he has like some sort of suited king of clubs. Mikkel White says, if I was Urasov, I would just check and get to showdown. Well, he could not check, but he could fold. And Ola Shemian continues chipping up after that one fairly unlucky hand he played against Urasov, where Urasov caught 2 pair after bet calling a raise on the flop with bottom pair. Shemian now second in chips at the table, 79 big blinds, second only to Urasov himself, and these two, of course, are sitting right next to each other. 639,000. That's right. Liggity rock, any ace, any king, and all of his bluffs, which is a lot. I don't think he has any king, but maybe he peels the flop with a king a lot of the time, thinking king high might be best. I really can't even begin to get in the mind of Ola Shemian. Time. Panka, the other beast at the table. He's decided he wants to play a hand. It's going to be raise and take it for him, uncontested.
Thank you for liking my tweet, Matt. It was more effort than it was worth. You know what? It's so much easier on your phone using this. Like trying to attach pictures to tweets in this awful backwards software.
You can't just drag and drop.
You can, but then it distorts the pictures for some unknown reason.
Oh, it distorts them or like doesn't give you the thumbnail you want?
No, it's, well, it doesn't give you the thumbnail you want, but also it stretches the picture a really weird way.
What a bunch of garbage town.
Anywho, the juice was certainly not worth the squeeze, Joey.
We are down to 32 players with 18 minutes to go. What was your guess, James? 35?
33.
Yourself, table captain, raising under the gun. On over to Guillaume Diaz on the button. He's out. Small blind is out, and the big blind, Sarah Herzali. Oh, there's a cat running around. Meow.
Is there? No. Don't do that. You slow rolled me.
I forgot James loves cats.
Who doesn't?
He loves every kind of cat. He wants to hug them all.
You can't though. You just
can't
hug
hug
every
every cat. Sarah's gonna defend. Urasov somehow in position.
Let's finish.
little bit of interesting flop action. Rosali check raised. Yurosov decided he was not going to fold. And now's where you'd expect Herzali to keep on firing, but she hasn't yet. There we go. Those justicey fingernails. Bloink. Chunky bet. Flush draw, easily one of the hands she could have been check raising with. Suited cards, easily a hand she could have been defending with. Lots of 10s in her range too. Not sure she's gonna check raise all of those 10s. And that is a raise now from Yurosov. All right. No, it's not. Just a call. Man, I got overexcited. Saw a big stack, thought it was a raise. Dang it.
So we've gone to the river, right?
Yeah. I really wanted that to be a raise.
Let me handle Ricardo's. So Ricard's question after.
All right, homie.
This hand is completed.
So I think it's really tough for Herzali to continue if this is a bluff.
Yeah.
She just gets stationed on the flop, stationed on the turn. And if Yurosov is light here, he must have some kind of sick read.
While there's some serious thinking going on, I'll quickly answer Ricard. He's tweeted a picture of the PokerStars lobby saying, I still can't find the free roll. Do you know why? You're playing on PokerStars.es. You're in Spain. I didn't realize that. Sorry, but the free roll is only available to those of you in the .com player pool.
Lo siento, mi amigo. That goes check, check. And she did check raise with top pair, top kicker. Did not think she could get 3 full streets, especially with the way the action went when she got stationed twice, and can't really blame her. But I give her a lot of credit for check raising 1 pair.
Well, she's overtaken Dmitry Yurosov on the leaderboard. Neither may be the tournament chip leader, but she is certainly table captain with just shy of 100 big blinds.
Test.
776,000.
All right, dealers on the main event, please finish this and stop.
Oh, okay.
We're going to draw the number of hands we have to play for today.
And Sarah's going to pick it. Toi.
Quel signe-tu? Yes.
No. So we're going to play 3 more hands today. The clock's been paused.
Depends where you're sitting.
All right, on the main event, dealers finish this hand. We're going to play the last 3 hands to conclude this day 3. Last 3 hands.
Toi.
Well, that was from earlier on. That was the exit of Miguel Suarez in 32nd place. So 31 players remaining now, and 3 more hands to play on day 3. A reminder that they did take the decision earlier on to halt the day 1 level short of what we'd normally play. So we are going to finish probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Elle Beckman on Twitch says she basically turned her hand into a bluff on the flop. I don't think that's the case, because she got paid by a worse hand, so I think it was a value raise, and then she value bet the turn too. I feel like people judge the play of females more harshly than other players. It seems like it worked out pretty well.
I am shocked, appalled, and horrified that there is the insinuation of misogyny on Twitch. Arkenden raises to 20,000. Gets a call from Urasov. It's a Queen Jack 10 flop. Urasov playing in flow, checks the action to Arkenden, who continues to 25,000.
Arkenden hasn't been super active. I tend to give his raises and bets some credibility.
Urasov throws in a single 25k chip, taking us to the turn, which is the 5 of spades.
Pretty dicey too if you're Arkenden. You know, Urasov is going to defend with tons of Broadway hands, which means he's going to have a big piece of this, a small piece of this. And Arkenden moves all in for his last 150k, and that is going to get a fold from Urasov.
Shoves the turn, takes it down. Meanwhile, Matt Broughton confirms he is out of the EPT Live bounty bonus. Congratulations to Raphael88, who claims Matt's $300 bounty. And this is the new chip leader in the EPT Malta main event. Thomas McNamara, who we saw knock out Ben Phillips on the bubble earlier, is now playing 960k.
Did you say Thomas McNamara?
McNamara. He's tournament boss with 31 players remaining and 2 more hands to play today.
I wanted to dance.
Joe, would you dance if I asked you to dance?
I would also, yes, and I would also sing if you asked me to sing. But please don't. We can't afford it.
I could be your hero.
I could do some Baba Black Sheep. I think that's, oh wait, no, I can't use that word.
Trekorici's raised from under the gun.
Sheep, by the way. We don't use the word sheep anymore. 2016 people. Come on.
Get multi-way action on the penultimate hand of the day. 3 players in so far. Well, if anyone's going to squeeze, it's one of these 2 guys. Urasov calls out of the small blind. Shemian
Why not?
calls out of the big blind. That is 5 players going to the flop.
Oh, hell yeah. 5-person party.
And it's Jack 10-8 with 2 clubs. Surely that's connected with someone's range.
Everyone's range, I would think. It's funny how Sarah's the only person in there. It's like everyone jumped in thinking Sarah. It's like a hot tub. They all thought Sarah was going to be there. And she's like, meh. And then you're stuck with 4 other dudes.
That happened to you a lot, does it, Joe?
I mean, I think I read about it once in,
Yeah.
in Maxim, maybe.
Yeah? You strike me as a Maxim reader.
I loved Maxim when it first came out. I was like, what is this? I was also 16.
I remember one of the student houses I lived in coming back late one night. One of my flatmates walked out of the bathroom with Maxim under his arm. I was just reading it.
There were some words in it.
Better 42,000 from Urasov, not playing in flow, leads into 4 opponents.
I love leading with a really strong hand here, considering someone else is very likely to have caught a piece of it.
Well, Trekorici, who was the pre-flop aggressor, is the only player to come along for the ride. We get the 5 of clubs on the turn.
How did I know Yurosov was still going to be in this hand?
That's what he does. Wow. He shoves on Trekarici, who's got roughly pot behind.
Can't call.
Trekarici folds. Whew. So one more hand to play. And there's action on the outer tables. It's Dan Shak against Yuri Gully. Hello, Gully. Ace-king for Yuri. Dan Shak with 9-3.
Live cards? Hearts? Not gonna happen for Dan Shak here, kids. It's over.
So Dan Shak will bust in 31st place. He'll cash for around 15.5K, and at least he's free to play the high roller tomorrow. So one more hand to play. A reminder that we're going to be back at noon Central European time tomorrow. Among our guests tomorrow, the final edition of Lee's Lowdown. We've got Lex Veldhouse joining us on the stream, Fatima De Melo, Mickey Peterson, and the man of the moment, guest commentating like a boss, William Kassouf will be joining us here on EPT Live.
Cannot wait. Cannot wait for the coconuts.
Well, the good news is we can wheel out those archive moments that we had made for day 2 that we didn't get to run because you bust so early.
Any commentators about?
So it looks like action's concluded on the feature table as it's raise and take it from Dmitry Yurosov. But obviously we'll wait for play to conclude at all the tables before we finish the broadcast for the day. In fact, let's head to those outer tables right now. Please tell me it's not another Frederick Jensen tank. I do not have 20 minutes.
Nah, he doesn't have cards.
God for that. This may well be the last table in action. Bear in mind there are only 4 tables left in the tournament. So this is Daniel Kalauti in a hand against Eli Saad.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Now, the question is that the last hand they're going to play?
2 more hands? What in God's name have you been doing over here? I take my eyes off you for 1 minute. Frederick, the hugger Jensen, certainly had something to do with that.
Also got Mr. Boyangles at this table.
Oh, yeah, he's a little slowsy too.
Yeah, it's pretty good for you.
Come on, headphones. Thank you.
Ismail Boyang on the button.
Yes.
So Kalauti in the small blind. Folds.
All right.
The hugger gets a walk.
Hugs all around.
So one more hand to play, and then that's it. Day 3 is in the books. Chances are 30 players, 4 tables will be returning for day 4. And Ismail Boyang, who won the IPT main event at the start of the festival here in Malta, is going to be going through to day 4. I boxed him now.
Why would you do that to Ismail Boyang? Zhizhang out.
No good, no good, no good.
Headphones?
You said race.
Race.
Joseph Gordon-Spacey's out. Bo Yang's out.
Bo Yang will be making it to day 4. Uh-oh. Frederick the Hugger Jensen is entering a pot.
Hold on to your potatoes. I hope there's a lot of film left in these cameras. Don't go anywhere, Twitch. Stay with us. It's the last hand of the night.
8 tray deuce, 2 clubs.
That is a hold'em board right there, ladies and gentlemen.
C-bet. Bet of 18,000 from Dong Zhao.
Dong, da dong, dong, dong.
Freddie.
Hope you light hugs.
Check raise from the Hugger.
Now you have my attention.
52,000 he's made it.
I say ding, you say dong. Oh wow, left hanging, huge there.
Check raise. Gets through, and I believe that will conclude play for the day. We are done on all 4 tables, including our feature table, where they've already bagged and tagged. Dmitry Urasov gets a bit back at the end, up to 844,000, but we think it's Thomas McNamara who'll be coming into day 4 as the chip leader. Obviously, we'll get that verified overnight. When we come back tomorrow, blinds will be 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. It'll be level 19 of the EPT Malta main event. If you want a full summary of the day, if you want coverage of some of the side events here in Malta, head to the PokerStarsblog.com and follow the guys on Twitter as well, at PokerStarsBlog. So yes, we are going to be back tomorrow. William Kassouf among our guests in the booth, noon Central European time for day 4 coverage from the EPT Malta main event. From Joe Stapleton, Matt Broughton and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Malta.